Dream Streamers, welcome on into Sunday, folks. Football on a Sunday, even when it's simulated, it just feels right. With Geoff, Ulrich, I am Adam Kaufman, right back at it. You know, was with you guys for Madden After Dark last night, wearing my finest Lamarcas, and now I'm Batman. How are you, Moose?
I'm doing great, man. Yeah, wow, coming right back at you. The old double dip, the night right into the day stream. I like it. Definitely done that a lot on the weekends, so hope you're doing great. Hope everyone's doing great.
And IU. Yeah, cheers to you here on a Sunday morning for many, depending on where you're listening, obviously, and, you know, early afternoon for some of us as well. So as we get ready for this one, and this is special. I mentioned this during Madden After Dark last night because the same thing applied. But for you, it is obviously your first since this became a reality. First Madden simulation since the completion of the 2021 NFL Draft. So we have lots that we can get into here over the course of the next hour plus, including, naturally, the Patriots, because they are on this sim, and because I really haven't talked about them yet. I've been saving it for a Pat sim. And we also have, obviously, I guess another team if we feel like talking about them, maybe, you know, and that's the Detroit Lions. How you
I don't really feel like talking about the Lions. So
yeah, we don't have to force it. What do you think about this?
There's not much to talk about the Lions. They're going to be terrible next year. There's the Lions.
Done. Fair. Totally fair. As Mo says, morning sim fam bam. Yay for an hour of Patriots talk from Koff, LOL. There's a reason that I called this. I hope people do actually read the names for these things. I'm sure many don't. But if, in fact, you just wait for me to read it aloud, I called this the nooner, the fade this sim if you don't want Pat's draft talk. And I stand by that. Go do something else. Go do some yard work. Go play with the kids. Go watch, another program. Like, I don't need to beg you to stay. If you don't want Pat's talk and you don't want NFL draft talk, go somewhere else for the next hour, because that's what we're doing here, Moose.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just telling you to get right out of town. Kaufman's been saving up. Look, Kaufman's doing a double dip. It's hard to do the evening and then get right back into the morning. So we do have to give him a little bit of leeway here. And, the Patriots had a pretty interesting draft. So, like I said, I'm not talking about the Detroit Lions. They're going to be terrible. So there's not much to talk about.
Yeah, we're gonna dive into all of it. Drew says all-time low numbers incoming. We'll find out, producer Drew.
We'll find out. People love it.
Yeah, they do love it. Drew, our other Drew, our technical director, says single digits on the way. So of the roughly 130 entries that got their lineups in for this contest, what's yours look like?
So I only got mine in the main free roll, the big free roll, because I forgot to put it in the league. But I got Galladay in the captain, Stafford, Swift, the Hawk, and then I went Asiasi and White. So I went Detroit heavy for whatever God knows reason. They're always terrible in these sims, but I like to be different. I'd rather stand out, than win money, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what the heck? You gotta have a little differentiation in your palette if you're looking to win a GPP. There you go. So I do have a Lions play as my captain, actually, and that's Kenny Galladay. When Kenny Galladay is El Capitan, and then I also have both quarterbacks, Cam Newton, Matt Stafford, TJ Hawkinson. I was also pretty Detroit heavy in this one. Have Danny Amendola, who is a former Patriot. Can we count him for both? And then Damiere Byrd, who apparently is now a former Patriot as well. So not a ton of Pat's action for me in this sim on the field, but again, off field, we have many things that we can get into. I like that people have already been aggressive with the dislike button, though, just anticipating all the Patriots talk that is to come.
It's all the same gravy to us. You hit that dislike or like. We prefer the like, but, we'll take the dislikes as well, quite frankly. The algorithm doesn't care. So you guys do smash one of the like buttons for us. That'd be awesome, though. Appreciate you guys showing up here Sunday morning. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. And, get into
now, what is this? Problem Kid Gaming says the tension is real. Koff definitely doesn't like Moose.
What?
Moose is like
that's a new one. That is a new one as far as like.
I say this. I could not be more genuine in saying this. Moose is one of my favorite people to work with. I like Moose a lot. Problem Kid Gaming says at least Kenny keeps it real. You know who might not like me though after some Madden After Dark hijinks of a couple of nights ago? I think Glash may be elevating from like sim play hatred to real disdain.
What did you do?
Oh, I got him good the other night.
Well, give me the lowdown. Is it simmable? Can we talk about it? Or?
Yeah, I mean the crux of it, and producer Drew was here for it. We have Joe and Game Ops with us as well, so he could certainly echo anything and everything, or add to the conversation if he so chooses. We have 2nd and 10. Stafford nearly picked off. So, as you should do, put your availability down on the little puzzle for Drew to complete when you are around or choose to be available, right? And I think that is the right way to put it, especially if you're Emerson, who does like 1 sim a week. So, if there are certain times for you that just work best in a given day, block those off. Glash sometimes, out of the kindness of his heart, makes the mistake of just putting the X's as we do, just to let people behind the curtain, putting the X's for every time slot if he is around for that day.
Yep.
Now, there are plenty of days, you're seeing it right now, it's a 4-day run that he is suspended / unavailable. So there, if he's not around, he's not around. But if he is around, he generally will mark off that he is around the entire day. Good for him. What I do is I mark off either when I'm around or when I'd like to work. And I didn't feel like doing Madden After Dark the other night. So I put down that I was around for, I think, like the noon and the 8 or something like that. That's what I did.
Yeah.
I didn't look at what anybody else, their availability was,
right.
or what Drew's schedule ultimately was. But Glash, I guess, I don't know. Drew could fill me in because I only caught part of this. I think Glash, he had dinner plans or something, so he did maybe the 6 o'clock sim. I did the 8, and then he had to, come back early or something from his night out to do the 10. And I was there in the chat giving him a hard time during the 10. And,
I see. Okay.
And so he was saying, well, what the hell? Like, if you were around to do the 10, why aren't you just doing the 10? Why are you just going to sit there in the chat? And here's what it came down to, and I'll tell him this whenever we next work together. I figured I'll do the 8, and then I'll have a little time after to, watch a movie with my wife or something like that. But by the time I was done with the 8, everybody in the house had passed out.
Yeah.
Everybody was asleep. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna harass Glash a little bit in the chat. And so it just kept going and going and escalating, and he was really just irked to the point where, I won't reveal names, use your imagination, but even Drew said to me, he was like, Glash, whatever, if this were a couple other people, we might actually have a problem here. But so I could tell he was really at his, you remember the old MTV show, like Breaking Point or Boiling Point, whatever it was called? I could tell that he was really getting to that place. So I said to Drew privately in a Slack, I said, watch this. So I just write in the Slack or in the chat. I was right in the chat. So anybody seen any good movies lately? And oh boy.
And I assume Mr. Glasheen would have no movie talk on his sim.
The volcanic explosion.
I love Glash.
And we haven't talked since.
Well, and look, I mean, old Mr. Wants to point the finger. I do see he's off 4 days in a row here.
This is what I'm saying. And I will happily.
I don't remember last time I took 4 days off in a row. I mean, geez, wow.
Drew says he's been on a sim since he quit. I will say this to Glash when we next work, and if anyone wants to tell Glash this beforehand, go right ahead. I'm not hiding from this. Drew could back it up. Madison could back it up. Our guy Slates, who used to make the schedule, could back it up. At least in terms of time, feel how you want to feel about like the dressing up, the outfits, the gimmicks, that sort of thing. At least in terms of time committed, there is no one, not one person, at least on air, more committed to these sims than I am. So
wow.
And it's not close. It is not even close. Like, you are probably the closest. So
it's probably me or Glash second. Like, just in terms of I'm not, everyone's committed, but in terms of time we've actually put
I'm
in,
just talking about time. I'm
not
talking about how they care about it. That's why I phrased it as I did.
Oh, well, it was a touchdown.
There we go. Devin Asiasi, who won't see any playing time next year. Touchdown.
His career's over. Just kidding, but feels like that.
Aussie owned about 54% of lineups in the larger free roll that Geoff is in here.
This all gets to my point. I was talking about this with someone yesterday. I think it was Tom on the stream. Glash is very much like, because he doesn't like Aaron Rodgers because of Aaron Rodgers going against management. He's very much a team player, though. Like he does look at the schedule and he looks for holes and stuff, and he thinks other people should like fill in and make time. So I think that just speaks to Glash's larger personality, which is nice. You need to have team players like that. He's obviously very committed to it. Good for him. I do the same thing as you. I don't look at other people's availability. I just mark down when I want to work. So I can't really criticize you for doing the same thing.
I put down, well, here it is. I mean, I put down that I'm around for 2 or 3 sims per day. That's I carefully choose those time slots, and I look at what he does, I look at what Emerson does, because a lot of the time, because as we know, like if Emerson marks off that he's available for a sim, he's going to get that sim because it's the only one he's available for,
right?
Like in a week. So I know, so if I put down that I'm available for a certain sim and then Emerson does the same thing, I will say, crap, whatever, fine, I'll put down that I'm around for a different one. And I'll figure it out more often than not. So I do absolutely look at Emerson's availability as it relates to mine when Drew is making the schedule. And I will tend to look at Glash's as well, but less so because he is a little more flexible, which I respect. I appreciate that. But it is, we also need to acknowledge there's a chaos. There's a chaos to one's schedule when you have children, as you do, as I do. Now, I know Emerson's a dog dad, and I know Glash is afraid of owning a cat. But when you actually have kids' activities to plan life around, I'm going to include a little me time in my schedule if I can. Drew says, Glash torpedoed Pat's talk. No, I'm just putting it off a little bit so more people get
That'll be the second half. Don't worry.
Yeah. No, it's coming.
You guys are getting some good insight, though, into the it's like the young and the restless.
To the way it all works. Yep. To the way it all works. What else?
Yeah. I mean, I'll sometimes look, especially on the weekends. If there's a slot that's open, I'll try and fill it. But I'm with you. I mean, it's like I got to plan it around certain other activities, my family. So.
Oh, and weekends are a disaster, man. Like, weekends are a crime scene around here.
Yeah.
Like, Emerson, forget it. Glash, very hit or miss.
Yeah.
My availability, I'm around, but mine becomes more limited for sure between like soccer, baseball, whatever else. You and Rossi, Tom, like those two guys a little bit later on today are both on for 3 sims apiece. You've done that more than a few times. I have as well several times, but not in a while. There's, you got to really, we may have to start adding people just because of the weekends, because all of a sudden people think, oh, I need my weekends off.
Yeah. Yep. It's tough. It's a grind. No doubt about it. I like doing it. I wish honestly, in some ways, I wish I could do more of these. But having other life commitments, you can't do everything, right? So.
I would absolutely do more of these if time allowed.
Yeah.
Because they're fun. Like, this is fun. I'm getting paid to rant about Glash right now.
Yeah, just come and hang out for a bit. Watch some DKC action.
Apparently there was a quarter of football that just happened. That's my point. This is a good time. We all just get to hang out and have a good time.
Yeah.
I'd love to do the cough-a-thon, the 6-in-1 day that I've talked about for however long. I might have to file for divorce in the process.
Well, and most of us have other commitments too, right? Like,
sure,
not just obviously family, but like other jobs. Like, most of my stuff goes through DraftKings, but I got a lot of writing commitments for DraftKings. We do the sweat and stuff like that, other videos. So, you obviously with your other work and stuff. So it's always tough to fit in, but. We got to keep it going, man. You guys can keep it going by smashing the likes, so do that. There's Stafford with a little flutter ball.
Pizza Man says, my question is, who avoids Kenny's schedule? Because I know I would. The only availability when I'm making my schedule of it, when I'm putting it in for our chart. The only people's availability that I ever look at for even half a second is Emerson and Glash.
Yeah.
Just for the purpose of seeing what I need to figure out. I can't say I have ever looked in any of the other columns because I'm not worried about that. I know those are going to get slotted by Drew. 7-0 through 1. Each quarterback with 58 passing yards, both 5 completions, 5 of 8 for Stafford. Newton's perfect. A touchdown for Cam, which, as people keep creatively pointing out on social media, is Mac backwards, if you haven't heard. Good God. Swift, 2 for 7. White, 2 for 12. And carry on my wayward Johnson, 2 for 1 right here. That's it. We will look as well at the receiving yards. Again, Harry, 3 for 38. Hawkinson, 2 for 30. A touchdown for Ossie, 1 for 8. And that's what we have through 1. Must be says that I spend more time watering my lawn than anybody. Get off my grass.
Right.
Jared says, I can picture Glash taking care of a baby. They're both crying. Why won't you just be quiet? Why don't you just calm down? I don't understand what the problem is. No, he'd be sitting there singing show tunes and songs from Frozen and Moana.
Yeah.
He's going to be a good dad when that time rolls around, when he's mature enough in 15 years.
He's mature
to take care of another life.
Coming from the guy with Deuce Bigelow on his back wall.
Great point. DFS Queen, did Glash take all of that time off after last night, or was he rescheduled? No, like I said, he was suspended.
That's right. Judging by his Twitter feed today, I think he had some sort of social commitment.
Yeah, he was at a wedding.
There you go.
Yeah. Out there posting.
Looks like he got some good eats this morning. He had a pizza and some McDonald's. Like, he's just going to town. I thought he was on a diet or something.
Yeah.
Guess that's over. There's Swift. Oh, actually, is that Swift? Whoever it was, they fumbled.
Evidently, he's on the wedding guest diet, which is wake up in the morning and choose violence.
Yeah.
As we all do after a late night of who knows what. Debauchery.
Yeah, I've not been in that situation for a long time. May not be in that situation for the rest of my life, if I'm being dead honest. Don't really miss those times.
Guys, I saw a video on Instagram this morning of Glash being pushed around in a hotel by his buddies on one of those luggage carts.
Oh.
From his room on the way to an elevator. That's what Glash was doing last night. We have a fumble and the Patriots have Jason McCourty on the recovery.
Okay, we'll have to check that out. I mean, good for Glash.
Ralphie says, cough, Batman or Superman? Well, I have both of the t-shirts, but it's always Batman. Always.
So Glash was Doug from The Hangover last night.
Maybe, although he wasn't lost.
Right. Right.
That
We're
could
gonna
be.
find our best friend Doug, and then we're gonna give him our best friend Doug.
He might have been more. Glash might be more Stu than Doug.
Stu. Yeah, that's true, right? Stu.
I think he's probably more Stu than Doug.
I agree. Glash is the kind of guy who just like he shaved his eyebrows. What's losing a tooth when you shave your eyebrows, you know?
True.
Oh my God!
Mike Tyson. Paging duck. 7-0 New England. That is completed inside the 5.
It's Galladay.
He had another Moe's Tavern slip the other night too.
Sorry, that was Jones. Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Classic Glash.
Yeah. Guy's electric, I gotta tell you. Abby Rizzle says, when Koff wears that t-shirt, he's actually summoning either Glashman or Wu-Tang. Well, you know, the Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to mess with. We got a touchdown here. Garyon Johnson with a rush.
Yeah, crazy little drive and stuff there, but they finally got there. Fumbles all over the place.
Diablo says, I want to see Koff versus Carroll, UFC.
Koff versus Carroll.
I mean, Tom and I have no beef. I'm going to say, though, while I am likely more limber, I bet he's stronger. At least until, like, you know, dad strength kicks in. But initially, he'd absolutely be stronger.
Tom's a pretty big dude. I don't even know if dad's strength could get over that. I mean, I have never met him in person, but I'm pretty sure he's a pretty big dude.
Yeah, he's a sizable guy.
You'd really have to gas Tom, I think.
Yeah.
You know, he'd have to do a lot. I'd be doing a lot of dancing.
Yeah, a lot of chase.
If he gets you on the ground, it's pretty much over. Don't want to be grounded and pounded by Tom.
Good to see everybody here in the chat, by the way. Keep smashing away with that like. James Farrell, hey, Koff, who's winning the NBA MVP? Luka, Giannis, or the Joker? I mean, you forgot Embiid, too. But
I was gonna say, what about Embiid?
I got to say it's Jokic. I just don't see how Jokic doesn't get it. He has been otherworldly.
Yeah, it's pretty much where I think everyone's kind of on that bandwagon now, too. And it makes sense.
Abby asking Koff, why no NBA contest yesterday? Glad you asked. So the NBA contest for today is posted. So by all means, everybody join. Remember, you need 75. Lock is about 7 hours. So you got plenty of time to do it. Yesterday, I just decided to take a day. It wasn't that I didn't create a contest for the SimFam and played head-to-heads against other people. I just I faded Classic yesterday. I took a day off Classic. Just to get my NBA fix, I did do a small little group showdown for the 10 o'clock game. After, again, everybody was asleep or around here. But didn't do Classic yesterday. So couldn't even tell you how anybody did. Back at it today. Long throw from Cam. Not sure he could do that in real life. Incomplete. His first incompletion. 3rd and 3 on the way from the 32. Tyre Woods, 99% of the time, the UFC guys have no prior beef. They have to manufacture one for ticket sales. 2 guys with no beef fighting for money is also what makes it great. You know what would create a little beef for me for UFC? Like, let's say Tom and I, because that's the one that was presented. I have no desire to fight Tom. Let's say Tom and I, we're thrown into a UFC match. Is well, where's the beef come from? You know where the beef comes from, Moose? Getting punched in the face. That's instant beef.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't have a problem before, but now I'm upset.
Yeah, that'll create a beef, no doubt about it. Generally,
maybe not for the guys that do it professionally, but for me, who doesn't regularly take hits to the face, other than for my children, then yeah. Party on. Cody asks, how can I join the NBA contest? Well, Cody, if you're already part of the DK SimFam Friends League, and I hope you are, simply go to the lobby, and it is called the Last Minute NBA. We back. It's in there. Payout to the top 15 slots, $1 to enter. We invite you to play. And if you are not part of the league, maybe we'll do a call for DK usernames in a little bit. So touchdowns here from Kerryon Johnson and Devin Asiasi, 2 men who may not have giant roles in real life next season.
No. Johnson might get some run. Their new coach wants to run a lot. They just drafted an O-lineman in the first round.
Tell you that guy won't. Julian Edelman, future Hall of Famer with that catch. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. I was going to ask, do you think Edelman's going to sneak back in the league at some point? I kind of think he will.
Did you see I mean, obviously it was aggregated. There were, articles about it. I don't know if you actually saw the clip, though. So NFL Network or NFL's Twitter account, whoever was specifically responsible for it, they did this, draft watch party with a whole bunch of celebrities, and they were on for like 4 hours or something like that. Kay Adams hosted it, among other people.
Okay.
But the real big stars that they had on were in the half hour or so prior to the draft. And so Strahan was in there, Brady was in there, Edelman was in there,
okay.
Wahlberg was in there, Kevin Hart was in there, Deion Sanders was in there. It was a good crew. And I didn't watch as Cam Newton rushes for the touchdown. I didn't watch the full half hour or whatever that Brady was in there, but I did catch a little bit of it.
Yep.
And it does make you wonder a little bit of like, when is joking not really a joke, right? As you know, or there's a hint of truth in every joke.
Yep.
Because of course they asked Edelman, are you really retired, or are you going to go to Tampa? And trying to have some fun with it. And Brady said, I don't remember exactly what he said, but something to the effect of, "Oh, come on, guys! Like, Jules is going to unretire and come to Tampa. He was just too scared to tell Bill that's what he wanted to do." And then adds, "We've all been there."
Wow.
Which, felt a little strong from Brady, actually.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, I mean, Brady's kind of been feeling his oats lately, which, not surprising. Just won a 7th Super Bowl. And
doing it without Bill.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
I don't believe Edelman will return, not because I don't think he'd go to Tampa. I think he'd love to go to Tampa. I just I don't think physically he's up for it. I really think that he retired because he's physically done. But do you think, a la Gronk, who was so banged up at the end of his Patriots career that, a year or two out of the league to kind of get yourself right or righter physically could be enough to propel Edelman back into the league?
I mean, it wouldn't shock me even if it was like a mid-year thing. Like maybe one of their wide receivers goes down with injury, or, Antonio Brown does something dumb off the field again. And then Edelman kind of gets that itch. And like you said, he was off most of last year, being off a full year, maybe the body starts to feel better. Because I'm with you. I think it is kind of a physical thing with him. But it was a physical thing with Gronk for a while too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Edelman never really fell off like Gronk either. So I still think you'll see him in the league again. Maybe it depends on how long Brady plays or whatever, but wouldn't shock me if it was like a mid-year thing. Brought him in kind of like they did Antonio Brown last year. Wouldn't shock me at all. How old is he?
Edelman, he's close to mid-30s. Let me look it up.
Yeah.
He's not a spring chicken, folks.
No, for sure. He's not
Edelman he's going to be 35 next month.
Yeah.
Which is, Gronk is 30.
Yeah. It's a good
perspective.
Point. Yeah, it's a good point.
Or this month, pardon me. Yeah, sorry, I forgot we're into May. Thank you, Drew. 35 this month.
There's a pretty good chance he's done, but I would say there's at least a 20% chance he, like I said, something like that happens that he comes back. Maybe
Gronk gave him a 69% chance.
A 69% chance. That sounds about right. Oh, speaking of not done, there's Amendola, excuse me.
So, we can in the second half get to some Patriots talk, but I know people are really excited. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch, though, says, Geoff, how many interceptions does Mac Jones throw next year before he's benched? And the answer is 0. He's Cam Newton's a starter. I mean, that's just he's not. I'm not saying Mac Jones won't get an opportunity, but if he does, it's because Cam was terrible. In an ideal world, at least if you're a Patriots fan, Mac Jones doesn't see the field next year other than in garbage time or preseason games. I will be floored. Not to say I've never been surprised by something Bill related. Of course I have. But I will be floored if Mac Jones is the week 1 starter for New England next year. That is Cam Newton.
Yeah, you're probably right. First round quarterbacks don't sit very long, like traditionally. But it's the way the Patriots are set up too. Like they actually went pretty heavy on. Oh, there's a pick, by the way. I was about to talk about the Patriots defense. Very fitting.
Gilmore.
The Patriots went heavy defense. Obviously, they brought a ton of free agents. Like they could just be. Trying to think of a comparison. I guess in a lot of ways they could be like the Bucks from last year. They just have a really dominant line. Maybe Cam takes a little bit of a step up in terms of just efficiency, doesn't turn the ball over as much, and they could just be a really good team. So if that happens, like you said, they aren't going to have the need to be like, oh, we got to get the rookie in, right? So I think a lot of it's going to depend on that. How do they play at the start of the year? How does Cam look? Obviously has something to do with it too, but if he's even just a little bit better, takes care of the ball, their team might be good enough to like get them a bunch of wins early. And then it's like, yeah, we're not going to see Mac Jones this year. So,
well, and that too, the way you just framed that of like, we got to get the rookie in.
Yeah.
So New England and Miami, because I think that's a good comp in this situation to last year. New England and Miami are two wildly different organizations with two different goals, with two different, coaching staffs, even though obviously one came from the other. Like, Brian Flores and that organization, for publicity, for PR, for ticket sales, for development, for, all sorts of off-field reasons as much as on-field, it was important to, despite the fact he was playing well, sit Ryan Fitzpatrick and get Tua in there. And then, as far as I'm concerned, I've talked about this a lot, Flores messed it up and just started yo-yoing the guys the rest of the season. He's screwed the psyche up for both those guys, and it does make me worry about Tua long term. The Patriots, I don't feel Bill Belichick is eager to get Mac Jones in there and sit Cam Newton. I really don't think that is remotely in his mind. Whichever guy gives us the best chance to be a playoff team and, contend for a championship is the one who's going to be on the field. Going back to, we saw that, way back when to Bledsoe and Brady, and wildly different, obviously. Like, Bledsoe had just been signed to the 10-year deal. He was the franchise quarterback. Brady was the, young kid who had shown some flashes, some potential. But Bill he ignored all that. He didn't care. He went with the guy who thought gave them the best chance to win in the here and now. That's what he's going to do now. And I certainly believe that Bill believes that is Cam Newton, at least until further notice. I mean, he was kind of pushed on it, talking with the media the other night, and said, Cam's our quarterback. He said that before he was even asked about it. He said, Cam's our starter, and then pushed on it, said, he's our starter at least until somebody plays better. So unless Cam stinks, and that's possible, I don't think he will. I do think he's going to have a bounce back from last year's various challenges that he had. But if he does stink again, well, that's when you'll see guys like Stidham and theoretically Jones get an opportunity, but not before then, and especially not if Cam is playing well. If Cam is, and I've said this so many times, if Cam, Geoff, is 75% the player that he was the first 2-3 weeks of last year when he was playing out of his mind compared to what expectations were, he's the starter for 16 games next year, barring injury.
Most likely, yep. So, and some of this will depend on what Mac Jones does. I mean, if Mac Jones lights it up in the preseason, it's obviously going to put more pressure on Cam. And if there is even just a small dip in performance, it's going to make it more likely you'll see Mac Jones. So, but it's kind of just like a fluid situation. I mean, we don't even know. Like, Mac Jones could also stink in the preseason and be like the third stringer, So there's a ton going on. It's definitely, in terms of the quarterbacks that got taken early, like, it's the situation that's most fluid and could change either way drastically just on preseason, guys' performance, how the Patriots do off the top. So I would like to see Mac Jones, out there, but I recognize, Cam plays a little bit better, and the Patriots are going to be a way better team, in my opinion, because they're just going to be deeper at every position. And probably not going to see him this year much, if at all. The interesting thing will be San Francisco. What are they like if they don't move Garoppolo? That's going to be weird.
It sounds like they're not.
I know.
It's like the plan is for Trey Lance to sit and learn for
their market was Chicago and New England, and they both took first-round quarterbacks. So their market is no one basically right now.
Not without a significant restructure too.
Yeah, I don't even who would take Jimmy Garoppolo, even if it was for a 7th-round pick. And San Francisco took a bunch of money on. Who would take him?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, there's a point in time that I might have said the Broncos or something. Yeah. But even them, it makes sense if you're trading for Aaron Rodgers, obviously. But are you going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo when you've already got
Bridgewater,
Locke and Teddy Bridgewater? It doesn't make sense.
No, it makes no sense.
So we've reached the half here, 14-7. Patriots lead this thing and give you some of the numbers, and then we'll get back for half number 2. Cam 128 passing a touchdown. Interception for Stafford with his 102. And obviously Kerryon Johnson rushing touchdown to account for the points on the Detroit side of things. For New England, Devin Asiasi getting in there a little while ago. Cam Newton a rushing touchdown as well. So he has been active to this point. No one has even touched 20 rushing yards, though. So you're not getting a lot right there, despite those rushing TDs. As far as the receiving yards, and keep on writing along with us here in the chat. We appreciate you. Must be says Bill does not rush to play young QBs. He's a coach that feasts on young QBs. 1 + 1 = 2, buddy. Harry 4 for 49, pacing pretty close to a bonus. Asiasi 3 for 21 with a score. You got 32 for Edelman, 30 for Hawkinson, 26 for White, and 34 for Amendola. That's where we're hanging out. My lineup. How many points do you have? Because I know you're not in our contest.
Right. Where am I here?
I'm 110 out of 126. What do you
34
have?
34 points.
So me too. We're the same right now.
Yeah, we both put Galladay in the captain, so we're both sucking.
Al Badou is in front by about half a point here with Harry in the captain, Newton, Swift, Hawkinson, Asiasi, and White. So any draft-related topics, questions, anything like that you want to get in, by all means. But we are going to start that conversation, or kind of continue it, I guess, with a little bit more on the Patriots. And then I want to talk more about some of the stuff that happened in round 1. Mac Jones specifically, everything, and it makes sense. I mean, this is what happens. But in fairness, some people did say this going into the draft as well. So those people I will at least give credit to, not saying it after the fact. There are a lot of people right now that are very high on the, if the Patriots were going to take a quarterback in round 1, Mac Jones was the guy that made the most sense. Because the things that he does do well, and you could say he doesn't have that like Mahomes upside or anything like that. He doesn't. Mac Jones, I mean, look at the dude. He's not this, jacked, ripped, stellar-looking athlete. I mean, he's like a 22-year-old with a dad bod. I mean, it's like Brady at the combine, however many years back. But what he does do that the Patriots value is he's accurate. Even though he doesn't really throw a deep ball, he's accurate. Hits guys where they're supposed to be. He doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't throw interceptions. He doesn't make mistakes. He's intelligent. He's smart. These are the things that the Patriots have always valued in their quarterbacks. And when I say always, primarily Brady, obviously. But Mac Jones more so than Fields, than Lance, because those are the, more realistic guys to look at in the scope of this conversation. It was never going to be Lawrence or Wilson. Apparently it was never going to be Lance either. But the Patriots had the option to give up what would have been a lot to deal up a few spots and get Justin Fields. They didn't do it. Now, I wanted them to, full disclosure. I wanted Fields over Mac Jones. Yep. But for what the Patriots desire in their quarterbacks, Jones seems to be the more logical choice, the safer choice, the more pro-ready, throw him right into the system choice. How do you feel about Mac Jones as a New England Patriot?
I mean, I think the price the Bears paid was fair. It was smart. They got him at 12. I think a lot of people were predicting they'd have to trade up to 6 or 9 or something to do that. So I think the Bears were savvy. But here's the upside for the Patriots. If Mac Jones stinks and he's terrible, they still have a first next year. Let's say everything goes as bad as it can for the Patriots next year. Mac Jones comes in. He's terrible. He's not even in front of Stidham. Cam Newton's terrible. The defense isn't better. Everything goes the worst way possible, and they have another high draft pick. They just pick another quarterback. Who cares?
Sure.
They haven't given up draft capital. Ooh, that was a nice run. James White almost getting the outside there. So they can just reset. Like they've done. I mean, they took Stidham. Now they've got Mac Jones. So that's what you get by not giving up draft capital. They played it well too. The Patriots played it fine. They just let Mac Jones come to them. Everyone was like, well, the Patriots are going to have to move up. I said they were going to have to move up to get a quarterback too. They didn't have to do that. So now they have draft capital for next year. They've rebuilt their defense. Even if everything goes terrible, they've kept their draft picks. They didn't give up a second rounder to move up or anything. They've added more defense. They have great defensive depth. And if the quarterback position continues to stink, they can just go back there next year. So that's the upside for them. Mac Jones, look, yeah, he was probably the fifth in terms of talent in this draft. We don't know how these guys are going to turn out. He at the very least ran a pro-style offense. You know, 76% completion rating in college against like tough competition. That counts for something. I'm interested to see how he turns out. I really am. I mean, I think you could have easily criticized taking Mac Jones at 3. I was prepared to. Everyone else was prepared to. But at 15, it's a little different when you don't give up any draft capital. I'm interested to see how it works out. So, yeah, there's really no downside to what the Patriots did here. It's like I said, you know, the Bears, it's more of a, yeah, they moved up to get the talent. There's a nice touchdown. The Bears moved up to get the talent.
Second of the day.
They paid for it. It's more of a gamble, but you know, obviously they got the higher end talent. There's more chance that they get the next Deshaun Watson, whoever you want to compare Fields to. But the Patriots, they didn't give up the draft capital. If Jones works out, they're going to look brilliant. If they didn't, it's not going to cost them. It's not going to cost them like 3 years. It's going to cost them 1 season, and they can reset next year. So I like the moves by both teams. They both played it smart, to be honest.
What happens in that Chicago quarterback room now? They're going to buy out your guy, Nick Foles? Just cut him loose? I mean, you can't trade for him.
Foles, I mean, I don't even think buying out really helps them. Like,
so they're just going to carry 3 guys, let him take. I mean,
honestly, I think
which is worse, right? Is him eating up a roster spot, or them just eating the money?
I mean, what makes? Could they cut Andy Dalton and just like get out of that contract? Because I haven't looked at it. I think it's guaranteed, though, isn't it?
I think it's guaranteed.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking.
He's QB1, man.
Yeah. What a terrible signing that is. That's the dumbest move of the offseason, if we're being honest. If you're planning to move up, just commit to it. Like Andy Dalton, Nick Foles, is there like a big difference I'm missing here?
Well, maybe they weren't planning to move up. I mean, there was a point in time, Moose, that, you know, we were saying, well, looking at the way this shakes out, like all 5 of those quarterbacks are going to be gone inside the first 8, 9 picks.
Yeah.
So they were probably a little surprised when Fields started slipping.
Who is left on the free agent quarterback market?
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
Nobody noteworthy.
Yeah. Is there anyone, though? I'm just trying to think.
Sure. I mean, there's got to be somebody. I mean, we can
like,
look.
I guess my point is you could have waited. Like, even if Andy Dalton goes and signs with another team, get Alex Smith out of retirement. Is it really that different from Andy Dalton?
Not after last year, it's not.
Like, panicking and signing Andy Dalton, I know it was a risk. You're right. Like, there was no guarantee they were going to get a quarterback at 12 or anything. But panicking and signing Andy Dalton when you had Nick Foles locked up, and, you know, you could have gone out and brought another veteran in. It's a dumb move. But I guess it's not that big a deal.
I'm just happy the Sims are still alive after Trey Lance was drafted. Whew, close call. It's a good thing we're all alive. We didn't know if we were going to make it to Sunday after Kyle Shanahan spoke. But
well, there's a good example. Here's a good example. Let's say you biff on a quarterback in the draft. You don't get Andy Dalton. Just trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Sure.
It's basically the same difference. You're paying a little bit more salary, but.
And I mean, not that it would happen. And to be clear, I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm just saying it clearly wouldn't. I mean, we've seen that time and time again. But Sean says, Cap. What about Kaepernick?
Sure.
I mean, he's out there. He'd like to play. 21-7 Patriots. Few minutes to go here, third quarter. Moose, Koff, the Drew Stack, Joe, all hanging out here with you. Jordan says, yeah, I hate the Andy Dalton signing.
It was a panic. It was a panic signing.
Receiver.
It was a. Yeah. That's right. I'm in the slot. 100 catches. It was a panic signing, though, the Andy Dalton thing. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, it was.
They failed on Russ Wilson. And yeah. Anyways, if Justin Fields works out, no one will remember that they even signed Andy Dalton, so it doesn't matter.
So before we go back to some other draft thoughts, just to kind of, before we get to the end of the third, I guess to kind of wrap up my Patriots thoughts. I was fine with the Mac signing. It was or drafting. It was less about Mac Jones specifically, because again, I would have preferred Fields. It was less about Mac Jones specifically. It was more that I like they went for it. I like that they actually took quarterback in round 1 and acknowledged, yeah, this is a problem and we need to address this. And hopefully, he's a big game player, pro style offense, like you said, played for Saban, trust the Belichick-Saban connection. They, a dozen guys have been drafted out of Bama, by Belichick in New England under Saban. So obviously there's that pipeline, that lineage there. And I'm like you. I don't even know how it'll work out. I'm eager to see how it will work out in the years before we find out. The rest of the draft, it looks like they, in rounds 2 and 3, got some good players defensively. Maybe even a steal in that 3rd round with a guy who was ranked and potentially even a 1st round talent, early 2nd round talent by some people, but obviously had the marijuana issue in college and wound up dropping among I think some injury concerns as well. Later rounds, I mean, the draft is a crapshoot in general. It's a dart throw, but later rounds, it's that much more so for any team. So on paper, I think the Patriots had a good draft, not the best by any means. Like I tweeted out last night, like, yeah, I mean, on paper, I'm happy with the Patriots draft. And within about a second and a half, Kenny responded on Twitter saying, what did he write? It was something like, the Jets had a wildly superior draft to the Patriots, and that's not even, my bias or whatever, which is true. Like, the Jets had a great draft. The Jets, again, on paper, which is all we can say, because we're not going to know for a few years how any of these guys really pan out overall. It just takes that long to evaluate a draft class. The Jets had an awesome draft. Do you think that the Patriots, though, between the signings, the off-season additions, be it trade or otherwise, obviously, guys returning from opt-out like Dante Hightower, the draft, Cam Newton, year 2 in the system, and healthy and no COVID concerns, and training camp, and a preseason and mini camps, and actually getting to know some of his teammates, all the things that are involved. Do you think the Patriots are a playoff team?
I think that the AFC East is going to come down to the Patriots and the Bills. And I think it's going to be a lot closer this year than it was last year, like way closer. I think the Dolphins are ripe for some regression. I think the Dolphins ran real good on special teams and things like that last year. I like Jalen Waddell, but how much of an improvement does Jalen Waddell bring you with 2 at quarterback? I just don't know. I don't really see it. The Patriots are the one who addressed their lines. Potentially have even like an ace in the hole with Mac Jones if he's good from right off the bat. Way improved a wide receiver, even if you think they overpaid for guys. Who cares? They're improved. So, did the Bills get enough from their pass rush this year? Does Josh Allen not regress? That Patriots defense, I think it's going to be really good. So that's the big thing, right? I think the AFC East comes down to those 2 teams, and I'm not necessarily picking the Patriots, but I think it's going to be real close this year. I think those games are going to be closely played. That's how I see the AFC East. I don't think the Jets are going to make a jump. I don't really care that they had a good draft. The Jets always scream about, we had a good draft. Being dead honest, I think Zach Wilson is the potential, has the chance to be the best of that top 5.
Yeah.
He's got the biggest drip bust potential. I'm not saying he's terrible.
I agree.
He's going to be terrible. If I was picking one guy to bust, it would be Zach Wilson. And that goes back to, he didn't have strength of schedule in college. He played behind a great O-line. He was rarely under pressure. He likes to go off the cuff and try to create plays on his own, which can really get you in trouble. And he's a small dude.
And he barely played.
And he basically had one good season. He had one good season. He looks great. He looks like a creative player with a great arm. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sit here and say he's not talented as heck, but it's that's all I'll say. I don't want to say any more. He does have some tendencies of quarterbacks who've busted in the past. Let's just leave it at that.
DFS Queenie Jets will figure out a way to screw up a good draft. Probably.
Also, Kenny getting on the horn and just proclaiming that the Jets had a good draft just lends you to think that something is going to go terribly wrong here. So,
but for what it's worth, because it's really worth nothing. But for what it's worth, for all the people that put out their draft grades after the fact and try and, evaluate how teams did, and we're guilty of it too. Like, I feel like in my heart of hearts, the Patriots had a good draft based on how people describe some of these prospects and fit and whatever else. But again, we don't know. We're not going to know for years. It's a guessing game. It's all a guessing game for executives, everyone. It doesn't matter who you are. You Google around, you look at team draft grades, everybody gave the Jets like an AA+. Everybody was really high on what the Jets did in the draft.
If I'm being dead honest, it's usually a contrarian indicator, like people just giving out the same grade to every team. So again, I tend to look at teams, how have they addressed their team, their overall issues. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I like what the Pats did with the D-line and stuff like that, and really just stocking up on defense and obviously getting another chip at the quarterback position that can potentially turn to in the middle of the season. Because I don't think the Patriots' problems are going to be on defense right now. If they have to make a move at quarterback, they have potentially like a really viable solution now. So that's good. They didn't have that last year. They had Jared Stidham, who I admit at one time I thought had potential and really just has not looked the part.
Oh, they clearly don't trust him at all.
No. Who knows, though? Maybe Jared Stidham comes in and lights it up in preseason. I mean, at the very least, you got two young guys in the room now. So,
a couple Auburn guys and an Alabama guy, as everyone has been talking about. 2nd and goal from the 9. Lions trying to narrow the gap down by 14. Moose, Koff, Drew Stack, Joe hanging out with the DK Sim fam for the nooner, the first of a half dozen Madden simulations today. We apologize for anyone who was disappointed. There were only 4 yesterday, but we do hope you joined us and that you, of course, enjoyed the cornhole festivities that happened last night. 3rd and goal on the way from the 7. Jeffrey says Koff is the Ben Affleck Batman. I mean, I'd rather be Michael Keaton. Affleck was just, he wasn't a bad Batman. He was just, it was old, lonely, gruff, ticked off Batman, which maybe is even a little truer to the personality, but even still, I want a little humor. I want a little feel good in there. Ball's lofted. Did he get the feet in? Nope. Also, I don't want to skip over this. Adam says, doing dishes, listening to all this Pats talk. Just want to say I hope the Pats struggle for the next decade dealing with draft troubles. Lewis says, is BK here? Talked right through the break. So, all right. Got that out of my system. And we've danced around a little bit looking at some of the other picks as well. But how do you feel, just looking at the draft on the whole, if you want to, really hone in on day 1, day 2 players that you know better, that's fine. I mean, questions open to interpretation. Any landing spots for certain players that you really like or teams that you felt did really well to, like you said, address some needs?
I definitely like Jamar Chase going to
Lions, by the way, you were unable to convert on 4th and goal.
Yeah, obviously Patriots getting it back there. Lions just playing terrible here. I really like Jamar Chase to the Bengals. AJ Green leaving. I know AJ Green sucked last year, but he sucked up 100 targets. So Jamar Chase has the ability to just see 100 targets right off the bat. I think that's good. I think on the opposite end, you've got Jalen Waddell, who's going into a wide receiver room with Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, and Mike Gesicki. I don't like that at all for him. 2 completely different landing spots. Also, you've got a great deep ball passer in Burrow and a terrible one in Tua. So 2 guys on completely different ends of the spectrum. This Palmer guy from Canada, actually, going to the Chargers is going to be interesting as well. He's going to be playing behind Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, obviously. Williams only has 1 year left on his contract, though. Williams also gets injured a lot. I would really just take a good look at him. Good, very interesting, another Canadian prospect, potential fantasy sleeper. Really like that move. Going to a good place with Herbert, obviously. I think most people are going to point to Najee Harris going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's kind of an obvious place, but he's going to get a ton of carries right off the bat. No one else super sticking out to me right off the bat. It was kind of a slower draft for the later rounds for wide receivers, but they'll be interesting guys for sure that pop up in terms of just where they are in the depth chart in preseason. But right off the bat, I think Jamar Chase could be a stud. in his rookie year. Obviously opted out last year, but physically was dominating cornerbacks at like 19. I think he could step right in.
Another Justin Jefferson situation potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not like as polished as Jefferson, but more of just like I don't know if he'll get as many receptions as Jefferson, but could just be a real just like down the field guy. Like could be right up there in terms of yards per reception. Yeah, I guess Jefferson maybe is kind of a good comparison actually. Now that I think about it.
Denver says Kyle Trask gets to learn from the GOAT. They really had a Lamarca. I'm trying to think of how he phrased it last night. I thought it was a good way of putting it, but more or less said that Bucks were just drafting from a place of luxury, in general. Obviously getting all their starters back, both sides of the ball, all the coaches, all their free agents that they cared about. I mean, they didn't suffer a single loss from last year that was notable. Everybody else is back. Everybody's back. They're all just, a year older, obviously, at this point in time. So being able to theoretically draft that Tom Brady heir apparent, it probably won't happen because Brady will play forever. But, to bring in Kyle Trask, who a lot of people were talking about as part of that top 8, how do you like that fit as a guy coming into attempt to challenge Brady or at least learn under him?
I mean, I'm not sure Kyle Trask is going to be any good, but he does kind of fit the Bruce Arians prototype. Bigger guy who can chuck it downfield, which is what Arians likes to do. He's always drafted these big quarterbacks, going back to Logan Thomas. Obviously, he had a thing for Jameis Winston a little bit, coming back to Tampa, tried to get that turned around. Didn't work out, but yeah, it's probably a wasted pick, if we're being dead honest. I didn't have him as that interesting a prospect. I think the later round quarterback you should keep your eye on is Davis Mills. Mm-hmm. Houston drafted him. He looks really interesting. That's the one dude who wasn't a first rounder. I could see potentially actually doing something in the NFL. He went to a wide open spot too. So I don't have big things for Trask. Matt hit it on the head. There's luxury draft. Getting a rookie back there can sit. Probably has some arm talent, so he could come in and just do the vertical offense if something happened to Tom. Makes a little bit of sense from there, but I don't think he's going to be a guy you see in the NFL being making an impact at any time.
We're halfway through the fourth quarter, 21-7. Patriots still leading this one. Lions with the ball, just trying to at least get you some garbage points, do something meaningful here. So the Mills situation's interesting. I mean, obviously, if all were well in the world with Deshaun Watson, and I'm not even talking about off field. Obviously all the I want to be traded, I want to be gone, everything that has happened since that came first. He wanted out of Houston for football reasons before anything else. And clearly that team doesn't go and draft a quarterback if Watson's happy to be there, let alone drafting a Davis Mills in round 2. But they add Tyrod Taylor, they add Mills. You have so much uncertainty surrounding Deshaun Watson. People are starting to wonder whether the guy's even going to be in the league next year, on account of everything going on. It's a fascinating QB dynamic that Houston has to deal with, especially with a new GM and new coach.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tough year for the Texans for sure. So
about 3 minutes to go here in this one. What is the... I'm going to ask you, because we have a 1st and 10 from the 34. Obviously nothing too important since it's escaped my mind. I know what it was. The Aaron Rodgers thing. Speaking of quarterbacks that don't want to be there anymore. We're getting news by the day. Yeah. And, nothing really new today, I guess, so far, but it's early. But a whole bunch of stuff coming out throughout the day yesterday when he was at the Kentucky Derby. Yeah. How do you feel this thing plays out?
Lots of great stuff coming from the Kentucky Derby, with Rodgers and Brady there. I think Aaron Rodgers has hit a point where, he really can't come back. To save face, he's basically got to stick his foot in the ground. I think he knows that too. I think Aaron Rodgers is just is right now. He's poured the gasoline on the bridge and he's basically lit the match. I mean, I feel like Aaron Rodgers is done with the Green Bay Packers. He's basically asked them to fire the GM. Publicly has said, fire the GM. Like, that's mutiny. Like said. I said this yesterday, he's in a mutiny mode. So it's either him or like the management. It's crazy, but like I don't think he's coming back unless the pack actually fire the GM.
So I'll ask you what I asked Kenny, what I asked Lamarca. Is it do you believe that Aaron Rodgers would go nuclear? That he would hold out at 8:37 over playing for Green Bay again?
Yes, Aaron Rodgers is 100% that dude who would hold out. Not even close. I'm not saying that's necessarily 100% a lock to happen, but he is 100% that guy. Like, not even close. He doesn't like it, and he's not giving another year of service to the Packers. Just got to go through the history of events. He said this is exactly what happened. Everyone has speculated, okay, Aaron Rodgers was very hurt. The Packers drafted Jordan Love. It was clear the Packers' plan was to move on from Aaron Rodgers after one more year because then they could cut him for salary. Aaron Rodgers knew that was the plan. He came out and had the MVP season, and he said specifically, now they can't move me because I had the MVP season. I stuck it to them. Now they look like idiots if they get rid of me because I'm the MVP. And what team gets rid of their MVP? So he's stuck it to the management by having the MVP season. They can't move on from him because they will get absolutely lambasted. And they know it. That's why they've turned face and said, oh, well, we're building around Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers has said, no, you're not. You drafted Jordan Love without consulting me. You were planning to move on. I want out. He's absolutely put the Packers mad. He's been planning this for a year. Legitimately, the dude has had this in his mind for a year, and he's executed it. And it's like it's all coming to fruition. It's funny because we all did. Like, Aaron Rodgers was, and he didn't say anything initially, but the Packers management did this. They didn't consult them.
The only thing that would be better is if he had actually won the Super Bowl, and then
totally.
This.
I almost think he's glad he didn't win the Super Bowl because then the management doesn't get to take credit for it, right? So, but you're right. If he had won the Super Bowl, I don't even think he would have bandied around the bush. Like, he would have just said right after the Super Bowl, I'm gone. Like, I'm never playing for the Packers again. No, seriously, he would have.
What a podium that would have been.
I think literally he might have said it on the podium holding Lombardi trophy. Like, I'm never playing for the Packers again. So
bleep you, you're cool.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's so no, I think Aaron Rodgers will hold out. I think Aaron Rodgers, and this is something I picked up on yesterday, but someone tweeted this out. His agent is the same agent Carson Palmer had to get him out of Cincinnati when Carson Palmer retired and came back. So don't be shocked if Aaron Rodgers retires for like 6 months or whatever.
2nd and 10 from the 47 here, and Patriots just effectively trying to.
I think the Packers are going to have to do something drastic to keep him. Like, I'm talking like trade for Julio Jones. Trade for Julio Jones, fire your GM, and he'll come back. Like something like that. So it's a crazy situation. They're like flying out there to meet him. Like every day, someone goes different from the Green Bay Packers organization goes out to meet Aaron Rodgers. Like, it is absolutely nuts right now, the situation he's put them in. I find it hilarious. I love it.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. Let's get to 100 likes, by the way, folks. We're almost there. 90 seconds left here in the sim. I don't know. I mean, admittedly, I argued with Kenny about it. Kenny very much felt as you feel that, he's prepared to sit out. And I disagreed. I said that I'm not saying he's not that guy. He doesn't have that conviction. I mean, the guy doesn't talk to his own family for who knows what reason. So yeah, I mean, he's that guy. I'm not disputing that. I just think that if any ounce of him does care about football, and I will readily admit, and I've said it before, I don't believe winning is the most important thing to Aaron Rodgers. I really don't. I think if he had a little bit more of that Tom Brady, maniacal crazy in him, he would have won multiple championships by now. He doesn't. He's, his future's a beautiful mystery, as he always says. I think that, football is not number one. But I also, in the same breath, feel that he cares enough about football that I just don't see the guy sitting out at age 37. Now, if he can work a situation to where he's playing somewhere else next year, fine. You know, obviously that doesn't go to my point. But if he is still on the Packers roster, man, that's just, obviously I could be wrong, but that's really tough for me to envision someone. You're not in your 20s anymore. Somebody at 37 saying, nope, not this year, not till you get rid of me. I just don't see it.
So he has given his entire career to the Packers, 16 years, right?
Yeah.
I just feel like he's done trying to, like, you know, deal with the organization who refuses to consult him on things. I just, you can make an argument whether it's about winning or whatever, but I don't think that's what it's about. I think he's just done bending over backwards for the organization, and I don't think it's got anything to do with him not having a winning mentality or anything like that. I mean, the dude stuck it out with Mike McCarthy for 10 years, you know, every year grinding, never really saying anything in the media. So I think he's just reached a breaking point. And you can say, well, put Tom Brady in this situation, you know, with an organization who didn't have Bill Belichick and worse coaches. I think he probably would have done the same thing. I mean, tried to get himself to a better situation. So I don't really buy in that it's got anything to do with his winning mentality, but
yeah, no,
I don't know. He is a lot different from Brady. I'll give you that. 100% more cerebral. So
yeah, we'll find out. I mean, obviously we'll find out, and who knows how long it'll drag out, but it'll be interesting. All right, our award winners, my friend. Who you going with the Krusty Koff player of the game here?
Good God, this game was like, what are you doing, Detroit? Hopefully the next game's better. Let's go with Asi. 5 receptions, 2 touchdowns. He's got to get it for sure. Cam had a nice game too.
Yep.
The babysitter Billy. What did Stafford have? Like 5 points? Yeah, Matt Stafford, 7 points. It's just terrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, not for a quarterback.
Not good. Not what you're looking for there. Yeah, goose egg for Damiere Byrd too. He wasn't highly owned, but
that's pretty bad though. He usually catches a couple passes.
Yeah, agreed. So it looks like we've got Ross 635 is our projected winner, barring any stat adjustments here from Game Ops. But Aussie and the captain with 30+ points. Newton, Michelle, Harry, Hawkinson, and Amendola, all in double figures except for Sony, who went for 8.3, had a catch for 67 rushing yards. So there you have it.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, hit that like button. We're almost at 100. Hit it. So, you know, when Rossi comes back, he doesn't laugh at me. Moose, you only got 95 likes. You're terrible. But seriously, I'll see you guys.
Bad at your jobs. All right, here's what's coming up over the course of the rest of this stream day. Again, Moose, Rossi will be with you for the Madden Matinee in a little less than an hour. It's Jaguars Chiefs. Enjoy that. Plenty more draft and likely Aaron Rodgers talk on the way, as there should be. Rossi will stick around with Tom Carroll for Ravens and Colts. That will be the 4 o'clock early bird special. Happy hour sim at 6. More Rossi, more Tom. 3 in a row for Rossi. It's Texans and Niners for that one. 8 o'clock, I'll come back with Lamarca again. 2 of us for Panthers and Bucks. And then Lamarca hangs out and Tom Ace comes in for inevitably plenty of Aaron Rodgers talk, because it's a Packers Jets sim for Madden After Dark. So, you know, me, you, we're looking lazy today doing 2 sims with Rossi and Tom, each doing 3. Good for them. And, you know, just a whole lot more coming up for you over the course of this stream day. So we hope you enjoy it. We want to thank the Drew Stack, producer Drew, TD Drew, as well as Joe and Game Ops. And coming up here after we are done, as we remind you, the sweat comes your way 11 o'clock Eastern every single day, Monday through Friday, every single weekday. Geoff is frequently a guest on there, giving his expertise on the world of football and golf and hockey and so much more, at least faking his way through some other things, but really knowledgeable on those sports. You want to make sure that you enjoy that. We're going to give you a little recap of the first round involving not only Geoff, but Reed and Julian Edlow as well. That is coming your way in just a moment. Moose, pleasure, bud.
Have a good one, guys. See you in a bit.
Enjoy the sweat.
It's time for a round one NFL draft recap. Now, Julian would like us to point out that he's the only one that had Trey Lance going to the 49ers at number 3. So I'm just pointing that out to everyone. I know that he also pointed that out on Twitter. Having said that, were any of you really like surprised that this is how it played out? Like, Reed, were you surprised? No.
No, I think when you saw the draft board move, right? I mean, I was surprised back when I did my mock draft 45 years ago, Julian, and you waited to the last minute to do yours. So, of course, you're going to cherry pick that third pick. But when you saw the number move, right, as we got closer to draft time, then yeah, you're not surprised. You're not surprised at all. What you're thinking about now is like, okay, you gave away pretty much everything in your future. You mortgaged your future for this kid. You better work out, right? Like you gave a ton away for Trey Lance, a guy who's completely raw, has the biggest upside. I'm not surprised that Mac Jones fell all the way far that he did. But yeah, Trey Lance to this spot, I thought Justin Fields was the second best quarterback, but Lance is a better fit right now for Shanahan on that offense.
Geoff, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, congrats to Julian for winning a coin flip. It was either going to be Trey Lance or Mac Jones. Great job. But look, the Trey Lance, it doesn't shock me that they finally just decided to go all in on Trey Lance. I love it personally. I think that the Trey Lance is the player who has the most potential to be like the next great superstar in this league from this draft in terms of quarterback play. The next perhaps Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, whatever. The guy's just got an incredible amount of skill from all things considered too. He sounds like a very intelligent dude who's obviously just learned this position so quickly. So you know what? If it ends up being the next Mitch Trubisky kind of pick for the San Francisco 49ers, who cares? Is it probably going to hurt Kyle Shanahan's career? Yes. But I like it when teams go all in on this. They obviously identified who they thought had the best upside, and they went with it. And you know what? Kudos to them for keeping this under wraps. They were clearly throwing smoke screens all kind of month and stuff like that. I think they had their eyes on Trey Lance from the start, and they went out and got him. Good for them.
Okay, well, Jules, let's go to you now. Who's your biggest winner of the first round?
I don't even get to react to...
No, I mean, you can. I thought you were going to say yourself, but continue.
To Reed and Geoff congratulating me on winning a coin flip that only I won and you other 4 bozos lost.
I said congrats.
3. 4, including yourself. If you're including yourself,
me, Geoff. I don't think Reed did. What are we on to? What's the next question, Jesse?
I was asking you, who's your biggest winner of the first round?
Biggest winner. I actually think the Bears and Giants trade was a big win for both teams, which is rare considering the everything that we've given the Giants for some not so great moves over the years, everything that we've given the Bears for like the Trey Lance move that we're talking about. Like Geoff said, he likes that they're all in no matter what on Trey Lance. That's what the Bears did for Mitch Trubisky and took him over to Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, and that didn't work. And now they finally got they let it, Fields was never gonna slide to them at 20, but they let him slide far enough where they could make a reasonable deal to get him. And while it's an overpayment, giving a first to move up 9 spots, it's not if Justin Fields is really the guy. So I like what the Bears did a lot. They identified their guy. They got him at a fair price. And the Giants, on the other hand, who have made some poor moves in the past, very early in the draft, just take advantage of it. Tony maybe went a little bit higher than expected, but he's a good wide receiver. That's obviously the position they wanted. They were expecting Devontae Smith there. Eagles and Cowboys make a little move to jump up and get him. But they get a lot of future picks to move back and get the position that they were going to take anyway. So I really like the trade for both teams.
All right, Geoff, who's your biggest winner of the first round?
Yeah, it's the Bears. Look, I mean, sure, the Giants got some more draft capital, but I mean, again, we're talking about the difference between Justin Fields and Kadarius Toney. That's who the Bears would have had to take around pick 20. This was fine. This was a fine price. They played this perfectly. Like Julian said, they waited till the last second to move up. It only cost them 1 first. Look at what San Francisco had to pay to get a similar prospect at quarterback. We're not talking about some kind of raw talent here in Justin Fields. Justin Fields was possibly predicted by a lot of people to go second overall like 3 months ago. This is a very high-end quarterback. The Bears are now going to have a QB on a rookie deal again for the next 4 or 5 years. They're already in a bad place in salary cap. This is really going to help them. They've got pieces in place with Allen Robinson, the defense. They've got other young players like Darnell Mooney who's going to benefit from this. This was the perfect time for the Bears to do this. And guess what? They didn't pay that much. 1 first. If that's what it costs to get up and get a guy like Justin Fields, yes, I don't mind what the Giants did, but the big winners here are the Bears. Again, who cares if it doesn't work out? They went out and got their guy, and guess what? They actually paid a reasonable price for it.
All right, Reed, your biggest winner, who's it going to be?
Yeah, you guys forgetting about Andy Dalton, though, QB1 in Chicago, that he's Justin Fields. Of course, it's Justin Fields in Chicago. He had a good run. He had a good run. QB1, you got to change that tweet, though, or that post in IG. No, like I agree with the guys with the Bears, but how about the Chargers? Like they didn't have to move up at all to get arguably, right, in some circles, the best offensive lineman in Rashawn Slater. This guy's extremely versatile, and you need to protect Justin Herbert. They didn't have to do anything. I thought they might have had to move up, especially when we saw Penei Sewell kind of drift a little bit, but him going to Detroit and then Slater not going to Carolina and Julian's boy, J.C. Horn, going there. They saw that the Chargers saw that, hey, we can feasibly get this guy without moving and staying put, and that's what they did. So I like the Chargers.
All right, guys. How about the biggest loser here, Geoff? Who would you say is the biggest loser?
Yeah, it's definitely the Panthers. Just how this whole summer or this whole offseason has played out for the Panthers, let's just take a look at it. I mean, they spent draft capital to go out and get Sam Darnold, and then in the first round, they drafted a cornerback when Justin Fields and Mac Jones were both sitting there, and they could have had them for nothing to move up. So basically what you're saying is you would have rather given out a lot of money to Sam Darnold, given out draft capital to acquire him, rather than getting Justin Fields for free and getting him on a rookie deal, which is really going to help you against the salary cap. You could have spent that draft capital you spent on Sam Darnold to get a cornerback. There are cornerbacks like Kyle Fuller out there on the market for like nothing. So this was, to me, like this whole offseason for the Panthers it's been bad. It's just been ridiculous. I think they got a worse quarterback. They spent more to get him. Now they have to pay more against the salary cap. And they also had to burn one of their top draft picks on a cornerback now who wasn't even the consensus number 1 cornerback for a lot of people. So I absolutely hate the offseason for the Panthers. They had so much potential. I do like Matt Rule, but this has not played out well for them. I think they're really going to regret the moves they made this summer or this offseason.
Geoff, who do you think the biggest loser is?
That was me.
Am I Geoff now?
Reed.
It's okay, Jesse. I got you. It's Friday. We're all waiting for the weekend. Well, like I mentioned earlier before we came on this segment, I just leave the Las Vegas Raiders in the slot to make sure every year I have to keep on doing research because we know the Raiders, they make some questionable moves. And look, fine, this is all conjecture right now. He comes from a great school in Alabama because, like Julian says, they're good schools and good players, and we know that. But I don't like that move at all, especially because there are other guys, right, in terms of the offensive line that were a little bit higher graded, like Darashaw was still out there, and I think that would have been a nice fit for the Raiders, but I digress because I can spend an entire segment talking about the Raiders. I think it's the Jets. I think when you take a look, I don't mind them moving and trading up to get a lineman, but I'm not a fan of Wilson, and it kind of goes to what Geoff is saying is, if you're trading away Sam Darnold and then you're using your second pick overall to get Wilson, in your mind, you have to know that Wilson is going to be better than Darnold, right? Like that's what you're doing. And essentially what you could have done if you were the Jets and if you kept Sam Darnold is you could have got someone like Kyle Pitts. I know getting Kyle Pitts at number 2 overall seems like such a reach for a tight end, but giving weapons to Sam Darnold would have been a lot better. Like Sam Darnold he's only 23. Or whatever he is, 22, 23. I don't think that, he's still got a lot of run left, and we don't know his full potential. So the Jets right now, to me, are the team that, even though they picked the second quote-unquote best quarterback with this extreme elite arm talent, I just don't like it. So if it's not the Raiders, because I'm extremely critical of my team, it's the Jets for me.
Okay, Reed, how about you? I'm just kidding. Julian, go ahead.
Yeah, the Raiders are the easy answer. They took an O-lineman that, was a coin flip to be available to them at 48 when they pick next. And if he wasn't, you can just get a very similar prospect. So why not use your high-end pick to fill another area of need? But that's too easy. Like Reed said, we can use them every year. They took like a corner that was supposed to go in the 3rd round last year. It just happens every time. So for me, and I like Geoff's points about Carolina. Like, if it's not the Raiders, I'm gonna be honest. I just totally forgot who I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah, take a second. It's fine.
You just praise me.
Who lost? Oh, let's just go to the Packers, because like, their day was ridiculous with the Rodgers rumors and how it affected Super Bowl odds, win total odds coming off the board. Is pretty crazy. It makes you feel like there's something there to it. But at the same time, the Packers came out last night and said, we're not trading Aaron Rodgers. So if that's your mindset, you once again just took a cornerback, a defensive player in the 1st round, a guy that was projected to go mid to late 2nd round, all the way up at 30. Not that he's a bad pick. You know, he went to Georgia, SEC, great speed. But if there was finally a year to show Aaron Rodgers some good faith here, like, okay, look, we took you your wide receiver. We can fix this relationship. Why don't you stick around? And they don't do it. So it just looks to me like the Packers are a complete mess right now. And while you don't want to, maybe they just know, what it tells me is maybe they know he's completely gone, because if he's not,
that's what I was going to say.
Somebody that's going to make Rodgers want to stay. So the fact they didn't do that maybe shows us a little bit more that the Packers and Aaron Rodgers really are coming to an end.
Yep.
That's crazy. The Packers' future is in jeopardy. Reed, what surprised you the most about how that 1st round played out?
Oh, touche, Cofield. I like that.
I mean, I stole that from a meme I saw on the internet. But
it doesn't matter. It's yours because you said it. Everything works in the internet. It's the first. But the surprise, I think when you take a look at, nothing surprises me anymore, because we think we know what's going to happen, and Julian will say that he does, but he really doesn't. About who's going to go where.
I had the most accurate mock draft, so I knew more of what was going to happen than any of you.
True. Yeah. It's like, a blind squirrel finds a nut, that whole analogy. But
I think 7 nuts out of the top 10. But all right, keep going.
I think the Saints probably surprised me the most, because this is not so much of a narrative, more of a team. Like they had some early reports yesterday morning that's saying that they were going to make a huge move, right? Watch out for the Saints. They might make a huge move. And then they go out and they get a defensive end when they need help at wide receiver. They need help, in the interior defensive line. They need a lot of help at defensive back, I think, as well. And then they go take an edge rusher, right? Like that to me is something that really was surprising. I'm not a huge fan of it. The guy's got a lot of size, but I just wasn't a fan. So that surprised me with the Saints, because usually the Saints are pretty good with their draft picks, but this yesterday wasn't great.
All right. What do you think here, Jules? What surprised you the most?
Honestly, everybody had, if Mac Jones didn't go to the Niners, the Patriots will trade up to get him, or maybe he'll slide to 15. I'm shocked that the Patriots actually pulled the trigger, spent 1st round draft capital on the quarterback position. I know that Tom Brady just left, and it is a position of need, and Cam Newton wasn't great last year. But Bill Belichick is a stubborn guy, and he will find other ways to fill that position. You coach up players, you do it on defense, you find other ways to win. And Tom Brady, obviously, we all know, pick 199 in the 6th round. You can find your quarterback elsewhere. So the fact that I know the Patriots need a quarterback, but the fact that they didn't go with a guy, later tonight in the 3rd round, or even on Saturday, or find a way to bring in a guy, even if it's not Jimmy Garoppolo, that suits Belichick, is very surprising to me. They invested a 1st round pick. It's the first time Bill Belichick has ever done that in the quarterback position. So I know a lot of people thought this was it. And, the Alabama connection with Saban, Mac Jones makes sense. He doesn't run around. He's a Tom Brady type of prospect in terms of it being a pocket passer, but they actually did it. They picked a quarterback, and that shocked me.
All right, Geoff, what shocked you about the 1st round?
Yeah, it was a little bit shocking, definitely. I've always been expecting to see Jimmy Garoppolo eventually get traded to the 49ers this offseason, but it really doesn't look like that's going to happen. To me, the biggest shock of the 1st round was just that there wasn't more splashy trades. I mean, the trades we saw were pretty reasonable. I mean, the Bears moved up, but they only moved up like 8 spots or whatever. And again, it wasn't like a huge capital they gave up. The Eagles moved up and grabbed Devontae Smith, but it wasn't a big splashy trade. They just moved up a couple spots. It was very reasonable. It was smart moves, in my opinion. Generally, we see teams trying to like really overpay to get up into the top 10 or something of the draft. I thought we'd see a team do that, probably for Justin Fields or maybe for one of the wide receivers, and we didn't do that. So I think the biggest surprise for me was just the lack of like really kind of overpayment, because we just tend to see teams fall in love with players. Didn't really happen. It was still a very exciting draft and we had some good movement, but I guess the biggest surprise for me was just the well-managed draft capital from the GMs this year. Nobody really just like broke the bank.
Good afternoon, Dream Streamers. I am Jason Rossi, and with me today is the $1 Million Mind, the smartest man north of the border. And that might be discrediting just a border or two. I don't really know, but he's a genius, very, very smart man, and handsome to boot. Geoff Ulrich. How you doing, Geoff?
Everything you said is true. I mean, I'm not going to dispute any of it. I won't even try. So I'm doing great, man. Second sim of the day. Happy to hang out with you.
Back at you.
Rossi time in before I do nothing for the rest of my day, most likely. And yeah, happy to be back. Got hopefully a better sim than the first one.
Oh,
Matthew Stafford was terrible in the last sim. Lions are just a terrible sim team all around. So
listen, I blame myself because I thought me and you were working at noon, so I made a contest for that. Totally made a mistake.
Oh wow.
So it was like a lot of weird stuff going on with me this morning at, I don't know, ungodly hour I woke up. But more importantly, we're here together. We're here now. We are with the Kansas City Chiefs, who, you know, kind of can sometimes record-wise stink out the joint, but usually can perform. We'll see what they do today. They got the Jaguars, who are going to be completely new look as the, you know, finally Trevor Lawrence, maybe the most talked about pick in ever, because he was the most hyped guy, and it's like, oh yeah, there he is. All right, where's all the real stories? Where's the juice? Right. Which I think is kind of being still under the radar for what this impact could be with this Jaguars team. But what does your lineup for the Jaguars Chiefs look like?
So I put Tyreek Hill in the captain spot. I actually faded Patrick Mahomes. I got Chark and Minshew in there as well. I got Kelsey in there, and I got Demarcus Robinson. So we'll see how this turns out. But yeah, put Tyreek in the captain spot. Went with the cheaper QB. I don't really know what I was thinking. I just decided to be creative today, Jason. Just a creative Sunday lineup.
Creative man. Listen, when you have it in you, you got to let it out.
Right.
I went with Kelsey in the captain. Mahomes, I did roster, even though I'm starting to second guess it just for the price, but whatever. Tyreek Hill, Robinson for the Chiefs, and then I went DD Westbrook in the Lambeau for the Jags.
Nice. Did I get a kicker in mine? No. I didn't have enough money left over for a kicker, so I had to go Chiefs defense.
It happens.
It does.
Well, listen, yesterday, it was, I think at this time, it was when me and Freeze Pops, the Atlanta defense played the greatest single defensive game of all time. So you never know.
Really?
Yeah, they were unbelievable yesterday. There was 1,000 points scored in that game. It was actually a wild one. We're hoping to see a little bit more of that here. So thank you all for being here, joining along the party. Smash that thumbs up over in the YouTube section. We see you over there in our wonderful Twitch fam as well. Freak, there is a great energy already, man. It took 1 second of live camera. Our technical director, Andrew, said, go, and the energy just flows, baby. Moose and Rossi with you as Mahomes opening pass. There's a strike to your captain. Tyreek Hill down to the 48.
Yeah. Nice little start there for Tyreek. Should be a guy you should be targeting early and often in your fantasy drafts next year.
Yeah, it's so funny watching the NFL draft now, how many people are just, if there's a fast receiver, automatically compared to Tyreek Hill.
Oh, I know.
I saw 6 guys, and I was watching a lot. I think the Saturday draft now is my new favorite day.
The Saturday draft, yeah.
Because nobody is paying attention. Mahomes goes deep, second pass of the game, tipped up. Good defense there. Trigger saying Minshew for Senate. Well, probably going to be the only place he can maybe do something next year. Just saying. With all due respect. Trigger also says, glash that like button so Rossi don't eat more salsa. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. We're covered. But the Saturday draft now, how much, I don't know what your life was yesterday. I'm sure you're busy doing all sorts of Canadian things and trying to scare up all the geese gooses.
Yep.
Did you sit down and watch any of yesterday's draft? How did you take in rounds 4 through 7?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say there is a pond right by my house where there's multiple families of Canadian geese. I'm talking there's 8 couples of geese just making nests. So we're getting into prime goose territory season around here. You really got to watch yourself. I've bought some pepper spray to go out of the house as well. It's dangerous. I live in the goose season, basically, but there is actually a lot of Canadian geese around where I live. But obviously, I'm joking about pepper spray. But as far as the draft goes, I didn't actually watch much of it. I just obviously watched all the updates to see where guys went. I didn't watch the actual coverage because, Jason, we got kids, so I had to spend some bad.
Listen, nobody, let's be honest, was it crazy? I'm sure days 1, 2, we'll talk as we go along here with draft and all that. It's the most relevant story in the world of football until where we get this, my favorite also, second favorite day is when they're going to release the schedule coming up.
Oh yeah, schedule day. And everybody goes, oh, well, yeah, this is a win. And they get the big fancy board out. This is a win. This is a win. This is a win. And it's like they got the Jets going like 15-1.
Yeah.
I'll give them a loss here. They'll probably lose to like the Chiefs, but
it's too much.
Give like 4 teams in the division like 14-2 records.
The big 3rd and 13 connection there. Mahomes getting it to Sammy Watkins, the newest Raven, who they decided to get more receivers. Since people didn't want to go to them, the only way you get a receiver now is you force them in. But yeah, yesterday, the reason I found it to be so funny is that like your A team is gone. So like most of the coverage, if you were watching ESPN, you had like Mike Greenberg and company. You have actually I'll give NFL Network, but they went to their like B team for the most part. Like I didn't see much Rich Eisen yesterday and those guys. But the funny thing was, and I don't mean that disrespectfully either way, good to be on television, whoever you are. But it was really funny, like them reaching on so it's a 5th round tight end. And they're like, this guy reminds me a lot of Antonio Gates. This guy, it's like, oh boy. Like, and I get you have to get people somewhat excited, but like, we're probably never going to hear from this guy. And hopefully he does make it. Hopefully he is that Antonio Gates, but it also just makes me laugh because it's like,
I know.
I know it's hard, guys, but like, if he's a 5th round guy, how much can he really remind you of maybe one of the greatest tight ends to play?
It's just amazing. I mean, I know there's like 10, Tom Brady's and like Antonio Gates in the 6th round pick this year. It's amazing, but
yeah, it's just
hard. Is that gonna be a touchdown? You got it down. He did.
Is that? Sammy!
Sammy slamming Sammy Watkins, man.
Again, this always happens to me. This is where I just get frustrated, right? You get Kelsey, you got Hill, I go with Robinson, and it's Sammy Watkins scoring the first touchdown. It's obviously plenty of game, but still.
Seems to happen with me every time I do the Chiefs as well. I fade Sammy Watkins. He's amazing. I put him in the captain spot. He catches like 1 pass. So, well.
So that's going to be your opening drive score there. Patrick Mahomes, look at that little tiptoe at the back of the end zone. Sammy Watkins, who, talk about a draft day story. What was that? He's got to be going on his 6th year, I would say, in the NFL. When he was a big, the Bills basically mortgaged their future to take Sammy Watkins. And all, we talk about busts, and people want to obviously go with the big obvious names, Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf. People still saying Sam Darnold. I was reading an article. I know it's whatever, but like, I don't think you're a bust yet. I think it's still too early. But like Sammy Watkins, for all intentions, like that was a draft bust for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, absolutely it was, dude. Didn't they move up to get him?
Yes, they traded I think it was like 2 years worth of like big picks. I think it was a future first. I think it was Atlanta. I'm gonna look it up.
It's a terrible one. Buffalo did that a couple times. They moved up to get EJ Manuel too. EJ Manuel.
That's right, in the 2nd round of that draft.
Yeah.
So Watkins
went 4th overall, didn't he, Sammy Watkins? I think he did.
Yes, 4th pick overall, 2014 draft. He was obviously Clemson, so he was Bills 2014. Cleveland traded this selection to Buffalo in exchange for the Buffalo's 2014 first-round selection, which was 9th, so he moved up 5 picks. Later, Cleveland, and then what else? Their 1st and 4th round pick in 2015. So you would think, this is kind of embarrassing. The Browns made a great trade there, right? They're getting a future first.
Right.
Do you remember the name Cameron Irving?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. He was the first round pick that they traded for. Again, the Browns are just such a poor organization. They just can't get it right.
Didn't they end up like Brandon Whedon from that trade as well?
No, I think
he was like 29 when they drafted him.
He sure was. Which, we make a joke about that. That should have made him a better player in some ways, right? Like, you think, but. And no, that trade did not work out.
No. It was a good trade by the Browns, but it did not work out for either team.
Oh, man, just wild.
You don't trade up. This is why you don't trade up to get a wide receiver in the draft, like ever. So
Well, we'll see. Technically the Eagles did that this year.
Yeah. Obviously on a different scale.
Yeah, and I was gonna say it's a one position move up, so it's not like crazy.
More just to block another team getting them. So
the Giants want him. And that was so peculiar as we have this Jacksonville going to have a 3rd and 3 here. Like seeing the Cowboys trade with the Eagles to block the Giants.
Well, and here's another question: why are the Giants focusing on wide receiver? Like, what are they doing? I mean, just signed Golladay. They got Sterling Shepard. They have Evan Ingram. They got Saquon back, so like, what are you telling me? You need a 4th wide receiver? Like that's the weakness of your team. Kadarius Toney at 20 is really gonna is the propellant here.
He's compared to, right? He's compared to, right? Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
To be honest, I like that pick personally because I like the player, but I think he's more of a Percy Harvin dash guy. But like first round, it's hard with some of these guys. And
the other problem with Toney is, if you wanted to take him, you probably could have taken him in like the early second. So trade back again, or do something. I don't know, but
I agree with you for the most part. But I feel like didn't it feel like receivers were just going super early and often in this draft? Like,
yes, yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, how many? I thought the story was supposed to be quarterbacks in this draft. All of a sudden, it turns into the wide receiver show.
Yeah. I mean, there was 3 big wide receivers, so that usually there's like one or two, but like there was 3 who were really high up this year. Obviously going to the top 15, so definitely a little bit different.
Yeah.
Love the landing spot for Devontae Smith. Love the landing spot for Jamar Chase. Hate the landing spot for Eric Waddell for fantasy purposes next year. Waddell could be fine in a couple of years, but all 3 of them are super talented for sure.
Yeah. Moose, I know we're probably going to recap stuff you've said on here, and I don't want to really get too much into it. We can obviously take fresher perspectives, whatever, as we have a 1st and 10. Here's the give underneath. That's Thompson. There's Thompson, his brother. They somehow have different last names. It's weird. On the rush there. 2 minutes left to go. If you're just joining us, smash that like. It is a 7-0 lead for the Kansas City Chiefs. It was Sammy Watkins, the official. He was a bust, at least in the Buffalo purposes, in the NFL draft. Jalen. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say the reason I wanted to talk to you, pick your brain on one thing, because I know you're a Hurts fan, and I know you're kind of feeling the Eagles a little bit, right? As we were talking before. So getting Devontae Smith in there, this seems like has all the right makings, right? Like if they can keep Zach Ertz, which I wonder, that's kind of all quieted down, by the way. I feel like that trade. And if they weren't going to do it with like Teddy Bridgewater going for a 6th-round pick, Zach Ertz could have easily probably been a 5th or like a 5th and a future 7th type of trade. So I don't know. That made me kind of go, made me think. And I actually thought of you when it happened. I was like, I wonder if you're onto something with this Eagles organization, like making this move to Hurts, get him a guy he's familiar with. I know it's been years since they played together, but I found that to be like, okay, they're definitely trying. Like they didn't address the quarterback.
Yep.
So it looks like they are a believer. 2nd-round pick last year.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think they kind of I think they just like Jalen Hurts. Like Jalen Hurts he's a good leader, man. I mean, look at his college record. Maybe doesn't have the biggest arm or the fanciest arm, but obviously understands the position very well. The dude came in and beat the Saints in his first game at quarterback. Coming in mid-season, that's not something that happens with rookie quarterbacks very often. He knows how to play the position. If he can strengthen the arm a little bit, just become just a slightly better passer, I think there's a lot of potential there. I think the Eagles realize that. There's some talk they were going to go Fields there, but obviously went with Smith. Smith's the guy who can get really just good at getting open. Regardless of what you think, not big enough, he can get open. And with a guy like Jalen Hurts, that is going to be huge. So I love the connection. I really like the pick. Let's not forget, they still got Jalen Reagor there. So I think Smith, there's a touchdown for.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that Armstead coming in, is that a caw?
That's definitely a caw.
It is. Caw. I'm a vulture. Caw. Get it early, baby. Get the vultures out. They're swirling here in Kansas City.
If you need a good sleep, make sure you get you some Ryquill Armstead. So, God, yeah, forget He had a tough year last year. He got COVID and couldn't play, man. He had like legit concerns with COVID. We'll forget that at the start of the year, but
and I know there was an update on him. I believe things are back on track. Don't quote me on that. I haven't looked it up, but wow, that was scary because like obviously we're all living in everything's feeling to get a little better. It's that spring into summer either way. Hopefully you're getting the vaccines, doing what you got to do. But man, that was scary. I remember reading that because he's young, he's an athlete. You're thinking, oh man, like what's going on here? And he was really the one that stood out. Like obviously many players in the league and other leagues had contracted, but not like taken out, but like not being able to play the sport at all.
Yep. Yeah, so, it was crazy. Absolutely.
I wish him well. Hopefully he's back in the field next year, and that could be crowded backfield now.
Yeah, it is going to be crowded. Jags going a little off kilter and going with Etienne. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, if the Jags were in a different situation, they already had like some really good pieces. I guess you could make the argument, adding an extra offensive weapon for the rookie QB and stuff like that. But, oof.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess Urban Meyer probably wants to run the ball a bit. I don't know if he's going to have the defense or the line to do that, but I guess we're going to find out because,
it's weird also.
Robinson and Etienne now, they're obviously going to be handing an awful lot.
Think about it, though. It is strange because James Robinson, that team lost, 15 in a row? They lost a lot of games by double digits. And James Robinson still was third in rushing in the NFL. Like, they just didn't care at one point. They're like, we're just going to – well, they probably just wanted games to end. They're just like, we're not winning. We want to lose. We got Trevor Lawrence on the mind. But I don't like the pick for any reason, but I feel like – and I think I said this yesterday with Freeze Pops. Like, I think this really is like, hey, Trevor, who are you comfortable with? We need to make you as comfortable as possible coming into this thing. Mm-hmm. I just think that doesn't always translate, right? Like, we've seen it, like we're seeing it a lot in the NFL. There's a lot of old college teammates teaming back up, especially first round, like Trevor Lawrence, Etienne. You have, you mentioned
Chase,
and Devontae Smith. You have Chase and Joe Burrow, which is wild because Chase was out last year. So the last time he played was with Joe Burrow.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So
and Waddle and Tua, that's another that played together. So and I'm like, that doesn't. I don't know if like they're probably out there, and I'm sure DK Simfam they'll holler at us, but man, you don't see that a ton. Like I feel like, and it's not always successful. It's not like they were great in college, they're great in the pros together.
It's funny because right at the end of the last sim, someone brought this up, but like Joe Burrow, second-year QB, obviously gets what he wanted. He obviously wanted Jamar Chase and Cincy. He gets what he wanted. Aaron Rodgers, 17th-year QB, can't even get his team to take a wide receiver in the second round. Like.
Yeah, it's
dude. And people wonder why this is happening again, man. Like, anyways, that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, you're seeing it more, and I think teams are starting to play more towards their QB, which I honestly think is kind of smart. Like, he's the face of your franchise. This player's the face of your franchise. Commit to them. There's a nice play.
There's vintage Mahomes.
And Kansas City, another great example. Everybody knew Mahomes got absolutely blown up last year in the Super Bowl. What did they do? They basically rebuilt their entire offensive line. Their whole offseason was making Patrick Mahomes more comfortable for next year. So can't say the same about Green Bay.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, I couldn't agree more. Like, I'm so impressed actually by Kansas City. Like, I feel like all of the draft grades I'm seeing, no one's talking about, but I get like, they're not the sexiest picks. And maybe they could have addressed a few other little things in their linebacking, whatever. But like, I just like, you saw I don't mean this, we could play what if all day, but like both starting tackles not available in the Super Bowl, Mahomes wasn't able to execute it on. Like, it always goes to show, like, that's why to me, not that we have to go down this route, we can talk about Rodgers in a second. That's another big first down here by Kansas City. When people say the quarterback is the single most important part of like a successful football team, I'm not down with that. Because you saw it in the Super Bowl. Like, you had the greatest quarterback, I believe, Tom Brady maybe of all time, but I think still right now, if you're starting a franchise, is there anybody but Patrick Mahomes that you're taking?
No, I don't think so. No.
I don't think, like, I'm with you. Like, and if anybody wants to make an argument, you can. There's a strike from Patrick Mahomes. There he is, Tyreek Hill.
There he is.
Captain spot into the end zone. What a just bullet again. I'm telling you, it looks like a man possessed today is Patrick Mahomes. He's got the offensive line in this game. Tyreek Hill again coming in with the ownership of 74%. Patrick Mahomes at 83, so 2 highest owned in the game, connecting. I look at that and I say, okay, without those 2 tackles, I know the defense still has to be good to get there, but man, it just showed me like there is so much more to this game than just that he's the most important. This is the most important. I'm not going to my grave on this one, but I still think you need the offensive line and defensive line are the 2 most important parts of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's weird because like I don't disagree that quarterback is still the most important position, but you're right. Like right after that, it goes defensive and offensive line. Like you've got to have those lines that can stop get your team, get the other team's offense off the field and protect your quarterback, protect your most important player. So I don't know. You still got to go with Mahomes because again, we saw Kansas City's O-line get beat up and Mahomes still dragged them into like an almost perfect record. So quarterback to me is still the most important position, but like you got to have the lines really to support them. Most quarterbacks aren't going to be able to survive without good lines on both sides of the ball. Yeah,
agree with you. Sean Williams jumping in says, "Yo, Moose, change up your outfit a bit, bruh." And Rossi looking like his feet swinging in the air. Y'all my guys, though.
This is just my Sunday morning sweatshirt, man. I mean, my hoodie. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm small.
I don't know. 4 hats. I try and wear them differently. I don't know. I'll get some new hats for you. We appreciate the shout out though. Hit that like button, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out on Sunday.
Yep.
Get some little sim action in, paid contest, the free contest, whatever you plan. We appreciate you guys hanging out.
Go high stakes in the next one. That was like $2,500. Let's get in there. You never know.
Yeah.
Dwanasty is I like to call him. He says Andy Reid taking care of his boys. It's true.
It's just smart. Like,
it is. Like at this point, do you really need to replace okay, so they lose like a Sammy Watkins. Not that that's not going to have impact in any way, but like you took a McCole Hardman last year. Like they didn't fall into like we need another receiver trap.
Exactly.
Or they know the window right now is probably. I know the window should be very big because you have one of the best quarterbacks in the game, but I still think you need to be smart with this. Like you can probably replace a receiver, even potentially of like a Tyreek Hill style before you can, with an offensive line. If he's running around like that, even if most defenses aren't as good as the Bucs, let's say that's only 17 games, say that's 6 games like that, injuries can be a factor there. You need to keep the quarterbacks upright.
That's the biggest concern with the Chiefs is just making sure Mahomes doesn't get injured, man. He had off-season surgery this year. You don't want something chronic. Like, look at what happened to Cam Newton, right?
Yeah.
Obviously had some arm issues. Had kept basically take a year off, whatever, bad stuff. So just do not want that happening.
No. And, but to go what you were going back to, as we go around this one, we talked about Aaron Rodgers and that whole situation. And it is funny because, I've been on here from time and time again when Deshaun Watson talked about it, you heard Russell Wilson, but I still think it's like, listen, it is what it is, but I think I give more to Aaron Rodgers than both of those guys for one specific reason. The last 2 years, this team has been in the NFC title game, right? And if they, and they're a player or two offensively away from winning, it's like, and you still don't address that. That's crazy. Well, listen, Russell Wilson, if this conversation, I think it's just it's a the snowball effect, the avalanche. Like it's been years of him being like, we're right there. This needs to be better. Or, now you're talking about wanting to run the ball more. Like I think he just wants the national recognition more, which I think people like us, media, love him and think he's one of the best quarterbacks, but like he's getting no MVP votes. And I think in the world we live in and, how you go down as an all-timer, like you need something there. You need at least to be like second place once.
Yep. Yeah. You need, the way to go down as all-time QB is get at least one Super Bowl win. Russ has that, but you need some generally you need like an MVP season.
Do you think we're at the point where you need more than one? I think Brady has set this record so high. Like people talk about Brett Favre. Favre only has that one ring.
Yep. So
and that's what I'm saying. And don't you feel like as time goes on, like Favre is nowhere near the conversation as one of the best quarterbacks of all time?
No.
He's 90s, yes, but like I feel like, you know, right as Peyton and Brady were hitting their height, it was like, oh, you know, they're better than Favre now, and it's like, oh, wow, like, wait a minute, and now I feel like he's way out of the conversation.
Yeah, no, he doesn't even get brought up. Brett Favre was absolutely electric to watch. Let's not forget that he was, as far as watchability, he was maybe one of the most exciting, like top 3 quarterbacks of all time. I'd throw Aaron Rodgers there too, but in terms of records, yards, Super Bowls, everything, yeah, you can't really put him in the same conversation as Manning and Brady. Absolutely not.
No, but he has what? 3? Does he have 3 MVPs to his name or just 2? I know he won.
That's what I was going to ask you. I'm not sure how many MVPs Favre has. I think he's got a couple at least.
Go to the Google.
But again, that does help. If you've got 1 Super Bowl and you make it up with like a couple MVPs, that's fine. But to your point, you know, Russ just having 1 Super Bowl now doesn't seem like it's cutting it with like Brady having a bunch, right? So, you know, if you're not going to have the MVP, you kind of need multiple Super Bowls. So I don't know.
So he was a 3-time MVP all 3 years in a row. He was like Michael Jordan in the 90s of football. He
really dominated there for a stretch, didn't he?
So look, this is his resume, and think about it, this is a guy, again, we're not really having in that discussion anymore, like one of the all-time greats. Super Bowl champ, which hurts me as a New England fan, but it happened. Three-time MVP, a nice run there. NFL Offensive Player of the Year, whatever. That 3-time first-team All-Pro, which that's kind of weird. I'm surprised he didn't get one more of those, but obviously all those. 3-time second team, 11-time Pro Bowler, which I don't really, whatever. 4-time NFL passing touchdown leader. That's huge. 2-time NFL passing leader. And then there's a bunch of he's the NFL completion percentage leader and a bunch of little accolades. But right there, that resume is insane. Obviously, he's a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, probably the best quarterback of the 90s. And again, now we're less, 2 decades later, and or 3 now, we're barely even talking about him. Like, he's not even, so that's where I feel like the Aaron Rodgers, the Russell Wilsons, the, if Peyton Manning didn't win that other one in Denver, he'd still be probably a better, overall quarterback in lore than Favre, but he'd have one. Like, Drew Brees has 1 Super Bowl to his name. Is he really thought of right now? I know he's one of the greats. Like, I feel like he surpassed Favre, but I don't know if he should have.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever an MVP.
No. Favre definitely doesn't get talked about enough. But I think people also like to talk down on Favre because some of his other stats, isn't he like the career leader in interceptions and stuff? People always bring that up.
But that's also I think that comes with the territory for the amount of time he played and the,
Yeah.
Like Phillip Rivers is up there. He has a lot, his quarterback, his touchdown to interception ratio.
Yep.
I feel like interceptions aren't people. Didn't it also feel like that's not a thing people care about as much anymore?
Yeah, totally. I mean, we'll just look at Tom Brady last year. Nobody seems to bring up the fact he threw a bunch. Yeah. So I don't know. Favre also hasn't done himself well in the court of public opinion, which I think is probably another reason why people don't talk about Brett Favre that much. We won't get into that, but the dude's had some questionable decisions off the field. So I think that leads a lot to why Brett Favre just tends to kind of be like, oh yeah, Brett Favre.
Yeah. There's a touchdown there, by the way. That is going to DJ Chark.
That is Chark. Sorry.
It comes some comments here, bringing up a little conversation in this. Trigga says, Brett passed Marino for TDs. Both guys played before the league changed to the no fun league. I'm not going to, no fun. I think we're having a lot of fun watching on Sundays. I get the point, though. This is before quarterbacks were just almost able to get away. If their helmet is tapped, it was a penalty.
Yeah.
But these guys took licks. And the thing I think about Favre brought up, I never was a fan of him playing because I think it was probably that 96 Super Bowl, let's be honest. But he really was the way you watch a Mahomes today, it's so fun to watch for different reasons. He was a wild card every time he took a snap.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of odd footing, never he was always kind of just spastic. Him and Steve Young, I always liked watching their games, and I respect watching old games of them now because it doesn't look as clean and perfect as a lot of the good quarterbacks are today. Tom Brady is take a snap, under 3 seconds, the ball's out.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning was kind of in that same thing, like throwing the ball way before Marvin Harrison or Reggie Wayne. It even made their moves. It's such a calculated, well-polished offense. That was not the game with those guys. Like Brett Favre, I feel like never knew exactly where he was going with the ball, and that's what made it exciting.
Absolutely. He was always trying to create something, do something crazy. He had obviously the arm talent to do it all. Mm-hmm. And he tried to do it all. And that's kind of, and you bring up the whoever brought it up, the different eras. It's a legit reason. I think people kind of shouldn't dismiss Favre in terms of the best QB comparison. He was so dominant in this different era. So very much like Marino, but with a Super Bowl, you could say. So that's why I always stand for Dan Marino too. Dan Marino, God damn, if you just want to get entertained for 10 minutes, go watch Dan Marino highlights. The release on that guy is just it's mind blowing. He is so fun to watch. My 3 funnest quarterbacks to watch: Rodgers, Favre, Marino. I'll just throw that out there right there. But yeah, Favre. The drawback with Favre is, as good as he could be, as fun as he was to watch, his style didn't necessarily lead to winning, like say a Tom Brady or like a Peyton Manning did as much. Those guys were better at managing the game. Favre was always, let's see what happens. Let's roll the dice, and a lot of times that just didn't translate to good end of the game scenarios. He blew some games for the Packers, quite frankly.
He did. And what's his most famous play to end his career? I know it wasn't really the end, but that Vikings interceptions. We had Kelsey down the middle of the field. My captain finally getting involved almost at the half here. But yeah, I think one thing I want to see from the chat. We can get to this because that was a really good point. You just brought up your top 3 favorite quarterbacks to watch, right, or most fun. Throw it in the chat, guys. Over on Twitch. Who are your It could be today.
Mike Vick is definitely. Maybe I should even throw Mike Vick. I might even
take. That's what I was going to say. He's my number one for that stretch of time. And I was an Atlanta fan for a little while, oddly enough. Starter jackets. But he was electrifying to watch. But I also didn't respect Favre at the time, and I made a complete mistake because he's on. I'm telling you, they have those NFL throwbacks on YouTube. I don't know if you guys ever heard of YouTube. I don't know if you've been on there. But it is wild. So yeah, throw in who you guys are. Who are some of the players Randall Cunningham's of the world I never really watched enough.
It's a good
for
one.
Me. I obviously being a homer here, I'm just letting you know, but Bledsoe to me was because he also kind of had that kind of spasticness to him, but had a cannon of an arm.
Yeah, cannon.
He literally looked like electric football. He didn't move much, but his arm just chucked it.
Yeah.
Ricky Mahomes to the end zone. Number 2 for your captain.
Freak.
It reeks of Hill. I'll work on that one. But
we'll figure that one out at halftime. But second touchdown for Tyreek Hill. He goes his 4th catch.
He's having a day here. It's only the first half. 15 ticks left to go. Second touchdown for Tyreek Hill. Again, those are the 2 highest owned connecting again. Drew, our producer. By the way, we got the Drew stack today. I haven't even mentioned it. A lot of respect to these 2. We got the Drew stack, Drew, our producer, Andrew, our technical director. Joe is in ops. He's having a busy half so far. Already 5 touchdowns. Don't hear any complaints on that.
Yeah, no kidding. We got Chark Conley for the Jags. I think that's right, isn't it?
Armstead and Chark. Armstead had the vulture call.
That's right. That's where I was lost here. Sorry, folks. Raquel Armstead with the vulture, and then DJ Chark. Gardner Minshew only has 1 touchdown. I wondered why Gardner only had 9 points. I'm what did I miss here? That's what I missed. Armstead vulture, Chark touchdown, and we had Tyreek with 2 and Sammy Watkins with 1. So Mahomes has some touchdowns.
Getting a couple people dropping him in. Drew letting us know. Delfish, my guy Delfish saying Elway. Good call.
Elway was good. I was never a big Elway fan.
Same.
I'm still not, because I think he's just very egotistical and he's a terrible QB evaluator. But he was definitely a good quarterback. There's no doubt about it. He's a little mobile, big. Elway would fit well in today's game. He would be coveted.
Especially young Elway. That
exactly.
I think him and Steve Young would be.
Him and Steve Young, could absolutely exist today. Yeah.
Of all the names we mentioned, even a Mike Vick, with all due respect, I still think he would take hits at certain times and all that, but those 2 guys would be amazing to see. Another one, McNabb for Tyrone. It's a good one. What about Troy Aikman? Says King Matt. What about him? Did you like him? Did you not? Are you saying, maybe he's saying, what about Troy Aikman for like the greatest of all time? I feel like Troy is nowhere near there. And Troy Aikman was, I know he's a Hall of Famer, but I feel like, and maybe this is discrediting him, total product of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that's totally giving him, like, I feel like him and Drew Brees are on the same level. And I know Brees has all these passing records and played longer, but I feel like they're similar quarterbacks, like not outstandingly, like ridiculously talented and all this stuff, but like very good, and their product around them was like so well made for them. But
Brees, I would probably give the edge to Brees in terms of just who's the better quarterback, but both guys are perfect examples of QBs who are very good, elevated to excellent because their teams had crazy good offensive lines, crazy good defensive lines, especially the Cowboys in terms of the offensive line. But look, the Saints with Drew Brees, they had a little dip, but for the most part, they've had great defensive lines and some really good offensive lines too. So it just shows you build your team, you get an above average quarterback, you can do like anything in this league. Like that team elevates your quarterback. So those are perfect examples of probably the two best examples of quarterbacks, in my opinion, who are good quarterbacks, absolutely, but they got super elevated by their team's like dominance.
yeah, we're here at the half again, 21-14. I'm going to try to rip through some of these comments from people, try not to miss anybody. If we do, you can.
We're paying attention.
Rowdy Dorito says Culpepper, Vic Young.
Culpepper at him.
That's he did. He
Culpepper could throw like 90 yards. That guy was insane with Randy Moss. The Vikings offense was just like, okay, just do like a 12-step drop for Culpepper, and Chris Carter or Moss will be down there somewhere. So
12-step drop, yeah, just run back and just chuck it. It's like a schoolyard.
That was legitimately their offense, though, and it worked. It was so that's a good call. Culpepper's a good call.
Yeah,
I like that.
Trigger saying Vic, Favre, Big Ben, then says fight me. Well, I'm not really a fighting guy, but no need. But hey, listen, we see a little thing there. Favre, Big Ben, you got something there because he. Like, maybe not in the last few years, but in the 2000s, a younger Ben just trucking like corners over, running around.
It's possible to take down in the pocket.
Just bouncing off. Like, he was fun to. I will give you that. And again, not a Steelers fan. I'm more of a Steelers hater.
Vintage Ben Roethlisberger was like, okay, they got Ben. Oh no, he shook off that guy. Oh, ran for 3 yards. Oh, trucked someone, and all of a sudden it's like an 8-yard gain or something. You're like, what just happened?
Yeah, seriously. And saw that a lot. They played the Patriots a ton, so didn't go out of my way to watch a lot of Steelers games unless they were playing the Patriots, but did see it. Yeah. Favre, Mahomes, says Lindenbaum. We agree with you there. We talked a lot about that. Mahomes really is like, again, I'm more infatuated with him that first year than I have been because I'm sorry, I'm down with the wacky plays. I like when he like throws with his left hand. I'd rather see that stuff. I want the different. I need something different. Let's see who else throwing some stuff out here. Steve Young and Randall Cunningham for show, says Robbie.
Doug Flutie, someone dropped on Twitch.
Flutie, Young, Montana, Jim Kelly. Yeah, son. I give you Flutie, actually. When he started for the Bills, that's really when I watched him. Yeah, just wild. Like, again, one of those guys I like the unpredictable. Like, that's why I'm excited about some of these younger guys, even that are already in the league, that aren't just like, no offense, and I don't mean this to sound as a shot. This is only entertainment purposes. But like Ryan Tannehill does nothing for me. He might be the most bland, not that the games aren't fun, but like I'm like they're so they should for their record. But like Derrick Henry. Now there's a guy's fun to watch.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Like I feel like Tannehill's just like, oh yeah, there he is. Like that's why I worry about a little bit about like a Joe Burrow type. Not that these are going to be good quarterbacks and the development won't be fun to watch, but I mean. If it's a Thursday night football game and you have the choice of watching, well, you don't have a choice. Let's just say the game is Cincinnati and like Tennessee. Like the quarterback play isn't going to get you excited. It's whoever your DK lineup has.
I think Burrow, once Cincinnati gets a little better, will bring some excitement. He was pretty exciting in college. But yeah, to your point, you're right. I mean, more of a pocket passer. Going to be a guy. I think Burrow will be a little bit more of a Brady guy and a Breeze guy, and that's not a diss at all. But a player who's going to be very effective for winning games for his team, maybe but maybe not like a Moreno or something like that, where it's just like, wow, this guy is like flicking the ball 70 yards on the run, whatever. So
we'll see. Lindenbaum says Tannehill makes some plays. I don't think I call him boring.
He's a little athletic. It's a good point.
I'm not saying he's not like. I'm not saying he's not a
former wide receiver, Jason. What are you talking about?
I get it. I'm saying I don't look at like no one's. I don't believe. Okay, I am not going to say, oh, Tennessee's.
Hate Ryan Tannehill. Just say it, man.
Yeah, I gotta watch Tannehill. Like Kyler Murray, I'm tuning in. Even guys, okay, so you're thinking like Aaron Rodgers. Like again, one of those exciting kind of quarterbacks to watch, and like the unknowns. There's something about that I like as well. Like I'm already intrigued, but I feel like Trevor Lawrence is going to fit eventually into that. If he becomes good, great. But I don't know if he's necessarily going to be like an electrifying. Got to see him play.
Yeah. Of the top 5 this year, Trey Lance I think is definitely going to be probably the most fun to watch. That guy's got a lot of burst, really quick in short spaces too. I think Justin Fields is going to be interesting. Big arm, obviously, great deep ball. Got Allen Robinson to work with, but yeah, no, I get it. I mean, Tennessee's offense too isn't like built for Ryan Tannehill to like do crazy stuff. It's game manage, get the ball to Derrick Henry, and don't screw up, bud. Like,
yeah, this isn't meant to be a shot. And no, Diablo finally someone said like Lamar Jackson. There you go.
Yeah. No kidding. That is like the most obvious one, isn't it? We didn't even mention him.
Tebow, trigger. I was actually going to put him on my list.
Tebow.
I'm going to be honest. That year,
that's another guy. Like you don't know if you're going to get like a flutter ball, like 30-yard interception, or like a 30-yard run where you like truck over 3 guys. Tebow.
Dude, I will, and I hope. I know it was almost took over until Aaron Rodgers trade. Like I don't want to play for the Packers talk broke midday, during draft day. Like the story was Tebow potentially going back to the Jags. I'm like, this cannot be the lead story. We got the NFL draft tonight. Like, come on. And then it was almost like somebody said, like, this can't be it. Make up something. Like it's People Mag something.
I didn't even read I refused to read the Tebow stuff. Like that's how ridiculous I found it. I just like, I'm not clicking on that. I'm not looking at it. I refuse.
Here's the deal. All it needs to be is boom. He's going to potentially be a tight end. And guess what? If I'm Jacksonville, sign him. I would absolutely do it. Bring as much.
Dude, you just invited 10,000 more people to your fans. Like you don't even have to play Tim Tebow. You know what you do with Tim Tebow? You put him on your roster. He's a tight end. You make up one play where he touches the ball every game. Boom. Instant 10,000 more tickets sold.
Yeah.
And you probably just sold 50,000 jerseys.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it would be amazing.
If I ran an NFL, this is where the NFL is just such a slow pony. Every team should be signing a guy like that.
Yep.
If I was the owner of an NFL team, I would go out and sign Tim Tebow. Legitimately my first signing. You're tight end 3. Here's one play. You touch the ball once every game.
Give him a shot. Just give him a shot. And here's the other thing.
I don't even care if he loses yards. I just gained like $10 million in revenue. I just spit on my microphone. I'm so fired up about this.
No, but dude, it's such a good point because here's the other thing. When he went to the Jets after that amazing year, Elway was like, I'm not having this. I need to go get, Peyton Manning, and then I'm just going to not be able to get another quarterback again. By the way, good luck on that, guys. Yeah, let's not draft the quarterback we probably need. Let's go with that cornerback. I wonder if they made a mistake. They're like, no, not corner. I said quarter. It'll be fun. Listen, there's going to be a lot of – that's another thing about the draft coming out. All those – they should have taken this guy, but they took that guy at the time. But it's their own evaluation. But the point, when the Jets signed Tim Tebow, number 1 selling jersey in the league.
Exactly.
Right there. And then Peyton Manning, I think they were like number 1 and 2. Then he goes to the Patriots. Not in the league, but he was like the number 1 selling in New England, which is a good chunk of the United States there, and he never played a snap. They released the jersey. It was on their homepage because I remember working for the media at the time. Homepage, New England Patriots. It was a Brady jersey. I want to say McCourty and Tebow. It's insane. And he never played it down. The day he was signed, they had that 15 jersey for sale.
The NFL hates money. Like they do. Just as a league and most teams too. It's just such a simple concept. You have one celebrity on your team, and Tebow is like easy because he can actually play. I would go out and sign like a retired basketball player or something.
Well,
you're on the team. There's your
what about
tight
like a
end
Michael Vick? Why not Michael Vick?
Exactly.
Have him involved somehow. I know what we're saying sounds ridiculous, but from a business perspective, it's so spot on. It's like the NFL does so many gimmicky things, but doesn't do that, right?
Exactly. Yeah. We got the like, Carrie Underwood songs. We got the halftime shows, the ridiculousness, but like, oh no, we can't have Tim Tebow on the roster to sell jerseys or something, Oh.
It really is. That's such a good point. It's just,
I just want to run an NFL team. I just want to do it like so badly. It would be so much fun. I'd do so much crazy stuff like that. And they would all work. That's the thing. Like Tebow would instantly be the best selling jersey.
like you already hit it too. Like we're not just talking about anywhere. We're not talking about Kansas City signing him, especially in Jacksonville.
Especially in Jacksonville. Exactly.
I would hold on. Trigger says hire Tebow as a mascot. Fine.
That's basically what you're doing. That's totally what you're doing. That's the whole idea. Like
it's so funny we nailed it. It's exactly it. Oh, that's so good.
Every team, especially the bad ones, like you said. How do you get people in the stands, man?
It is like right here. Trigger says Terrell Owens would be my wide receiver.
Perfect. That's a great one. You think you're not going to draw 5,000 more people to come out and watch 44 Terrell Owens burn a 20-year-old quarterback, which he absolutely would, because he's like a freak. Oh, Terrell Owens. That's a great one. And
don't forget, it was not that long ago that he was trying to get back into the NFL. There was that video he put out of him doing like cuts, and now him and Chad Johnson. Yeah, him and Chad Johnson. Again, he's another one. Chad Johnson from Cincinnati. Why not? You just practice squad him at this point. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, Moose, I joked about it, and we make, you do have great picks. Your hockey picks are money. By the way, if people don't know, get all over DK Nation. Get on all the websites when it comes to DraftKings, because this guy will definitely help you, get that coffee dollars when it comes to his hockey stuff. But aside from that, obviously great with football, great with everything. But here, I always say you're the best brain north of the border. This is why. This is genius ideas right here that people like the NFL. Oh no, they have their noses in the air. Like, oh, I'd rather have that 15th string. There's another touchdown, by the way. Mid thought. Is that Tyreek going for
the? Oh my God, the trifecta. Like George Costanza when he starts eating food while he's he's like, now for the trifecta, and then he turns on the TV. There's Tyreek Hill with the trifecta.
Wow, that was something. That is 3 touchdowns, and we're still in the third quarter. It's going to be insane. Duanaste says, GM Moose, I'd buy tickets just for the show. Yeah,
of course he would. Everybody would, just for the show.
Be like, there's Geoff Ulrich, the GM of the Carolina Panthers. They've recently signed Tim Tebow. They have signed Terrell Owens. They have signed Dre Bly. I'm just throwing out random guys now. Or who would be Deion?
Let's pick some more players. Let's get a group here. Terrell Owens, Tim Tebow, definitely. 100%.
Chad Johnson's in there because
Chad Johnson is a good one. Yep.
I don't know, but it's more about off the field than on the field, just because he has such a presence. But
exactly, but that's what we're going for.
Okay,
I want guys with a bajillion followers.
This is a random one, but I think just for the antics, I would take Clinton Portis. Remember when Clinton Portis used to dress up?
Yep.
I don't know if he's selling I don't know if he's selling tickets.
You need players who could play a little, because we want them to get one touch a game. We want them to be on the field. We don't want them just sitting there.
Michael Vick's out there.
Vic, if he still wants to, absolutely people would come to see it. We give him a wildcat play, absolutely every game. He's on there.
He's in. I'm trying to think of a defensive player. Those are tough.
We need to bring in from other sports. Someone throw Usain Bolt. Perfect. That's a great example.
that is a good point.
Yeah.
There's got to be LeBron James.
Totally. If LeBron James retired and he's I want to play tight end 3 in.
Okay. Trying to think of guys that people. Trying to think of a big, thick baseball player. It's tough. They're not built like they used to be. Is Aaron Judge going to be a wide receiver for the Giants? Could happen. end of 3 here, playing fantasy GM. Love
Any
it.
wrestlers that we could bring in, Rossi?
It usually goes the other way, but of course, like
I know it does usually go the other way, but let's like switch things around, like with
John Cena. Are you kidding me?
get
John
Cena in?
be like a D end, just come flying off the edge. I would sell you some tickets. Roman Reigns. These are all former football players. Like a guy like Roman Reigns, he would sell you some
Roman Reigns in 100%. Let's do it. I'm down.
You know, they are on Fox. You know, SmackDown's on Fox. They, you know, they wrestle on Friday. They're on the field on Sunday. Cutting promos on Friday about the team they're about to go against. Could be something. 28-14 here. Chiefs doubling up the Jags. We're getting here to the fourth quarter. Drew Stack, Joe, and Ops. We got our guy Moose. We're loving this conversation. Appreciate each and every one of you joining us on a Sunday. A lot of things you could be doing right now, and being here with us means the world. So appreciate you.
Yep. Being here, talking about football players we'd sign to give our fake football team a boost in the sales.
It doesn't really fit where we're going. Oh, Luke Kuechly, that's a good one. Get him back out of retirement.
I don't think Luke Kuechly's playing again.
Hey, get over here. Here's a funny one. I'm just going to say it. Don't know, but Joe says, what about Bruce Death, Caitlyn Jenner? Get her in there. First female. Lace him up. Meta World Peace. I don't know if Keith Lee is a wrestler. That's a good one, Hugh. Keith Lee's a big dude. Could be. I don't know if he's the household name that would sell tickets, but I get you. Ricky Williams.
Yeah, Ricky Williams back. Absolutely. You know, NFL loosening their stance on pot or in cannabis. I like it. Smart. They should have done that about 10 years ago, but yeah, we get Ricky back in.
I think it's somebody else.
Probably talk some guys off their pharmaceutical diet. There's a fumble. We can
be
get
a safety. What a play! That offensive lineman is the Moose
hero. You just got to raise.
Seriously, what a play! Holy smokes! Should have absolutely been a safety and got it out of there. Yeah, I did see this over there. Miami Misfits earlier asking if I chugged salsa yesterday. So, you know, after this all stemmed from your mock draft. I said if the Patriots trade up to get a quarterback, I will chug ghost pepper salsa.
Ah, that's right. You said they had to trade up, though, didn't you?
Yes.
Not draft one, trade up. Yeah.
It's true, but I was bullied by Tom Carroll, producer Drew, to do it. So I took 3 spoonfuls yesterday. There is video. I will post it.
Well, they made you do it anyways? Wow, those guys are bullies.
Yeah, but the Sim fam was thirsty. They're thirsty for pain, dude.
That's true.
Do you like spicy food?
I do, to a point. I'm not going to hurt myself over it. You know, some people want give me the ghost pepper extreme. Give me the rarest pepper ever created so I can burn my mouth through a hole through my mouth. That's not me.
Yeah, it was kind of me yesterday. So I took 3. Hold on, I got to let my cat out. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, yeah, go for it, dude. Oh, yeah.
Pause the sim.
Desmond, are you okay, Des?
Dude,
Des. Oh, my God. Minshew from the shotgun. 4th and 20. They're going for it. 6 minutes left. All the way downfield.
Got him!
Dark brings it down at the 43. You literally missed the most exciting play of the season.
I saw it from a distance. Listen, things happen. When your cat starts scratching at the door, you got to let him go. And he...
Oh, poor Des, dude. I mean...
screw him. He was sleeping here all night. Then he starts scratching. 4th and a million.
I could hear him. Just the pain.
Yeah, everything.
Like 5 minutes. I love cats. They're so dramatic. That was a great play, though. Somebody threw a perfect example of who I would sign. Jake Paul.
Oh, great call.
Is a great one.
That is. Right now, that would...
I have like a bajillion Instagram followers, I'm sure. I don't even know what Jake Paul does. I honestly do not know who Jake Paul is. I do not know what he does. I know he's in a boxing match. I would 100% sign him. First day GM. You're playing someone threw out safety. Sure, safety, 2 plays a game.
There's 2. There's Jake Paul and there's Logan Paul, I believe. I don't know either one. One of them was at WrestleMania. Other one's fighting in boxing. And
I don't know.
Nobody respects either one, I don't think. I know one of them does YouTube. I will say get them both out there. Great call.
Let's get them both out there. I don't care. They got a bajillion Instagram followers. They're dragging an extra 10K people to the stands. They're going to sell 1 million jerseys. Let's go.
Ooh, here's a good one. If the Packers signed Zion at tight end, would Rodgers want to stay, says Orlando. Great call. Zion, just a tank. I still can't believe he's as tall as he is. He just looks like he is the new day of like Larry Johnson from the Hornets, a grandmama. That's why I need him. Need him to have like grandpapa become like his nickname. And NBA is a tough one aside from like Zion, LeBron. Like obviously you could sign a guy like Durant, right? Like he would probably do it for you. Maybe he could be like a receiver or cornerback.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like ex-basketball players, whatever. They wanted to come in, give it a shot. Let's go.
Get Zdeno Chara. just the end. Put his hands up.
He'd be so slow though.
Especially now.
Yeah, especially now.
I don't know what the market is for a Zdeno Chara in football jersey.
No.
Hockey's tough.
The slow, I can't remember if he's Slovak or Czech. I don't want to say either because it's going to insult him if I'm wrong. But whichever country comes from, probably not a huge NFL base. So.
Oh no, and I don't even think like it would only be the fandom of like Boston and now like Washington.
Yeah.
Put him on the football team. That defensive line, just have him in the middle of it. Oh, nice grab there. It's Eifert. Where's it O'Shaughnessy? Who we got? Tyler.
No, we got Eifert.
And I will say, because I have to say this with you, as you know, my fandom for Notre Dame, what a draft they had. My Lord, I feel like that team's going to be just awful next year because I swear every player that was like a player for them last year was drafted.
Oh, really?
Their offensive line was all taken. Their defensive players.
How many O-linemen from Notre Dame was taken, do you know? Because it felt like there was about 5.
3. I know 3.
3? Yeah. So that's like their starting O-line, basically. That does suck.
But that's also why I always say, like, being a successful college coach, and that's going to be a touchdown this time, it is the man you rostered, Chris Thompson, getting in there.
Yeah, I think it would almost be funner to be a college coach, though. You're just rebuilding constantly every year. Like, that's the fun part, isn't it? Just like, moving guys in, figuring out what you got. You're not dealing with like, not that every athlete is spoiled, but like spoiled professional athletes. I'm sure college coaching has to be 10 times funner than
that was Thompson, right?
Yeah, it was Thompson, 34.
Yeah, I thought it was Armstead again. I don't know what's going on, dude. I'm lost.
I'm gonna watch YouTube. I'll correct us here. I'm pretty sure it was Thompson. I see Thompson in the backfield, 34.
It was Thompson. Okay, no, it's Drew because I always rely because Drew's like smart.
It was Thompson.
He's on point. The first time he made a mistake, I call it out. It's not you, Drew. It's me. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God.
No, because you know why, Drew?
He made a mistake. No, it was his fault. Let's just blame him.
I feel like he's on the same page as me. Chris Thompson does not feel like he would wear the 34. He feels like he would wear 20, and Armstead feels like a 34. Like, I don't know what it is. He just like 34 feels like a more bruising back, not the scat catcher. But what the hell? Now jerseys are going to be all over the place. So when Tom Brady has his downfall, we already know he's building up the excuses.
I didn't even know Armstead was in this game until like the first quarter. So
neither did he. So don't worry.
We do have a 1 touchdown game now. This game's been pretty good. So
yeah. And we have a combined we have 7 touchdowns here, and we still have plenty of time here in the 4th.
What's up, guys? Smash that like if you could. Appreciate you guys hanging out.
Love it. Ooh, people being rude.
Which is it? Logan Paul that's going to fight Floyd Mayweather now? Is that?
I'm telling you right now. I don't know. I know it's one of them. I think
one of them is.
What's the names? It's Logan Paul and Chris Paul. No,
I think it's Jake, isn't it?
I think Jake Paul's the fighter. I think it's him because I think Logan Paul was the one at WrestleMania who got stunned. Jake, okay. Andrew, our technical director. Unless they're trying to lead me astray again, because these guys are trolling.
Are they related?
What?
Are Jake Paul and Logan Paul related?
Brothers.
They are brothers. Okay.
Logan is fighting Floyd. Joe comes in telling everybody, I got the facts. Don't want anybody question. So wait, I'm telling you right now, I still believe everything's a gimmick now in boxing. I think boxing has been so desperate for something that I want to see Logan Paul knock Floyd Mayweather right out. I want to see it so bad. I don't like anybody that's undefeated. I think it's unrealistic. And the fights are boring. Mayweather, early fights, great. You can go watch those. But like any of the fights that you like in the last, I almost want to say 10 years have been brutal, in my opinion. Not that I'm a huge boxer fan. I buy into the big events, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even remember. Who was the dude? There was like one okay fight recently. I can't even remember their names, so it wasn't that memorable. But you're right. Boxing is like, they really blew it. It's actually amazing how much boxing blew it as a sport. UFC just completely, even wrestling to an extent, UFC and wrestling just completely destroyed boxing.
Well, definitely in like the overarching like money game, yes. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Drew, our producer, drops. That's a great point. Great point. He said that Fury Wilder, those two.
Wilder.
That
was the one I was thinking about.
But that's like heavyweight. Like Mayweather to me, that was like light featherweights, whatever they call. What just happened?
Wow, that was weird.
I thought that was going to be like an illegal,
like a baton passing there.
And it's funny, you know what that was? Mahomes saying, "I'm protecting myself. I don't want to get hit."
Totally. I got a bad foot, Sammy. You're gone next year. You take it.
Oh, it's so much fun. So much fun here in the sim. We're going to get to the 2-minute warning. The big try to stop here for the Jags. They didn't call their timeout, so we'll see a little past now 3 Eastern. Hope you guys are doing well on this Sunday, but yeah, boxing, I don't know, it's tough. Like Mayweather fights to me just don't do it, but the Fury Wilder, like I'm in for those big heavyweights. Like there was those. I'm gonna say this wrong, and I don't know if they were Russian. I think one of them dated or is still married to Hayden Panettiere.
Oh yeah, oh my God, what's their name?
You know who I'm talking about. I can already see Drew on the case. Type in. He's gonna just slam me with him.
Oh, my brain is like going through all the Russian names, like Volkov, Klitschko.
Yeah, you go through all the enemies.
I was about to be like Fedorov, Volkov, Sergikov. No, it's
Andrei Kirilenko. Who else?
Yeah, Kirilenko, yeah.
But Klitschko, yeah, the two brothers. Those guys had some nice fights too. I watched some of those back. That had to be almost.
But even back then, that's when boxing started dying, because like it was just the Klitschko brothers. It was like no one else. No one even challenged them really, and there was like no one else exciting, and they weren't even that exciting. Like they were kind of cool, like two brothers, but that was it. And that's really when boxing started dying. The Fury Wilder one was kind of funny, and Fury like wore that suit out.
Oh, and then he's singing
the suit.
And he's singing American Pie after he wins. Awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I like him, and I like Wilder. I like the idea of these guys, and I think they have another fight pending at some point. I don't know what the world looks like.
Oh yeah, no, it was Wilder who wore the suit out, and then he blamed the big like heavy suit he wore on being tired. This is glad. I love it.
This is gonna be such a weird reference, but like we're playing watching football. Like that's like guys. There was somebody who said their trainer told them they couldn't hold their child because it was like messing up their left to right side power. I forget who this, and even if I remember, I'm not going to say it because I don't think this person's proud of saying it. This is like on the record, like why they had a bad game and why they've been a little bit like weaker. It was like a left tackle, and I'll never forget. The article was because his wife made him carry the baby when he was like not working. And can you imagine saying that? Be like, yeah, the reason I haven't played well is because I can't lift the same way because my trainer believes my strength is like. What are you doing? Good luck sleeping on the couch the rest of your life.
Yeah, totally.
But I believe he was good enough, and I think it's like an all-pro guy. But I'll have to Google it later.
Basically blaming your wife for your on-field performance. Yeah, that'll go over well at home.
I can't hold the baby anymore. It's really throwing me off on Sundays.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. See if Mahomes can put this game away here. No timeouts left for the Jags.
Yeah, this is it as we're talking. 3rd and 3. Oh, gonna go CH. They got the first. Didn't need.
That's gonna take me. So
that's gonna be it.
I'll turn it to you, but also I just wanted one last note. The day that I heard boxing at least hit its probably boiling point of poorness was when Johnny Ruiz won the heavyweight title.
Johnny Ruiz.
You can Google that later. It was a.
Oh, I know who that is. Yeah, you're right.
That was a bad day.
That's a good call.
I think he beat Holyfield too after that post bite. Anyway, so who's going to be the most magnificent player in this one?
I mean, I guess it's pretty much got to be Tyreek Hill, doesn't it? Mahomes had a really good game too, didn't he? 305.
Him or the offensive lineman? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm going to give it to Tyreek Hill. 31 points in the flex. That's just so many. 6 receptions, 3 touchdowns. I'll give it to him. He's 82% owned. Came through for the peeps, so.
Sure did. What about your Not My Kid award? Who's that going to be established upon? All right, phrasing.
Let's give it to CEH. I don't think he's going to get a touchdown here. He's not. We're going to get the kneel down. So, yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 48% owned, only 8 points. Not much going on. Wasn't really a running game. A lot of passing, which is good for us.
A lot of offense in this one. Again, 7 total touchdowns. Absolute blast. This was a great, great sim. Smash that thumbs up for the great time you had with us. He's Moose. He's done for the day. Appreciate you so much for hanging out for today. I'm going to be teaming up with Tom Carroll for the next 2. So your Rossi trifecta will roll on. But Moose, this is great. Make sure you guys go follow him at the Fantasy Grind. I'm telling you, not messing with you, not joking. This guy will really help you out. Obviously, make sure you check him out also on the Sweat, 11 o'clock Eastern AM tomorrow. Are you on tomorrow? I don't want to fake promote.
Yeah, no, it should be on tomorrow, 11 Eastern AM. Obviously, Sweat every day, be on the Dream Stream and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. And I'll be on tomorrow night too for the Madden After Dark.
Oh, sweet. We got a lot more Moose coming at you. But again, follow him over at the Fantasy Grind. I am at Rossi. Dude, this was a blast. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday of doing hopefully nothing aside from pepper spraying and guarding your home from those Canadian goosies.
Cobras, man. Cobras of the land, I tell you.
Hear me. All right, for Joe, for our Drew stack, I will be back with Tom Carroll to wrap up your early slate action, 4 p.m. So we'll be back in just about 50 minutes. Go have a snack, enjoy yourself, drink plenty of water, stay positive, smile. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Thanks for joining us.
What's up, hooligans? Welcome to another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Back in the mix once again. This is probably my monthly appearance, so we'll see you guys probably June 15th after this. So at least if you like me, get used to this appearance because I'm probably gone for like 2 months after this. But happy to be back in the saddle, of course, with my dude, Julian Edlow, giving some instant reaction, 12-hour reaction, 24-hour, depending on when you watch this, to the NFL draft that took place on Thursday. First round went through. Was nothing short of drama. There was plenty of that. There was some surprising moves that were made. We're going to kind of give some of our analysis on some of that. And then later in the show, we have a very special guest that we're going to bring in on, that we'll be bringing on to the show. Chelsea Messenger, host of Picks and Parlays, will be here to talk some MLB betting as well. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Julian, my friend, what's going on, dude?
I love betting the NFL draft. It's so great. And
it's a great rush.
It's a great rush. It's a different kind of sweat than a game. Like you're either glued. You either want it spoiled by Rappaport or Schefter. They're not quite Woj bombs. Like Woj and Shams have them like 5 minutes before the picks in the NBA, and it's totally different.
Yeah.
NFL, you can get them like a minute, 30 seconds before if you want it, or you can just watch the broadcast and get it. It's a different kind of sweat than a game. Betting drafts, obviously, waiting to hear that name. And then it's also just, I did a radio interview asking, for some advice on betting the draft and whatnot. Like it's so much different than betting a game. Like over the weekend, the Jazz were minus 1,000 money line favorites against the Timberwolves, and they lost. When something gets to minus 1,000 in the draft, that's going to happen. Now, maybe you don't have the bankroll to bet things like that, but like if you're not afraid of laying some juice, like I watched Kyle Pitts go from plus money to minus 120 to minus 150 to be the first non-QB selected. I bet him pretty big at minus 150. It was like minus 400, minus 450 by the time we got to draft night. And it was a great bet. So like if you do your research and you aren't afraid to lay some juice, or you want to get in early on things that you think are going to happen at great plus money and just watch them come down, betting drafts are great. This is the third year in a row profitable on the NFL draft. I'm pretty sure I have to go back and check last year, but 2 of the last 3 years, the NFL draft best bets article has been undefeated. Last year I wrote so many, there were going to be some losses in there, but it did very well. So betting drafts, that's I love it.
And I'm glad you brought that up about, getting on something early, because then, the odds shift dramatically, because one of the big storylines going into, and we started on the DraftKings Sportsbook specifically going into the afternoon, was Trey Lance going 3. Overall, the third pick going to the 49ers. We saw some massive movements on that during the afternoon. Obviously, when the 49ers originally drafted up to 3, the idea was that it was going to be Mac Jones. He ended up falling right into the Patriots' lap at 15, and they went instead with Trey Lance. And over on your Twitter account, at Julian Edlow, you posted this beautiful-looking graph that showed how the live movement went for who was going to go at 3, because quite frankly, we all knew how the draft was going to play out. Trevor Lawrence was going to go first. Zach Wilson Wilson was going to go second. The draft really started at pick 3. They ended up going with Trey Lance, which I felt like was probably the right move because, basing on talent, yes, maybe Justin Fields is probably the guy that should go there. But for what the 49ers wanted to do and their offensive scheme, Trey Lance was the better fit for the 49ers. So as the day went on, Lance was becoming more and more of a favorite to go at third. If you follow that trend, you followed where the money was going, you would have won that bet. Kind of talk us through, your mentality as you were seeing that movement and then how that ended up playing out here on draft night.
Again, these don't always work in
Correct.
drafts, but they usually do. This is not the Patriots moving from -6.5 to -9.5 and the money's piling on. You still have to play the game and see what the score is. This is a team who knows the two teams before its decision. They have their pick of anybody left in the draft. So it's just betting on information. And the information was good. I know you and I were both able to scoop up Trey Lance yesterday at even money. And that worked out great. So I also, when Rappaport put out the report that it was between Mac Jones and Lance, I bet some Lance before Fields. I bet some Lance under 6.5. Just because this whole time I never bought the Mac Jones stuff. Like Mac Jones I think the Patriots got Mac Jones right around like his ceiling in the NFL.
Where he should be going.
Prospect.
Yeah.
I thought he could have been a late first round pick. We'll see how that goes with the Patriots. It's obviously a good landing spot. I don't love the prospect, but that's a different story. When you start to see that money move, it was a great kept secret by the 49ers. When they traded up, you don't give that much up to move that high up unless you know who you're taking. They knew who they were taking all along. And the cool part of how good they kept this secret in the Twitter era and whatnot, between the time of that trade and the pick being made, Fields was -120 or something. Mac Jones was minus like 275, 300. And Trey Lance closed -200. All of them, all three quarterbacks that we knew would be on the board there were odds-on favorites at one point in time. So great job by the Niners in this day and age, keeping things, under the vest.
On top of that, too, unless Trey Lance is a good actor, you saw like a genuine reaction come from him about getting the call. And he even said when he was on the stage, I didn't even know until a couple of minutes ago. Like, obviously, some of these guys had a good idea of where they were going. And unless Lance is playing all of us, he genuinely seemed somewhat surprised that he was the guy going to 3.
No, I believe him because the Niners didn't tell anybody. They didn't tell their coaches, their personnel. It was just like Shanahan, Lynch, and I don't know who else that knew. So I don't think they told Trey Lance he was the pick. I think he probably got some good vibes and knew that it was a very realistic possibility. But he doesn't know how their workouts with Mac Jones and Justin Fields went. They could have liked one of him more. Lance was the prospect that made sense. Like I said in my videos for my mock draft, where I was our only analyst that had Trey Lance going number 3, I would like to point out. Here's why it makes sense. Like the one thing that the Niners said before Shanahan started talking about who knows who's going to be alive on this earth at the end of the weekend, and we like all 5 quarterback prospects. That's why we moved up. Like he just started spewing garbage because one of the things that they said early on is Jimmy Garoppolo is going to give us the best chance to win next year. We want to use Jimmy Garoppolo and develop a quarterback. When you say that, who's the guy that fits at number 3? Trey Lance, the mystery prospect that is well coached, player's son. He's 20 years old. He's got all the tools, but you probably want to sit him for a year and let him learn. Like that's the part that added up for me and made Lance the likely pick. And just using your eyes, like Mac Jones is not a top 10 prospect. So it all worked out as advertised. Did really well with the top 5 picks. Wish I acted more on Chase. I just let my head. I know a lot of us, including you, are like protect Burrow. We kind of learned that pick was going to be Chase, especially by the odds later on. I wish I got in a little bit there. So I'm going to have a day 2 NFL draft, NFL best bets. If you're watching this on Friday before 7 p.m. when things start, this morning Bengals next pick to be an offensive lineman was like minus 250. It's up to minus 335 for the Bengals in that 5 spot in the second round to select an O lineman. There's a few good ones on the board, so it's going to be that. Like I said, if you don't mind laying juice on something that's going to happen, that is going to happen.
Right. And I agree with that too. And, obviously I wasn't crazy about the Chase pick, not because of the player, but because when you look at the Bengals, like their need is not at receiver. Like they still have a good core of receivers, even if they don't take Chase. Like,
yes and no.
Go ahead.
I mean, so I just think it gives them all the pieces of like a really elite offense, except you have to fill the line out even more now. So like Sewell it sounds like he's a generational lineman. Like he opted out last year. So his last season was protecting Herbert before the last draft. And it was like, if he gets another year under his belt, he could be a 3, 4, 5 overall pick. It's a tough pass. It's tough to pass on Sewell there, I'll admit. But this is a guy that Burrow knows well and that knows Burrow well. And like that connection could be big time. Like we're talking for fantasy DFS purposes down the line the next few years, like the Burrow Chase stack could be that like Breeze, Michael Thomas, Matt Ryan, Julio Jones type of stack some of these weeks in fantasy. And T Higgins is a really solid guy opposite outside, and Boyd is a really good slot guy. So like they're building one of these really elite type of offenses. Now, they just really need to focus on the offensive line through trade, free agency, their next, whatever, make your next 3 picks O linemen. I don't care. Do what you have to do to protect Burrow now at all costs, because you have those pieces in place. But I think that, there's only one prospect like Chase when you consider the part of how he played with Burrow and has that connection. So if you put a lot of stock in that and feel you can get the lineman later, go for it.
I mean, I also didn't like the pick because I had Chase over 5.5, for his landing spot. So there's that too.
Right.
I want to jump over into the top 10 because right after the top 10, because I think the 2 biggest winners of the first round are right in that realm. The Eagles traded up to spot 10, took Devontae Smith from Alabama, which is going to be huge for him. And Jalen Hurts gives him a nice weapon because the Eagles.
That's another former college connection right there.
Correct. But if there's one thing the Eagles need, there are many, but Jalen Hurts needs weapons. He needs a downfield threat. He did not have that. Like you look at the Eagles depth chart heading into the draft, it was pathetic. Like there was nobody that like stood out to you. Like there's Jalen Hurts as number 1 guy. Maybe Smith's not number 1 right off the bat, but he probably is going to be in that conversation. And then right after that, immediately the Bears jumped in, took pick number 11, and they took Justin Fields, who, we just talked about for a long time was, maybe the 3rd pick for the 49ers. The Bears were able to swoop in, get their quarterback of the future. It is not Andy Dalton. It is not Nick Foles. It's Justin Fields. But those are probably the 2 biggest winners from the early portion of the draft for me, because it's 2 teams that had a huge need to fill. They did their part. They traded up where they needed to. And the Eagles kind of bounced around in the draft here, ended up with 10 because we saw a couple moves that they made. But they got their guy. The Bears got their guy. I mean, do you think those are the 2 biggest winners of the first round? Because those are the ones that stick out most to me.
Start with the Bears, who were clearly if they're not the biggest winner, they're top 2 or 3 because they did a great job going up and getting a guy that I think a lot of us, we all had our mock drafts based on what will happen in the draft. But I think a lot of us, just from doing all the shows with the analysts here at DraftKings, most of us had Fields as like the 2nd best quarterback prospect behind Trevor Lawrence. So they're getting a good player. They're getting a tested player who's, played at Ohio State. He's played in big games. He's played against good competition. He's been through adversity. He's played hurt, taking that big crack against Clemson in that game and staying out there and continuing to shred them. He's tough. He fits a team like the Bears with that toughness. I just feel that's going to work out. This isn't Mitch Trubisky, who was kind of that mystery guy at the top of that draft. And looking back at it, how wild is it that people will bite on a mystery like that over prospects like Watson and Mahomes? Trey Lance seems a little more raw. head on his shoulders. Trey Lance seems like he can get a little more polished. I like him a lot more than Trubisky, which is very easy to say, now, but yeah, great draft for the Bears. Giving the first round pick to move up 9 spots is well worth it, given what you got. So yeah, the Bears were obvious. The Eagles, they could have. I wouldn't have hated if they went cornerback early, a huge need. Yeah. But then Horn goes 8, Surtain goes 9. Now there's not an elite corner either. Right. Waddle goes 6. There's only one really premier wide receiver or corner prospect left. So yeah, you've got to make sure. And the Giants clearly wanted Devonta Smith at 11, especially considering we know when they made back. That helped the Bears right big time, although maybe the Bears could have made a move at 12 or whatever. They clearly wanted Smith, and it's funny that the Cowboys helped the Eagles move up to pass the Giants to get the wide receiver that the Giants were going to take. Is just a funny storyline. I don't know if the Eagles are the biggest winners, but they did a good job getting a position of need, and Smith is a great possession receiver that has some background with Hurts, obviously from Alabama. A lot of that last night. Hurts and Smith get together. Tua and Waddle from Alabama get together in Miami. Obviously, Burrow and Chase get together from LSU. And then the Jags put Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence together from Clemson as well. Yep. So a lot of teammates, quarterbacks getting their passing weapons last night.
And I think it's important too to note that, like, if there was needs for the Eagles, it was definitely cornerback and wide receiver. It wouldn't have made sense for them to take quarterback there, because the next one that went off the board was Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech, and he didn't go until pick 22, I think it was, for the Titans. So unless they were going to move back again in the draft, that was the right move to make, and they did get the right guy for it.
Which, I mean, the Eagles, some teams had Farley just off their boards altogether because he has 2 major back surgeries. Right. So Tennessee took a risk on him. So yeah, if there's nobody left at your positions of need but Smith, great move.
Last move I kind of want to hit upon, and this was the one that really everybody was waiting on to see what they would do. The Patriots ended up taking Mac Jones at pick 15. Obviously, Mac Jones was in the green room probably a lot longer than he expected, falling all the way down to 15. He's saying the right things after the draft, secretly wanted to be a Patriot. This is where the landing spot was going to be. There was a lot of chatter about if the Patriots would move up into the top 10 to grab a quarterback if they, if things fell the way that it was. Once Trey Lance went at 3, I think the Patriots felt safe that they could stay put at where they are, and they were going to be able to get the quarterback that they needed, because if it was not Trey Lance, I feel like another team, maybe even the Panthers, might have done their due diligence there and take Trey Lance there, even though they have Sam Darnold. But once Lance went to the 3rd spot, I think the Panthers were content with who they had with Sam Darnold. They did end up picking up his 5th-year option, so there's that too as well. So they are going with Sam Darnold. But I think that Trey Lance pick was so important because it paved the way for the Patriots to be able to land Mac Jones. I think you and I both aren't crazy about the pick. There's one thing I don't like about Mac Jones. He's not, once he gets flushed out of the pocket, not the player that, and look, Cam Newton has not been a viable quarterback, but if there's one thing I do like about Cam Newton is that he's mobile. But the Patriots did what they did in the offseason with so many weapons that they have. They don't really need a mobile quarterback because they have so many guys on the field now that Cam or Mac Jones can throw to. So it was the move that had to be made because, why wouldn't they take Mac Jones at 15, who was, potentially a 3rd pick overall. But, as a player, it is what it is. It was the pick to make, but doesn't mean I have to like it.
I'm just not buying, like, the perception was obviously that Jones was going 3 because he touched minus 300 there. So now everybody thinks the Patriots got the number 3 draft spot at number 15. I'm not sold that was ever anywhere close. 49ers knew the whole time who they were taking. Mac Jones had no shot all along of going in the top 3, which means if no other quarterbacks are going in the top 10, Mac Jones had no chance all along of going in the top 10. This was a mid to late first rounder for me all along. I was shocked when he got the boost that he did to 3. It didn't happen, which makes sense. And, I think the Patriots took him almost a little early. I'm shocked that the Patriots actually spent first-round draft capital on a quarterback. Bill Belichick has never done that.
Yeah.
He is stubborn. Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick, 199. We know he should think that he can get away with that again. Find another Garoppolo, find another Stidham. Just keep going until you find your guy late even in this draft. Take somebody tonight, take Friday night, take somebody on Saturday afternoon. I'm shocked, even though it's a Saban connection.
I was going to say, how much did that come into play? Because I feel like if he was in any other place but Alabama, he may not have been that guy.
A lot. Bill Belichick has to have gotten a 100% stamp of approval from Nick Saban that Mac Jones is a legitimate prospect. So maybe I'm not going to sit here and pretend that you and I know football like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. So they're probably right about this, I would hope. But we don't seem to think Mac Jones is that good of a prospect. And you know me, I'm a huge Alabama guy. I bet them all the time in season. I always bet them to win their conference, bet them to win the SEC, bet them to win the national championship game. Like, pile it on. They've made me plenty of money, and I love Alabama. But like, you could argue that you can't argue. It is a fact that Mac Jones is about to downgrade his wide receivers going from college to the NFL. He just had Waddle and Smith, 2 top 10 picks. Now you got N'Keal Harry and Nelson Aguilar. Who's the guy from San Francisco? Bourne. You're downgrading your wide receivers. You have almost a similar offensive line. It's going to be a different situation. But
again, you can't forget about Hunter Henry and John Smith, though.
A lot of help there.
In the middle of the field.
That's true. So hopefully it works out, as Patriots fans. I kind of, and apparently Bill Belichick was not enamored with Justin Fields at all or whatever. I would have liked Fields after that slide. I thought it would have been cool to move on from Brady with, like we just said, somebody that can move around, somebody that can move like Cam, but still has an arm left. And Fields could be that. Mac Jones is going to take this the right way. Mac Jones is going to be Tom Brady, but not actually as Tom Brady. He's just a lead legs Tom Brady type of prospect.
Great way to end this segment. Up next, we have Chelsea.
back, DK Sim fam. Appreciate you being here, hanging out with me, Jason Rossi, over on the Twitter machine at Jason D. Rossi. With me, my tag team partner for the next hour. Actually, 2 bonus for you. That rhymed. He goes by the handle at your boy TC Fresh, all social medias. You can slide in them DMs, even though he's locking it up soon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, he is off the market, but he's in here for the Sim meat market here that we're going to get beefy with. He is Tom Carroll. What's up, dude?
Okay. Getting beefy here on a Sunday, Rossi. What's going on, dude? We got the Battle of the Baltimores here.
Listen, this is the 77 heist of the century when Baltimore, I think it was 77.
I think it was 83. Here we go. I'm going to look it up.
Exactly as I said. Whatever year you put in, I'm going to have our Drew Stack edit in post and edit to put either way, we got Colts, we got Ravens, teams that address some needs. Finally, the Baltimore Ravens got receivers because they basically are forcing them to play for them in the draft. Colts making some moves as well, maybe getting the best defensive player, people are saying right now, one of the best, a top 10 prospect, getting it at the number 21 spot. We'll talk some draft. We'll talk some fun. We'll talk about whatever the DK Sim fam wants. It's Sunday. It's brunch. Well, brunch on the West Coast.
No, it's definitely lunchtime. Oh, yeah, West Coast.
Dude, it's supper time, East Coast here. It's Sunday. You always eat early on Sundays for no reason.
Yeah, that lunch, dinner time, supper. It's supper.
I would be scarfing down some food if I wasn't here right now. But with all that being said, do we get the year? Did you
1984.
Just as we said.
Just missed it. 83 was their last year in Baltimore, so I'm going to give myself some credit.
Gotcha. Well, here we go. Colts, Ravens, lineups have locked. What does yours look like, Studley?
Lamar Jackson, captain spot. Have to do it. Dude is their entire team. Mark Andrews, Campbell, Hilton, Pascal. So I went with all the Colts receivers. Did just realize now that I did that. And Justin Tucker. So I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate the Tucker. Love it when you get a kicker in
there. Got to get a kicker in there. Come on. I mean, and it's Jay Tuck. He's probably the best one going right now.
I was going to say, we definitely could talk some kickers. I don't think there was – I'm probably wrong. I know a punter was taken by the Steelers in the 7th round.
A big boy.
And I'm a kicker guy. I've been doing a lot of analytics on the old draft. I'm going to look. I didn't see a kicker get drafted.
We're going to have to take a look at the big old 7-round board here. Maybe just do a control F for the letter K.
Oh, I got to mute that. We got it. Since he took one, baby, from Florida. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Good. That would be disrespectful if they didn't.
Appreciate that, Andrew. We got Drew letting us know our top ownership in this one. Your guy, Lamar Jackson, the captain. I got him as well, not in the captain spot. He comes in at 90% owned.
Have to.
Naheem Hines coming in at 54%. That's my captain. Phillip Rivers, Trey Burton, Paris Campbell, all coming in. Trey Burton's over 52%. Phillip Rivers, 45%, and Campbell coming in at 43%. Got Zach Pascal, Dobbins, Brown, and Blankenship. So I went the opposite kicker, just financial reasons.
Makes sense. Because Justin Tucker, clearly the better kicker.
Oh, yeah. No
offense to the Blankenship.
No. Respect the specs, dude. Already getting a flag on the first play. Recipe for disaster. Yeah, I thought a PK was drafted in the 5th round. Yeah, Mo, you're right. Cincinnati took one. And Sebastian the Cow Janikowski says Trigger. Jordan Lindenbaum in here. Reggie Love, Ralphie, Kareem, Mr. Hawk in the house. Monster. Appreciate you guys. Smash that thumbs up.
I got to switch over to live chat. I always forget.
You're the guy. You're the one that reminds me. Is Phillip Rivers dances going down. Campbell coming in for that chunky, beefy soup, baby. Captain Ravens DST says Rossi times freeze pops equals championship emoji, fire emoji, drool emoji.
That's my drool sound.
That's what happens when freeze pops is about to just down some ribs. That's what,
That's what I sounded like after I ate a whole bunch of Mexican food last night. Oh, look at this.
TY on the house call. Re-signed with the Colts. Going to be a career Colt all the way to the end zone. 66 yards. There it is. TY it up, freeze pops. Let him know. Let him know. Coming back to play with Carson Wentz. Don't know much I love
slant route to the house.
Honestly, my Madden playing days, I don't really talk about it much because, everybody really wants to know about it. But when I used to play an obsessive franchise offline, like online, but not against other people.
Yeah, for sure.
My favorite thing. I hope they redo the franchise in the future. There's the only one thing. Done. Moving on. But I think the slant, like if you have a fast receiver,
unguardable.
It's one of the most powerful. If you have a single coverage on one side, you slant that guy, and you hope for the best that linebacker doesn't jump it, the magnificent interceptions that can happen, or that the cornerback isn't a great tackler. Because if you have, speed on corners are usually pretty quick, but if you get a guy like Tyreek Hill, almost I'm sure is like a cheat code on that play.
100%. My go-to play was like a down and out from the wide receiver 3 spot. I always would use the Packers back in the day. Favre to Javon Walker, down and out, automatic. Like I'd set the single game catch record every game with those two. Like 25 catches, 26 catches a game.
We did a lot of Favre talk in the last sim. Basically, you would love this. You would love being in there, me and Moose. We're basically talking about how like we forget like the bar when you talk about like the best quarterbacks, right? Like Brett Favre won 3 MVPs, a Super Bowl, and went to another Super Bowl, right? And I swear he's not. We've been talking about this for a while. He's not anywhere in the conversation. Well, he's in, but like best quarterback ever. You don't even. Brett Favre would probably take 10 names almost.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 probably, but yeah, he's not. You're not thinking about him.
No, and it's funny to think like Drew Brees. Obviously, I get the passing records and the game change, but like Drew Brees is going to be in that conversation. But I'm 20 years from now when me and Grandpa Freeze Pops are sitting over a s'mores and kicking back some polar seltzers on the roof deck of my mansion.
Wow, a lot to unpack there, but continue.
Don't worry, the Drew Sack will be there too. All of us divorced. It's gonna be great. But the point is, I think we'll be looking at Favre better than some of these guys that are gotten the numbers we've seen now. I think the respect on that 90s, 80s bunch is going to bump up, especially because now the extra game numbers are only going to go through the roof. And I still think like eyeball tests, I know you're a big eyeball guy. We went through yesterday, so we almost fought on the sim. Is that, Favre is a guy, like we were saying, basically the point was the conversation, how funny it was to watch. Just like watching Mark Ingram go the wrong way on that run. But
yeah, what the heck was that?
Block. You get bounced one way, happens. Nice little 3rd and 18 now. Nice. But you know what I mean? Like I think he's good. Like when you watch, like I just don't know. Like 3 straight MVPs and no one's talking about it. Like Drew Brees, never an MVP, and he's being talked about as one of the best quarterbacks ever. Like I don't think that computes.
No, I kind of see where you're going here. I think a lot of the reason why we talk about quarterbacks the way we do is like the game has changed so much that we look at Peyton, Brady, Breeze, and Rodgers, no matter what their records look like or what their trophy cases look like, it's like those 4 guys are in a different echelon than the dudes that played before them. And it's purely because like the game has evolved into such a quarterback-driven game. So that's why these guys are all looked at in a way that's like, okay, even though Favre has 3 straight and he retired with every record, we're going to look at Rodgers probably above Favre in that all-time quarterback conversation.
It's weird, right? Like
it's so weird.
And he played in the era where he got shellacked. And I get we talked about this.
Oh, and he never missed a game.
No, he was ever. I was not a Favre fan, and that's all bias. That's all Patriots bias. Beat us in '96. Totally gonna own that.
Yeah.
But it's just funny, like all these quarterbacks. Like who's gonna be those guys like today, right? Like it could be a Russell Wilson. Like I was kind of not throwing shade on him in any sense yesterday, but with the Seahawks for when we did the Mount Rushmore, for those that weren't there, like it was a battle to get him on there for free spots because I just don't think like. He's not been that guy for this franchise, in my opinion. He's been a great player, and he's one of the best quarterbacks. But to this day, there's a nice catch. Is that Dallas Clark? To this day,
Dallas Clark was underrated.
Please, but you play in that Colts offense, man. Marcus Paul, all those tight ends. Get to the spot, boys. Don't overthink it. But to say, like, Russell Wilson's still not one single first place MVP vote, let alone like being like, so he's never really been a contender for MVP in the eyes of the voters.
Right.
And he's been
not at the end of the season.
Yeah, true. But let's be honest,
that's what matters.
True. And again, like, been to 2 Super Bowls. One was like that early, even both are very early in his career. Great defense. Nonetheless, he still got there, and we give so much credit to the position, right? So like he's, that's why I think he's frustrated there. I think he knows, like, I want to go down as one of the all-time greats. Mm-hmm. It ain't happening right now.
He knows he has the talent for sure. Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening with Rodgers. Like, I really do, like, I think that's why these guys are getting frustrated, because they know my legacy. Like, Rodgers is a Super Bowl championship away as going down as one of the all-time greats.
Mm-hmm.
He needs another Super Bowl because he's only been to 1, right? They didn't lose 1.
1, that's it. He's 1-0.
And think about it, they've been to
5 NFC championship games, I think, off the top of my head. I think it's 5.
Well, he's been to the last 2. Who else did he lose?
Look it up.
Yeah, let's take a look as we get a nice pass. Phillip Rivers. Nice play. Jordan Lindenbaum says, Rossi thought it was really Dallas Clark. Yes, Jordan. 100%.
He 100% thought that.
I thought it was him, man. He's not still playing? Favre was the Cal Ripken of the NFL, says Trigger. No. With all due respect to Cal, again, I go with the Tommy Freeze pops. This guy, we've worked together so much, I start using you as my reference. Ceilings. Cal Ripken at his ceiling, was he ever like a number 1 player in baseball?
Probably not. I'd say no.
And
he was always really good. Like, he made a ton of all-star teams, but I don't think. I mean, there was always like the Griffey ahead of him, or Bonds, or those guys.
I agree with that. And where Favre, for a stretch, was the guy. Like, right before Peyton Manning, obviously Peyton Manning hit his stride in like the early 2000s, but like Favre was that dude in the 90s, like at the end of the Elway era. Like, he was winning those MVPs.
Well, yeah, and Ripken did win 2 MVPs. That's a good point, Andrew. But even still, like, you look at the leagues at those times, and it was like, okay, but there were still those heavy hitters in the mix,
Don't forget, there's MVPs on both sides in baseball, so he's just better than half of the league, which I still think is
and
weird.
The media loves Cal Ripken too.
I do too. Even though, how
can you not love the Iron Horse?
I was such a bitter young man in Boston that I wanted Cal Ripken to get sprain his ankle running the base the day before he broke the record. I was so.
You were sick, man.
No, I didn't like Favre, and he was great. There's a touchdown pass. Colts taking the lead. It's number 2 in the first quarter for T.Y. Hilton.
T.Y. baby, he's in my lineup. Love that. Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers as the starter. Yes. Went to the NFC Championship 5 times. They won it in 2010 against the Bears. They lost to the Seahawks in 2014. They lost to the Falcons in 2016, and then they've lost in the last 2 to the Niners and the Bucks.
So wait, was one of those a win? So he had 1 win.
The one win, his first NFC Championship.
Wow, I forgot that Atlanta, the Super Bowl, that the Patriots, the comeback, that was, and I forgot against San Francisco. You're right, when the Kaepernick year, when they played that's tough. So this is what Aaron Rodgers is dealing with, and guess what? We have so much media today. It's hard to not hear the noise. And while Tom Brady, let's get to the point of this whole thing. Tom Brady's just winning. All right, he's either getting to title games like Super Bowls, AFC, NFC, wherever. Now he's NFC, of course. But he's winning. So the bar is just rising. So he is taking it beyond Gretzky. I think he's going to go down as the single best any sport performer of all time.
Well, Gretzky has crazy regular season numbers, but in the postseason, it's just not a pretty sight after his Edmonton time. Like, when he left Edmonton, he brought the Kings to a Stanley Cup final. And that was a franchise that, it's still amazing that he was able to do that given the state of that franchise at that time. But yeah, after he left the Oilers, it wasn't Brady-esque. Brady has continued throughout his career to have those championship runs.
And Brady never really was bad. Not that I'm saying Gretzky. My point is, just to tie, Brady keeps raising the bar. Dude won the Super Bowl this year. It's insane. 20 years ago won it, and he won it this year. Crazy. I know it was, the 01 season, whatever, and the 20 season, but nonetheless, 19 years winning Super Bowls in between.
It's stupid.
It's 5 in between those. So the point here is
video game numbers. It's insane.
Rodgers now is seeing, he knows that. He knows he's never going to be the greatest of all time, right?
Right.
Like, I think that's okay. And like, but to go down as one of the best, which he is exciting to watch, plays for one of the most storied franchises, took over after Brett Favre. So that, like, who was at the time known as a top 5 quarterback the day he retired. Maybe people could argue he was the best at the time. I know Montana at the time. But the point is,
I think people at that point had Manning ahead of him still. Like current day Manning. People were high on Manning when Favre retired.
When Favre retired,
because it was before Brady had this second run here. You know?
I know, but I don't think Manning had won a Super Bowl yet.
Oh no, he had won.
I thought that was 06. Yeah, 06. Yeah. When did Favre retire?
He retired in like 2010, I think.
Oh, you're right, because that Jets year was that was the year the Patriots didn't make the playoffs. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, Favre was either 10 or 11.
Okay, so either way, Rodgers is seeing, like, if Rodgers retires today, he's what, maybe cracking the top 15?
I still think people would go eye test and have him top 10. I really do. Like, the football world knows how good Aaron Rodgers is.
Let's just, for argument's sake, play it out. And I want the Drew stack. Joe, throw it in chat. Let us know. If he's going top 10, who are the other 9? Like, who are the 9 above him? So let's be on Brady, Manning.
Yeah. You list off some. I want to write this down so I don't.
And I want the DK Sim fam, shout it out. Who is better than Aaron? Like, no doubter. Like, all-time NFL pantheons of quarterback, no-brainer, better than Aaron Rodgers. If he were to retire today. We know he has time. So I'm saying Brady, Manning, Montana.
It's Brady, Manning,
Montana
for sure. I think that's the top 3.
Yeah. Would you pay?
And then
this is where it gets interesting, right?
Elway, Breeze.
See, I'm not ready to put Breeze there, but you can put.
Okay, so you were just saying guys ahead of Rodgers.
Yeah, but write them down either way. Let's just.
Yeah. Okay, so Brady, Montana, Peyton, Elway.
Drew Brees is Nate. Okay, I'll give you like Steve Young.
You know what? No, I'd say Rodgers is better than Steve Young. I would. I think Rodgers has done it for longer. You know, like Young was missed so much of it. You know what, Marino,
Favre,
man,
just write them down. We can take them off. You know,
Marino, Favre.
By the way,
I'm just writing down like the guys that would be in this conversation. I'll write down Unitas, even though because everyone loves Unitas.
Yeah, good point. And by the way, 14-0, 2 touchdowns for T.Y. Hilton in the first. Drew Stack is our production and executive team here today, and we have Joe in ops. Great job by Joe thus far. He's Freeze Pops. I'm Rossi. Pleasure to be with you on a Sunday. Hope you guys are having a great day.
So I have 9, 9 dudes I would, and maybe I'm missing someone. Someone can help me out here. The 9 dudes that I have that are in the top 10. Brady, Manning, Elway, Rodgers, Breeze, Montana, Marino, Favre, Unitas, and then we can decide an order at some other point. No, those are the 9 dudes I think that get recognized in this conversation.
Nate says, this is interesting. Nate says Breeze is better. Saying this as a Packers fan. Dude, Nate, first of all, I don't even agree. And I don't like either organization to a degree. MVPs, Rodgers, got him. Breeze, don't. Like, all the passing stats you want to give him, that's great. He's never been the MVP. That's something about that. I know it was Super Bowl, but there's something there. Like, the guy has all these records. Oh, setting the records, all that, which has been great. Good for him. He's going to, obviously, Brady's going to surpass him next season, but did he already? No.
One of those he did. I saw they put his, stats up during the draft. I think it was yardage.
I think yardage he has. I think next year he'll get, because I think Breeze did. No, maybe. It doesn't matter. Either way, he won't have it.
He's going to get all of them.
That's a nice run there, but yeah, that's it is. I think Drew Brees is going to be lucky to be a top 10. That's just my opinion.
So we have 9. Is the 10th spot going to go default to Bradshaw because he has 4 rings?
Bradshaw's going to be in around this conversation. We didn't even bring up, and I know we like to look at everything. Do you go back in time? Do we look at some of these?
Like Otto Graham.
Yeah, like Otto Graham, or
I don't think I think that
fumble
anything
by Lamar. Picked up.
Oh, he picked it up.
Oh, I thought that's a receiver.
Should
my guy Boykin.
Pre 1950 shouldn't count.
No, I agree with it.
There has to be a certain point.
So right now, okay, with this all being said, the moral here is really, let's say he's top 10, right? But things can change for better or worse. We know as you continue to play, things can go one way or the other. But he knows. That's why I think the frustration's coming in. He has been it's on him too. He's part of the team. But he has been right on the doorstep these last 2 seasons. And it's like, you sees Mahomes coming. He sees, like, even a guy, I know, nice move by Lamar. Giving the old okey-doke, looking like Tom Brady against Urlacher. Makes his head go one way, body go the other. Touchdown, Baltimore. Troy Aikman, Joe Namath. Those are 2 good names.
For sure.
Jim Kelly, question mark. You know my feeling on Jim Kelly, but I don't think...
Underrated as heck.
4 straight Super Bowls. That's better than what Rodgers has done.
Yeah.
Stats.
Totally.
At the end of the day, I think I'll still go with Rodgers.
Yeah, I think that 10th spot you could make the argument for lots of guys, but
but this is what it all comes down to. I think this is where we're seeing the frustration by a lot of these NFL players. I think the legacy conversation was never a thing until like the last 5 years. I mean that honestly, like media, it's all Twitter. It's all been kind of like quote unquote our fault because like that's what we've become. We've become who's the best, the Mount Rushmore, who's the best of all time, who's the GOAT.
Yeah.
So
it's definitely GOAT culture for sure.
Okay, hold on. Here we go, Ito. Dude, Ito, give it a rest, bro. Give it a rest. No, that's not. That was last game we were talking about exciting quarterbacks and all that stuff, and I had many more than that. That's where this conversation came from. I said I never liked watching Favre, but now I watch like NFL throwbacks, and I'm like, I was a bonehead as a kid because he was so awesome to watch. Every snap was an adventure, just like Michael. Like
he was my favorite player before Brady.
I don't blame you, but I
loved Favre as a kid.
But yeah, I just think like Ito, are any of those guys that you put in there? Would you say those guys are top 10 quarterbacks of all time?
The only guy in that list that I'd say might be one day is Patrick Mahomes.
And isn't it kind of worrisome? Like Mahomes is reminding me. So somebody put this. It wasn't I. That they compared Mahomes to Bo Jackson.
Ooh.
Bo Jackson, for his first few years, people like he's going to go down as the greatest running back. He's going to break all the records. And then obviously the devastating injury. And he never could recoup. Like, God forbid. And I don't want to see it. Not just for sports, but like for everything. Like Mahomes he's a class act. He's awesome to watch. He is as exciting as a quarterback you'll watch today. I think him and Lamar are 2 of like the most exciting guys. Always kind of an adventure. You don't know what you're going to get, but he is amazing. Like, and I don't want to see that. Like, imagine his arm or something just really like.
Yeah, that would stink so bad. But he's like an alien, right? Like we're all like, we've never seen this before. It's a lot like Bo Jackson in that respect.
Yeah.
It actually reminds me a lot of the way we talked about LeBron early in his career too. Like this dude is ridiculous. He's so good right away. We've never seen anything like this. Like that comeback against the Pistons he had where he scored all 24 points in the fourth quarter or something ridiculous like that. Like, and I know that was a few years in for LeBron, but he was still like, 22 when he did that or something nuts. But the Mahomes LeBron thing, that feels like an apt comparison, but I like the Bo Jackson one too. It's like we're talking about this dude early in his career about being an all-time great already. And we just got to hope and pray that injuries don't ruin it.
That's it. And that's, again,
Durant was the same way too, by the way.
Good point. And we're seeing that like that's
and injuries did kind of ruin it for Durant. Like I know he has great, like he's won a bunch of championships with Golden State and blah, blah, blah. And he'll probably do some stuff here with Brooklyn because they're just stacked. But if Durant doesn't get injured, like those Thunder teams probably get a ring or 2.
Yeah. I know there's a big game right now, Nets, Bucks, but
I got it on.
Yeah, I had it in the background. I was watching the Reds, Cubs. I'm a big Reds guy. Reds up 12-9. Everyone's excited. Then we run home. The Reds are just so bad. They had a nice week. The Reds are always in first place the first week of the season, and then they just have these ridiculous, like, once the Cardinals come around, it's like, oh, here comes a sweep.
The Reds feel like the team that always wins the offseason. Like, it's always like, oh, the Reds, they had a smart offseason. They bring in Castellanos and blah, blah, blah.
Nice play.
And then they're just in third place every year. Who's your favorite Red of all time? Is it Votto?
Well, I've said Votto is the most. 2010 is the most underrated player of the decade. Like no one respect. Like he's faded a little bit towards the end, but probably all time, just because, again, exciting to watch, Adam Dunn. Dude, that dude was hitting moon rockets or striking out. Watts,
I love that answer.
Dude, for a little while, Reds were like just the Jolly Green Giants. You had Willie Mo Pena, Austin Kearns, Adam Dunn, like 6'6", 250.
Adam Dunn was way before his time. Like, baseball has become such a strikeout home run league. Like, Adam Dunn is the quintessential player of 2021.
Dude would just crush it like a 6-pack of Polar Seltzers and then just like get up to bat, burp, swing it, pitches down and away.
I loved Adam Dunn. I always had him on my team in MVP baseball.
Love it.
Huge Adam Dunn fan.
But like, again, going even to baseball, like, oh, the legacies, I'll be like, oh, we today if he played, all that. But like, that's where I think it all like pours back down to Rogers. Why I think Rogers is truly, aside of any like potential celebrity side of it, but like, I really think he sees and he's like, he's hearing this crap and hearing this crap. There's only so long you can't avoid it, right? In the world we live in with Twitter and constant people being like, I'm sure he has somebody in his life who's that rat who's like, did you hear what they said about you? And
it's Shailene Woodley.
No, maybe, but she's a strange cat, dude.
She's also only been in the picture for a very short period of time, which makes me feel like
that we know of.
She's true. Maybe they've been secretly dating.
She's a strange cat. She's like, I don't even want to give you like, because I don't want to cause a ruckus, but just Google some of her like thoughts and she's like, you have to remember all these people in Hollywood, they were all the artsy kids in high school. Like,
yeah, they're just in their own world.
Yeah, all due respect, they're a little strange. But with all that being said, here's Lamar here, 426 and counting left, 2nd and 10. But that's just what I really think Rogers is looking at. Like, if I can get one more Super Bowl, even appearance maybe. I think at this point he might even be looking at it that way. Like, I just got to get there. Guys, you got to help me out. And then they're like, yeah, we're going to draft Jordan Love. Bro, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, that was an abysmal decision by that franchise. Absolutely terrible.
It carried them this year. Like, don't get me wrong, the team defense got good and nice play out of like Davante Adams became like just a man possessed. But like still, like you didn't really address much. And then even in this draft, like when did they get that receiver? 3rd round?
Right. It was god awful, honestly.
Crazy.
But I will say this, like, and Glash brought this point up the other night. They drafted that corner in the 1st round, and I know people are sort of debating, like, oh, like, is that guy even a good corner? Regardless, Packers do need help on the other side of the ball.
Absolutely.
So he is getting help in the sense of, like, okay, they were addressing a need. So there's always two ways to look at, you know, is Rodgers getting help? Like,
it's always yes.
I mean, they re-signed Aaron Jones. They already had Davante Adams there. Tunyon's really good. Like, they have a good offense.
Yeah. No, I still, it's funny too, because I thought they would let Aaron Jones go. Like the running back position.
I know.
We've seen it, right? And you have the new quad father there.
AJ Dillon, baby.
And
the Sauce out of BC.
Sauce.
That's his nickname, the Sauce.
I like that. But like, oh, my Amazon package is here.
Yay.
Whoa.
Triga D saying Jerome Bettis on the Rams was the 2nd scariest running back of all time behind Jim Brown.
Derrick Henry, I think, has jumped Bettis at this point because he legitimately puts fears, I think, in cornerbacks.
There was a bunch of dudes I worked with at ESPN that were like anti-Bettis being in the Hall of Fame, and I just like couldn't disagree more. Bettis was awesome in his prime.
I'm not gonna have this. I'm not gonna keep
unstoppable.
You know me in that good old Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you hate it.
You
don't think anyone should be in. You think it should be like baseball where they keep the doors shut multiple summers.
No, I think baseball's the worst Hall of Fame, actually, if you want my opinion. Like Harold, or Tim Raines is the Hall of Famer. It's a joke. But
well, now that they have that executive committee that lets people in, where Tony La Russa's like, I managed him in 1977, he has to be in. Okay, Tony La Russa.
Tony La Russa, by the way, great job as the Chicago White Sox coach.
Yeah.
White Sox right on the brink of becoming like a great team. And it's like, let's get the oldest coach imaginable.
I don't understand it at all. I don't.
And they had a coach of the year, by the way, last year. But anyways, so we're at the 2-minute warning. Uh-oh. I don't know what you're saying. Can't tell if Obi-Wan's actually being nice to me or not.
Probably not.
Probably not. Oh, no, he's definitely not. Never mind. You got to read it twice. I appreciate you, Obi-Wan Piercy. See you guys over there on Twitch. Smash Lana. What's going on, everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. Smash that thumbs up over here on YouTube, David. Trigger, there's another nice play. Keeping this drive alive.
We're interviewing Brett Favre tomorrow for Great Dane Nation.
Whew, oh, it's all Brett. I swear I haven't thought about Brett Favre ever. And for some reason earlier today we were just talking about fun quarterbacks to watch, and I was like, he has just gone just nowhere near that conversation, right? Like he is gone, and I think it's ridiculous. 3 straight MVPs.
It is crazy. Yeah.
Like
the 90s, the quarterbacks were great too. You had Steve Young, who had won, I think, 2 in a row earlier in the decade. Elway was still there towards the end. Marino was still there towards the end. But like those guys always carried buzz and were still good at the end of their career. Bledsoe was really good in the 90s. You had Terrell Davis, Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders.
Don't forget Randall Cunningham's year in 90. Like it was like, hello, like
it was nuts in 98.
Yeah,
crazy good. So many good players, all-time great players in their prime that won MVPs all in the 90s, and Favre won 3 in a row amidst all of them.
It's wild, right? And like, and it's literally now we're almost 3 decades later.
Gets forgotten,
and we're like not even talking about the guy like he's anything.
Right.
And again, this is where my conspiracy theory. If he was an NFL Network correspondent, I think it's a different conversation. I'm telling you.
I think if he had won more Super Bowls, it would have helped.
True.
Only having the 1 ring and then losing that second one to Elway definitely hurt.
But at the same time, like he as the MVPs, and this is Moose said, it's like MVPs make up for Super Bowl losses in the all-time look to a degree because
yeah, I guess, yeah.
But like think about it, Drew Brees has 1 ring and has no hardware for personal, like aside from like records, but it's like the league changed too, and you don't think eventually people are going to look at that and be like, oh, well, yeah, like the league also made like if you touch a quarterback's shoulder on a reach, it's a penalty. So, like that's a little different. Oh, they opened up the offense, like everything became a penalty. Like that's why like, and I'm so stunned. I hope we're doing this like 3 years from now, because like think about what Lawrence, just look at the 5 guys drafted. Let's say they all play in the next 5 years, which you would imagine something like one way or the other. But let's say they're all starters. Like there's a good chance if day 1 starting, let's go with Zach Wilson, like he has a real chance to set every rookie record by just having that extra game.
True.
He could throw the most yards. I think Baker Mayfield currently has the most touchdowns. I think he beat Russell Wilson a couple years ago. But like he could easily do that. Like if he just that stuff, that's what frustrates me about these like numbers.
Well, when did they switch over to the 16-game format? Because remember, when the Dolphins went undefeated 16-0, that was including postseason.
Yeah, it's 1980. Oh, they said it. Schefter had a tweet because they believe, everyone is under the belief that in the next 5 years it will go to 18 games. Everyone believes.
That's way, oh man, I hate that.
It's just the way it lines up though. Think about it. Like if you look at the weeks and everything, like they believe that in the next 5 years there'll be 2 buys per team, 18 regular.
I like that better. They better give more buys if they're going to go 18 weeks. And it was 1978 they switched over.
Think about it. There you go. Just a few years after that perfect season.
Yeah.
If watch, someone's going to go undefeated this year too, just to laugh.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, this extra game. How it's going to have us looking at records differently for sure. The 16-game format was around for so long that it's just like ingrained in us.
Yeah. See what our fam's talking about here. Oh, we're going wild over here. Burton, Andrews, Hines, Lamar, WTF, you guys. Yeah, Randy, I feel you, dude. A lot of penalties here. Guys, we're just trying to get to the half, all right? We're just trying to get.
That's all we're asking for.
We're not asking for much. Throw a touchdown bomb or move it on. Ref's all about it. Yeah, we're going this way.
This isn't about you, ref.
See what Phillip Rivers here at the 50-yard line, well in striking distance. There's a pass. Incomplete.
No.
Thanks, bro.
That one to nobody.
Nope, absolutely nobody. Let's see what else we got. Fidel's, what's up? How you doing, Tony?
So Rodgers, he's crying about wanting to leave and whatever. of the situations that he said the other day, and I'll pull up his quote-unquote list.
Lord.
So what was it? Broncos, Raiders, and Niners? Were those the three?
Those were the three, and I'm telling you.
Does he have a better chance to win with all three of those? One of those? What do you think?
So here's, in my honest opinion, I'm so shocked that the trigger, like I think, and I truly believe this, and I give a lot of credit to the 49ers as a full organization. Jed York down. I'll give them all of them. Because I think they could have done the deal. I think there was something there, and they believe for the long term they want the young guy. They see, and they didn't take the bait, and maybe people can call me crazy, which is my middle name. But I think they really could have. Man, it's Jason D. You guys have all been wondering. It's delusional. No, but like, I think they could have taken that bait and said, we have a 2-year window or 3-year window, whatever you want to call the window, because who knows how long he would stay, right? Even though it is quote unquote home to him. I think they said, I think we could get a young guy, cheaper, keep building around the defense, keep doing the things we have. Because realistically, San Francisco's offense
extends their window for sure to have the cheaper quarterback. Yes.
Potentially. So like, I truly want to believe that. I think San Francisco really said, wait, you want the number 3 pick? But I think they got infatuated with the talent of Lance. Clearly, right? They traded up. Like, that was not their pick. They had no reason to be there. So
totally.
I think, but to answer your question before we get to the half or during the half is, I think it's the Broncos. Even though it's hard to say, it would have been San Fran because you got Mahomes in the division with the Raiders or the Broncos, but the Broncos kind of feel a little bit like the Buccaneers 2 years, for Brady. It's like offensive weapons are there, not as established, but they're there. And then look at the defense. They re-upped they redid the secondary. The front seven, if Von Miller's back and everything, goes, according to plan, and he's able to get back on the field, like, that's ferocious. Chubb on one side, him on the other.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. I think that the Broncos are the team that if he goes to, he has a better chance to win. I really believe that. I think the AFC is weaker than the NFC. And I think outside of the Chiefs and the Bills, if they continue to be as good as we think they can be, I'm not confident in anyone else in the AFC. With the Colts, they have a great squad, but I don't trust Carson Wentz. The Ravens, they were sort of up and down for me last year. Titans, I think they regress. Patriots, who the heck knows? So I agree with you.
I don't think they're in listen, I'm a Patriots fan. I want the best all the time. I don't think they're a true Super Bowl contender right now.
I don't either. I
think right now, AFC, you just mentioned true Super Bowl contenders today, paper, all that I get. Chiefs by a mile. Bills are I think they're still right there. The Browns are still right there. I think those are your top. I think that's kind of
Browns too. Yeah.
I think they're there. They're making the right moves. Odell's back. I just think it seems like those teams, and I know that was part of the final 3 of the AFC, but I'm having trouble. Are the Steelers really going to make this jump back? Maybe. They're more towards that top. The Ravens are more towards that top, but don't forget, just lost a Pro Bowl tackle. With a quarterback like Lamar, who you have to protect. We see it time and time again.
Right. Do we know if the Dolphins are going to keep taking a step forward? They're sort of in the same boat as the Bills.
Yeah. It's a good, that's it. Who is there anybody else we're missing? Or who are the other teams you even want to take a dart throw at?
None. I would not even want to look at the Jaguars yet because you have no idea what Trevor Lawrence is going to be. Obviously, the Texans are a dumpster fire right now. I guess maybe you could look at Los Angeles and say, okay, I really like Justin Herbert and what they're doing there. I guess you could say, okay, maybe I like what Cincinnati's doing, but you don't know what Joe Burrow has in the way of health coming back this season. Vegas, absolute wild card because Gruden is, John Gruden, and they continue to make strange moves every year. I don't trust Derek Carr. I like their weapons. I love Darren Waller, but no, I can't throw Vegas in that conversation. So it's an interesting thing to think about in the AFC. It's people talk about how it's Mahomes' league and all this stuff. It's because he's in the weaker conference right now. I firmly believe that.
Smoke Toe, just got to read this. It almost bothers me how they don't read comments, LOL. There's a reason why Cough and Glash are our favorites. Hey, Smoke Toe, first of all, never heard of you. Appreciate you being here. I don't know if you but
he might be a live chat guy, so you don't see him much.
Oh, maybe. But I'm in live chat today, ever since you told me.
That's why you see him.
All, I always like to say this, and I say this with all due respect to you. I love the chat. First of all, we do read the chat. Appreciate you being here. Shout it out. But, like, to me, drop something in. Let me know. Let me know what you're thinking. I see a lot, like, I'm not going to read every, like, little thing when people are talking about, like, their other contests or stuff like that. But, like, I see Randy says Chargers defense is legit getting Darwin back. Adds into the convo. Like, just drop in some comments. And by the way, if Glash and Cough are your favorites, kudos to you, man. Just appreciate you being here. Patriots are... well, look at this. Trigger. I'll keep this very quickly. It says Patriots 10 wins next year. Buy or sell. Don't forget, we mentioned it. There's an extra game. So are they going to be a 10-7 team next year? Right now, I'm not ready to make that. As much as I want to believe they want to will themselves to it,
it's tough.
I can't say it today. I can't.
And the thing is, it's not like the AFC East is a walk in the park anymore, right? It's not like we could automatically write in 6 wins for the Patriots or 5 wins for the Patriots just from division games.
Yeah.
Like those Bills and Dolphins games are coin tosses. Absolute coin tosses.
Yeah, we were, don't forget, we're speaking about coin tosses, we're a week and change away from the schedule reveal, so we'll be knowing all the wins and losses 6 months before the season starts.
I love that. I love the schedule reveal. Everyone gets so hyped for like 24 hours.
I hope we're on. I can't wait to who I'm on with, or you might be doing an after dark that night. I demand that it is an absolute pick. The chat picks a team and you guys go through them and say wins or losses. Lamar makes a nice dart down to the 9-yard line. In the chat here, Mr. Ox says the over-under of the Patriots should be set at 3. Nah, dude, they're not.
Well, then I'd take the over then.
Yeah. I like Tom and Rossi, but my favorite has to be Kenny, says Ernest. Good for you. Pick your favorite, guys.
Love that. Just an agent of chaos picking Kenny.
Executive Session says, Team Cough, Rossi, Tom, Matt, Emerson, Ducey. Hell, I love y'all. Love that. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. And just love that we have this, right? Like, it's great. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys all being here.
Oh, I got to smash the like. I haven't smashed it yet.
Whoa. Tackle down at the 1. Trying to get that was JK. Dobbies getting down to the 1. I think the Pats skate into the playoffs, says Trigger. I hope so. Pats are getting back Hightower and 3-4 other players, says Randy. Jets, Bills, Dolphins are better than the Patriots.
Hightower's really the only impact player they're getting back, by the way.
Yeah, true, because they traded
Chung retired.
Cannon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be
and he's great, though. Don't get me wrong. I love Dante Hightower.
All right, no. But don't forget, older. It's different. It's not like a young guy.
Sure.
It's not like, Chase, who is taken, 5th overall, is, taking a year off as a 20-year-old.
Right. For sure.
Appreciate you, Mr. Hawk, even though it wasn't really a compliment, but I appreciate being here. There's Lamar, dives into the end zone.
Dude's a beast.
It's going to be all tied up at 14 here in the 3rd quarter. Lamar is in the zone, baby.
He is a beast. This is why you have him in your captain spot, folks.
Congo Cab, switching back to his Raiders logo, saying Patriots gonna be some trash.
Congo Cap also imploring me to not have the Raiders in the AFC discussion. I don't blame you, brother. I don't blame you.
Yeah, I know what he's thinking, but I think, I don't know. They look
as a Raiders fan, since they lost that Super Bowl, they have been so bad or inconsistent that I feel like they can't let themselves get their hopes up.
I'm going to just say this, and I know it's going to aggravate my man Congo because I love him, and I love how he's such a good fan. Like, he doesn't knee-jerk one way or the other, but it was that loss to Kansas City when they had the game won, and they just stopped playing in the 4th quarter. Mahomes had 3 passes into the end zone, ball game, and their season fell apart. It's factual. Just go back and look. That was when everything just went to crap. And then obviously the Jets later, all that. It was just wild. Just stinks. Ralphie says that he predicts Mac Jones will be Justin Herbert of last year with all those weapons.
Wow. What weapons?
Kendrick Bourne and Jacoby.
Those tight ends, I guess. Mac. You know what though? The tight end thing is good for Mac Jones. Check down guys.
Yeah.
Jonnu and Hunter Henry. That's a fun combo. But no, I don't think that you should say that anyone can have the rookie year that Justin Herbert just had. I mean, historically great rookie season for that guy.
Yeah, it was awesome. Great year.
I don't want to put that type of pressure on Mac Jones just yet.
Yeah, I don't want Cam getting any weird injections before a game that cause him not to be able to play. Such a weird thing, this situation. Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me. So think about it. We have that happened to, why am I forgetting his name? Who was the Chargers quarterback last year that got hurt? That was with Buffalo.
Tyrod.
Think about it. He's now in Houston, right? They make the draft. But I was thinking about this. We were talking about potential, Aaron Rodgers, where the alleged list, right? And there's going to be, wow, got that ball off. Oh, nice tackle. That could have been money. It was a full blitz. Hines could have broke that one. But, you have the, Rodgers, where's he going to go? But, I was looking across the league. Now, I was thinking about Deshaun Watson a little bit more. And, you hear my theory of the Giants are trying to get assets for it. The Dolphins seem to have the assets for it. Those are the two that seem to be, at least asset-wise, would be the most compelling couple first-round draft picks, future, whatever. Aaron Rodgers, I was thinking, all teams right now, obviously you would take a Rodgers, you would definitely take a Deshaun Watson if everything, cleans up, we'll just say.
Mm-hmm.
But we're, right now, there isn't, the starting jobs that there were, even a few weeks ago.
Yeah, right.
You would drop your quarterback for him, but, teams are kind of moving forward.
Exactly, and that's why I said, I've been saying the last few days, teams must be pissed that Rodgers just now is deciding to make this public. And I'm sure people have been talking behind the scenes around the NFL. There's conversations that happen that we don't know about. But yeah, I'm sure if the Bears. Well, no, that's a bad example because Rodgers never getting traded to the Bears, but. If the Jets knew that Rodgers was truly available 4 weeks ago, maybe the Packers are picking second overall and Aaron Rodgers is in New York.
You know what? It was so calculated, right? I believe it breaks on the day of the draft where it puts him in an awkward position to either knee-jerk trade him. I think he wanted to go to San Francisco. If you want my conspiracy theory, we'll get into it, right? Hit the X-Files theme. I think he wanted to go to San Francisco, knew that there was a conversation happening. He's trying to be classy. I'm sure he seems like a pretty good, I'll keep my mouth shut. And then once he found out they denied it or they weren't going to do it or whoever and then he's like, well, screw it. Somebody then was like, we're going to release it out and let everybody, because they were put in a position that he couldn't be moved. You're not trading him on a rumor on the day of.
Right.
Everyone thought the Patriots are going to trade for more. The Broncos, you're hearing it's all smoke and mirrors, I think, right now. And now it's put in a position you really are you going to trade him now? What, for the future? It's crazy. So I think there was a little bit of calculation on somebody's part. Whoever released it, whoever got to Schefter, who wrote an article, by the way, very rarely do you get the Schefter article.
True.
So something was up. I'm just saying, something was up. There was
Smells a little fishy.
Yeah, man. That stuff doesn't just day of draft.
Some stinky cheese. Triga saying, I bet Brady goes up to Green Bay and wins one more. 0 chance. Brady is not going to live in a cold weather city ever again the rest of his life.
Brady has a team that somehow doesn't have a salary cap anymore, so don't worry. He's not going anywhere.
He enjoys living in a certain bay, and that bay is Tampa Bay. Congo Cab saying, now that Tom B is gone, they're going to be back sorry as hell for years. Look, I'm sort of in that same camp as you, Congo Cab. I am not confident about I'm not overly confident, I'll say, about the Patriots' future. I'm more confident today than I was when the regular season ended for them this past year, because I think they did a lot of great stuff in free agency, but I'm not there yet. I'm not the cocky Pats fan like I was when Brady was, wearing the flying Elvis on his helmet. Yeah. I'm not that guy anymore. I'm wounded.
Let's go. No, let's go. Let's get him back, baby. So Belichick. So, I believe Belichick. Must be
Belichick, Mr. Hawk says.
Belichick, yeah. How do you turn? Nah, I'm not going to do this. Must be says Aaron Rodgers trade request somehow different than Watson or Wilson. I don't remember the same support. What do you mean support? Like, I think the Wilson one is one of the most, like, it's the most relevant. So if you were listening back then, must be. I was saying that, first of all, I don't like that the players are doing this in general. I'm a team person. So if you want to hate on me, go for it. But I will say Wilson, it's the same thing. I was saying this with Moose. He knows the legacy is there. He's not getting these first place votes and MVPs and all that. And he's like, it ain't it here. And you're talking about wanting to run the ball more. You're talking about getting back to the Legion of Boom days, like taking the ball out of my hands. Like, nah, that ain't it, guys. I think it's just a threat. I think he was just saying, like, smarten up. Let's get some more players here. Hey, Julio's a free agent, like, or is allegedly on the thing. Like, let's get him. And Watson is the one guy I don't blame in all this.
Traga D saying, hoping that Brady goes full Florida man. Embrace the crazy, Tom. That would be hilarious if Brady was out here committing Florida man acts. We read these articles on the internet, you know, Florida man arrested for taking his fan boat down the interstate, and then you read in, you're like, Tom Brady, 42 of Tampa Bay, Florida.
Let's play in the third. Rivers caught out of bounds. Pascal on the grab. So we're going to the fourth quarter here. It's 10-5 East Coast. Hope you're all doing well. 10-4 Central Time for our guy Freeze Pops, and 10-2 in the West. And if you're anywhere in between, whatever time it is.
One of the Andrews on this broadcast just recently moved to Florida. He says he can taste the crazy in the water down there.
Oh, I could only imagine.
The tap water does taste different in Florida, by the way, in a way that is not tasty.
Listen,
I don't know what it is.
I only drink the water that comes from Maine, dude. If I'm going to buy some bottles, it's coming from that sweet spout of Maine.
The thing I hate is showering in water that smells bad, you know?
Oh, no, that's you, dude. That's actually you. So.
Andrew, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, when you turn on your faucet and just brown coming out?
It's different.
It is different. That's for damn sure.
It's different.
Oof. Patriots had one down year. Relax. We be back, baby, says Ralphie. Mark that down.
I'll take it. I like the enthusiasm.
I'm feeling the same way. Listen, I think in general, this is the fun of the NFL too. Like, I think the NFL now, like the Patriots, and that's the same thing with the Raiders. Like, there are certain teams you want to be good. Like, at least good enough. Like, you want to beat like, for years, you wanted your team to beat the Patriots. Like, the old Ric Flair, to be the man. Woo! You got to beat the man. And you wanted to do that. Not a lot of teams were able to, but that's what you wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Like, the Eagles. That franchise is gone. That whole situation, that team is dead. We thought we had the next great coach, quarterback, young duo. Absolutely all blew up in their face. But they
caught lightning in a bottle with that team, no question.
But they got the ring, right? So that forever and ever, they got it. It all worked out, like in one way or the other for them. Like it's just so strange. 3 years later, Wentz got the highest paid contract, gone. Coach fired, just gone. Like what? That is so weird.
Yeah, it's sort of an anomaly team in the history of the NFL, right? Because a lot of these teams that have rings, there's like a buildup, right? They have a few years together. They take time. The quarterback develops. Coach is there for a few years. Boom, they get the ring. Eagles sort of came together in like a weird way in free agency. They were mediocre the year before. They had a little bit of buzz coming into the season. Carson Wentz takes off. They have a great, 12 games with him as a starter. Foles comes in when he gets hurt. And then they go on this run with Nick Foles. Like, I'm trying to think in my head if there's really any other situation in NFL history that's like this. I can't think of it.
I don't know about winning the Super Bowl, but we've seen it with, was it Frank Reich actually? Who was the quarterback for the Bills when they had that ridiculous comeback and they made a run there in, when was that? That was like that miraculous game they came back against the Oilers.
So you're talking about the not the Music City Miracle.
No, not the. But it's funny enough.
Like a few years before.
Yeah, I want to say it was like somewhere in that 90s. It was crazy game.
Right, but
that's still like I'm trying to like we've seen like backup quarterbacks go on these runs, but not to win it. I don't think anybody like Doug Williams.
Well, even like Phil Simms was not the quarterback for I think the Giants' second Super Bowl because he got hurt and like his backup. Right? No, I'm blanking on his name. Hostetler, maybe.
Oh yeah, Geoff Hostetler.
Yeah, so he was the quarterback of the second Super Bowl that Parcells won, but like that still kind of fits the narrative of a core group of guys together for a while that build towards a championship. The Eagles, it was all just like they came together, they won the title, and everyone left.
Yeah,
you don't see that in the NFL.
Jason Myers says people forget the Bucs were 7-5 last year. They got hot. They definitely beatable and flawed. Everyone's saying they're going to just blow through everyone. I don't see it. Great point. Jason, I'm going to say this. I say that every year about every team that wins. Even being like a Patriots fan. The Patriots somehow just had the mystique. I think they literally put fear in other teams. There's very few people that were a game once they got to that like 10-year stretch of being good. But every team should be beatable. Like there's no team that's like just unbeatable.
That's why they play the game, Rossi.
I agree, but I think to Jason Myers, specifically this Buccaneers team, you got to get to Brady, and it's one of the hardest things. He gets the ball out, and this is where the exciting
3 seconds.
That's what I was talking about in the earlier sim, talking about like guys that excite. Like even Phillip Rivers. I liked watching Phillip Rivers because it was always an adventure. Brady is calculated. Peyton Manning was so calculated. That's what makes him great. Brady's not hanging in the pocket for 6 seconds and trying to scat a play in the middle of it. Like Rivers was awesome to watch, in my opinion. Just like Russell Wilson is fun to watch now. It's not, the offense isn't as calculated. They're not there. Is Rivers going to take the sack here? Like Lamar Jackson. It's not like an offense that's all about this quick timing. Like Drew Brees to me might have been one of the more dull guys to watch because it's kind of just like ping, ping, go. All right. One snap, ball, throw. Snap, ball, throw. Like it's like, okay, don't get me wrong. He's very good, but it's just the excitement factor is different. It almost made the other players around him more exciting to watch.
Totally. I totally agree with you.
But that's why, like, I don't know, there's, and that's why we were talking earlier, like, the quarterbacks this year, like, yes, I'm going to be excited to see Trevor Lawrence play, right, as to start at least. But I feel like if he's going to take that step, Zach Wilson, if he's going to take that step, it's not going to be, these guys aren't going to be Patrick Mahomes style, like doing wacky, like throwing with the other hand or getting away with throwing the ball across the field and doing crazy.
If anyone is, it's going to be Zach Wilson, right? That's what everyone keeps saying.
It would be shock me, but then again, I didn't think he was going to be the number 2 overall pick when the season ended because I knew he was a top prospect. It's so weird how that everything changes, right?
Draft season, baby. Hey, when Baker Mayfield's college career ended, no one thought he was going to be the number 1 pick until like 10 days before the draft.
End of first round. That's what people talked about.
Yep.
And who ended up going end of first round? Lamar Jackson. And who has the MVP so far? Lamar Jackson.
Who would you take right now, Lamar or Baker?
Baker.
I'd take Lamar.
I still don't like Lamar Jackson's mechanics. I don't think he's a great passer. I think there's a lot to be desired there. I think when these guys have like the scrambling quarterbacks, once it's kind of gets caught, like once people start to be like, okay, this is the kind of way like you have to defend him. Obviously, you have to do it. You have to execute. But I don't think
I think with the right system in place, Lamar's ceiling is way higher than Baker. And if you get the right pieces around him, like get him the best offensive line ever, period. That's all the Ravens should be throwing money at right now. They're not, and it's a problem.
That's my point. That they lose their tackle to, dude, I'm out. It's like, oh, okay. Where's he go? Kansas City, who's loaded up on offense. Touchdown there, Naheem Hines. Dives.
From the Ravens, I'm getting.
Oh, no, strike it. It's Mac, baby. Return of the Mac. Into the end zone for the first touchdown here in the fourth quarter. That's going to give Indianapolis the touchdown lead.
Ralphie 508 out of the blue. Pats are the greatest dynasty in sports history. Tell me I'm wrong. Hey, look, I love it, Ralphie. We don't have enough obnoxious Patriot fans in the chat. We have them as broadcasters, but not as chatters. So I appreciate any Pat support we can get in the chat.
I would honestly, like, I'm just saying, you say tell me you're wrong. I'm not gonna, because I believe it, because they did a stretch. But like the Bulls won 6 championships in 8 years, dude. Like that's crazy talk right there. That's crazy. Like,
so you don't think that the Patriots' 20-year dominance was?
Oh, no.
Honestly, the best. the best dynasty in the history of sports, I think, is what the Yankees did to win all those rings back in the day. I mean, it's insane. And then UCLA, I mean, winning all those national championships, going from Bill Walton to Kareem, Kareem to Bill, I should say, and just John Wooden dominating. I mean, those two, to me, you could make the argument is more impressive than the Pats. What the Celtics did, I don't necessarily give that as much credit as some other people do because they only had 10 teams in the league at the time. I just think it wasn't as good of a product. I still think what the Patriots did for 20 years is more impressive than all of those, but I think the Yankees, my success and the UCLA those are the two that I would argue could be better than the Patriots.
Only reason I would debunk the Yankees style is just there's no salary cap. You can do whatever you want in baseball. So like
true. Okay.
That's just my fair. But you still had to win, right? And they went to
exactly. And there's right. And there's no salary cap in baseball in the history of baseball. No one else has ever won at that clip.
Now the people are just trying to trigger me in here. Brian going Deflategate and Spygate negate everything. Okay.
False.
Good luck with that. Go look. I'm telling you, for anybody who wants to just read headline heroes, I call it. Look in the history of annals of time. Look at what the 49ers were doing when they were winning championships. There's stories out there. And I'm not trying to debunk anything. It's just people wanted to discredit because Belichick is a jerk. They were trying to do something, and Eric Mangini did something he shouldn't have. There's a great video by one of my favorite YouTubes called Secret Base, formerly SB Nation, formerly with DeAndre used to be over there with those guys. Check out the Beef History. It was released like 2 weeks ago with Belichick Mangini. It really gets to it. It gets like what every coach said, including Jimmy Johnson, who, by the way, there's so many stories about him as Lamar is just taking off like a rocket, trying to tie this game up with 3 and change to go in the fourth. Talking about how like Jimmy Johnson was like, this should have never been brought up. This is something you talk about. And he goes, this gives no, I think the quote, and it's not in this video because I looked it up. He says, I think there was something about like, this gives no advantage to any team. It's just stupid. Like what Belichick did was just trying to be a jerk to his old like coach. Like he was like Belichick was flexing on a guy and thinking, you're not going to say anything. Just like what happened with them in Cincinnati 2 years ago, which no one's talking about anymore because it literally means nothing.
Yeah,
you could film all day and doesn't mean anything. And I'm not just saying as a Patriots fan. Mike Tomlin could trip a player on the field, potential. Let's just say that, and that's going to have an actual impact on the actual play. Like you can't, and that's the same thing. I even do this a little bit. I don't even overblow what the Astros are doing. I think, and I know it's a little more like to the game, but like we're hitting a bat on, like the timing is so precise. Like, if you hit it once, it's a fastball. Like the sign to the pitch is, I don't know. I didn't go too crazy about that either. I get it. And I understand like people want to go nuts about it, but there's still something about executing the game that even if you potentially know, like some players are better. Some players are just better.
Totally agree with you. Congo Cab saying, didn't the Patriots go 10 plus years without winning a ring? I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it was from 2004 and then 2014 was their next ring. But they did a lot of winning in between and they got to 2 Super Bowls in between. So most sports fans that are sort of in the know connect those sort of, they call it all one dynasty. Some people like to refer to it as 2 separate dynasties, but I think, you had the same coach, you had the same quarterback, you had the same owner. It sort of makes sense to connect it all because they were going to AFC championships and Super Bowls all in between while they weren't winning.
Rossi, I think you meant lost your mind to CH. I don't think I lost my mind. I worked in this, and I think I've said this before. I had to read the Wells report and stuff, guys. Like, I had to read a lot of this junk, and I realized how...
Yeah, it sucked. I had to do it, too. Deflategate's
one of the most overblown, ridiculous things of all time. Spygate's a whole nother thing. I can get into the ridiculousness, but that literally Deflategate is embarrassing. It's such a black eye in the NFL. The fact that Tom Brady had to sit 4 games for allegedly, or more likely than not, putting ball in or out of a ball means nothing to the game. Literally nothing. Aaron Rodgers has come out. Eli Manning has come out. All these guys say they do it. Like they have their, like the whole PSI, you've never heard about it again, and you never will. It's insane. It really is.
It is. It's so dumb.
Drew,
and the thing that's crazy about it is like all of that happened, and then Brady went on to win all the stuff he's won since then, and no one talks about it anymore. Remember how big of a deal Deflategate was? And then it happened, whatever, we've moved on, and no one talks about it. Only the people that talk about it are people that hate the Patriots.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's just an argument against, and I get it. Listen, that's like me saying, Michael Jordan's not the greatest basketball player because he played baseball. He left the sport. And
Lamar's having a day right now.
Wah, wah, whoa, 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 whoa. Hat trick for Lamar. Second hat trick of the day. Tyreek Hill had one last game. Here is Lamar. Woo! That's my hat smashing sound, by the way, because I'm throwing hats. So it's all tied up here in virtual. Look at that. Just see you later. He just tossed that linebacker like it's a bad. Look at this.
Unreal. So here's the question. Wow, get out of here, child's play. Who is going to be the Babysitter Billy Award winner? Who's going to be the Krusty Kaufman winner? I mean, T.Y. has had a great game and has lower ownership than Lamar, but Lamar is just being a beast out there. So it's tough. Who do you think is the Krusty Kaufman right here?
It's going to be dude, I'm laughing because I'm looking at these chat. It's insane. I love it. I love you guys. This is fun. Like, if I ever come across like a little agitated or whatever, it's all passion. It's all in fun. Like, dude, I'm not joking. When I read stuff like this, it gets me. It tickles me. Sean Preston goes, who's the only coach you don't see in The Sims? Belichick is a pompous behind. It has nothing to do with it. It's because he's not the players. Again, hey guys, Michael Jordan wasn't in video games either.
Which is dumb.
Yeah, because he was a pompous behind. A lot of people. Who else? There was the baseball. Who was the?
Yeah, Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds. Thank you.
Yeah, John Dowd, the greatest video game baseball player of all time.
Kevin Millar. That's right. Oh, Drew. That's a guy who played some MVP baseball in his day.
Right, and that's why I would always draft John Dowd. I would trade for John Dowd. He was the MVP baseball version of Barry Bonds.
And just slugging home, probably like 3-4. Just it didn't make any sense. Phillip Rivers with a minute and change. Yeah, for me, listen, I think T.Y. Hilton because the ownership numbers, if you really want my answer.
I do. I want it.
I think Lamar, obviously, Lamar's been great, but T.Y. Hilton came into this contest with under 40% owned. Those numbers in like 90%. So Lamar's playing what he should be doing. And T.Y. hit the bonus.
Okay.
T.Y.'s been a beast.
So we're going at the MVP should go to the most valuable player conversation over the MVP should go to the best player conversation.
It's your call. I'm just giving you my T.Y. is also in the first place in our contest. He has 53 points in the captain, 136 on 7 catches, 2 touchdowns, and the bonus. Lamar,
we're gonna go with T.Y. then because I have Lamar in the captain spot and he has 50.
He's right. I was gonna say he's a hair under. And I know the game ain't over, and we could, maybe what are we doing here?
Well, the Colts had the ball, so Lamar, T.Y. can pull ahead by even more.
I just want him to score. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Let's get him in there.
Okay.
2nd and 10.
We're gonna go with T.Y. and Babysitter Billy. We're gonna go with Lamar. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna go with Mark Andrews. Didn't do anything.
Give it to Phillip Rivers for throwing that pass right there. It's embarrassing, dude. What are you doing?
I honestly think Mark Andrews has 0. So
30 seconds left in the sim. Throw the ball down the field. You got 3 timeouts. You're throwing a flank pass to your back on 3rd and 10 now.
A flank.
I want a flank steak.
Love good flank steak.
Man, I haven't been up to date on the Twitch chat, and I just go over and just Obi-Wan spamming me. What's up, bro? Love you. Come on, get there. Here you go, baby. Let's go. Here we go. Obi-Wan told me to watch my mouth on MJ. I'm just saying, he wasn't in video games. Till he actually was when he was on the Wizards, though. Funny enough.
Fun fact.
Yeah. His ratings were the worst they ever could have been if he was in any video game ever, which is so weird.
Jordan was actually sneaky good on the Wizards. I stand for that.
No.
He had like multiple 40-point games.
He got hurt. Yes. He was really good for the stretch of I think it was the second. Oh, baby. What a catch.
All right, nice. The Blankenship going to put this one away.
9 seconds. Don't be foolish. Don't do anything crazy here, Sim. Call the timeout.
Oh, there we go.
Watch this be the first block kick we get.
Has there never been a block kick?
Not that I know of.
I always like to know these historical things.
Holy smokes, I just got a slack and I didn't know what was going on. It's our next one. It threw me off for a second.
Tara Lynn, baby.
Yeah.
Producing debut.
Woo! Oh, we're going to it's going to be.
I think. I don't know. Has she produced another one?
No, I don't know. This is the first time I've gotten to direct, so that's going to be funny. Don't you say that, Andrew. I don't even know who's who anymore. I don't even know my own mother's name. All right, let's see. 5 ticks on the clock. Blankenship. Hashtag respect the specs. From
here we go.
30 yards out. It's up. He delivers. 2 seconds remain, though. Take a knee. Lamar could just run this whole thing to the end zone. So.
Yeah, we're going to get like one final play here if the kickoff goes a certain way.
And the Reds just beat the Cubs, baby. 13-12.
Wow.
Go.
Slugfest.
Craig Kimbrell stinks.
I'm in 9th, by the way.
Oh, I'm getting probably smashed. You're probably doing well because you got Lamar and the captain. I am in 91st.
Wow. Awful.
By the way, I made a mistake lineup earlier because I thought I was doing the noon, the 2, the 4, not the 2, the 4, the 6. And I made a contest. I don't know if you can delete them, so I just obviously left it. I didn't even remember what I played. Is it going to be the kickoff? Is it going to go? So, are they going to return it? Let's see. Do we have a miracle in us? Ball game is over. So it was
bad decision.
Best finish I've had in a long time. I finished in 31st in a contest I didn't mean to make and didn't even pay attention to. So I think there's some advice for you there. So in this contest, by the way, I finished 91st. Joe will finish up the stats, but get the cheddar. Finish in with Hilton and the captain, Lamar, Pascal, Rivers, Boykin, and Tucker. Both little anchors at the end, but had the 2 studs in this one. This is good.
I finished in 9th, baby. Boom, boom, boom.
Credit to Tommy Freespops. Go check out in between. Make sure you go over to your podcast app. Keep your dream stream open. Check out the podcast app. Do us 2 favors. Go check out Great Dane Nation and give a subscribe. Leave a 5-star. I don't even have to hit play yet, but do that for the algorithms. And then also do the same for the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We here on the Dream Stream got plenty more content. We are going to be back. This duo will tag team it up again. So don't you even move a muscle. I want to give a shout out to obviously the Drew Stack. They crushed it all day long. Joe and Ops. It was truly amazing, but I had fun. This was a blast. Texans, Niners are our next game. Then Koff and Lamarca are going to give you Panthers, Bucks at 8. Then you're joining Lamarca for Packers, Jets. Look at that. You're going to talk. That's going to be a fun one. You got lots of
so much good conversation to have there.
Yeah, and great. Nothing but great.
I will ask Lamarca who he would rather have as his quarterback moving forward, Zach Wilson or Aaron Rodgers.
And you know what? I'm not that. That is a 5-hour tease you just left. That is going to me.
That's a deep tease, folks.
I am ready for it. All right, but we're going to get out of here. Thank you guys again so much for joining us. We'll be back on here in the Dream Stream, us 2 teaming up again in just under 50 minutes. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Drink some water, stay positive, be a good person. We'll see you soon.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Thank you. I can't remember, by the way, which one of the listeners it was that gave me the shout out for some of the draft bets I had on the Even Money podcast, like J.C. Horn to be the first cornerback drafted, or first defensive player drafted, like Eric Stokes going in the first round. So hopefully a lot of you guys participated in that and enjoyed that. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL or us at Ross Tucker Pod. We've got Greg Cosell today. It's going to be phenomenal to get Greg's thoughts on the most interesting first round picks. First reaction from Greg here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But first, we've got a couple winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
People like Hannah Doyle. Speaking of social media, Hannah Doyle retweeted the business of sports with Andrew Brandt this week with Chiefs tight end Sean Culkin talking about Bitcoin. You never know which one I'm looking at. Hannah Doyle retweeted a clip from the business of sports. Excellent, Hannah. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know if you want a signed picture, card, or press pass, whatever. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Neil Morley. He took advantage of the Keeps offer. You guys know, look at my hair. For those of you that watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, you know I'm a big Keeps guy. The key, though, is A, to go to the website, and B, to use one of our codes. That's what matters, like Feast or even Money. Use the code when you go to Keeps. It's awesome, like Neil did. Thank you, Neil. That's amazing. And then the YouTube shout-out goes to Lem Houston. Just looking for people to subscribe there and make a comment. And when I see it, you will be the winner. But we're all really winners when we get a chance to listen to Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg. It's 7:14 a.m.
Neither tired, Ross.
Yeah, neither one of us got even 6 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe not to you.
The show must go on, man. The show must go on. So there's a lot I want to get into with you, obviously, Greg. I think I'm just going to ask you the ones I think are most interesting. Let's start with the 49ers decision to go with Trey Lance. For so long, it seemed like it was Mac Jones, and it seemed like Justin Fields, then back to Mac Jones, and then seemingly out of nowhere until maybe the last day or so, they go with Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Well, in response to your point, for so long, it wasn't anybody. It was people making up whatever they thought they might do. So for so long, it wasn't really anybody except what the 49ers knew. The mock guesses, they're just guesses. So if you're asking me about Trey Lance and how he fits, the one thing that I've talked about numerous times is Trey Lance played under center at North Dakota State. I believe over 40% of his snaps in 2019, which is the last year he really played, came with him under center. Secondly, they play with a fullback quite a bit at North Dakota State. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, is he's refined and advanced in the execution of what we call conventional play action, meaning play action from under center where you turn your back to the defense, which is a critical part of the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I guess lastly, if you've heard Kyle Shanahan speak since the end of the season when he's given press conferences, he's been asked and talked a lot about the pressure that the RPO concept puts on defenses. And I think that factored in as well to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance gives you that in addition to giving you the off-script outside of structure game. So, and the designed quarterback run game, not just the RPOs, but the designed run game. So my sense was that Kyle is probably expanding his thought process. But when all said and done, I believe that just the experience under center is a big factor. The age of Lance is a big factor, extremely young with a lot of growth. And from everything you hear, again, this is now what you hear, he's an incredibly intelligent kid with tremendous maturity.
Yeah, I'm glad you said those last few things, Greg, because at first it sounded like you were primarily just talking about his offense at North Dakota State, which is great and that helps, but that's not the player as much as what he was under at North Dakota State. I think it's the last things as well. Really, it's the combination of both, right? He's got all that stuff that you mentioned in the first, but he's also got all the stuff you mentioned at the end as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, apparently only John Lynch and Kyle knew who they were picking, so they kept it secret from the organization. But no, to me, it's, these picks, everybody comments on picks, and ultimately it's based on your evaluation of the players. That's what it comes down to. So if a team picks a player that you don't have evaluated well, or as highly as the team does, you say it's not a good pick. It's only not a good pick or a good pick based on your evaluation of the player, not on anything more.
So the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, which, obviously you've talked about Jalen quite a bit. I think one I want to get your opinion on is the Panthers taking J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. Does that surprise you? Can you compare and contrast those two players who ended up, the way, going back to back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Panthers needed a corner. Obviously, by taking Horn, they're going to play more man coverage this year. They played heavy zone a year ago. I think they recognize that in the NFL, you need to increase your man coverage percentage. It's just their evaluation of the player. I personally liked Surtain a little better, but they're different players. Surtain is just smooth and fluid. He's like silk. Horn is more dog. They both can play press man. Horn plays it with a sort of a clearly defined competitiveness that jumps off the film. Surtain is competitive. He just looks different. So they're different in terms of their press man style. As I said, I liked Surtain a little more. It wasn't as if Surtain was a 10 and Horn was a 6. So it really comes down to the eye of the beholder, which style of player you like more. They obviously liked Horn a little more, and they chose him. But they both checked the boxes if you want to play press man coverage.
Let's get to the Eagles trading up for Devontae Smith. Ended up being, the first trade up in the first round. I think there was, obviously, notwithstanding what had happened before the draft, but actually on the clock, pretty clearly it looks like the Eagles thought the Giants would take Devontae Smith at 11, which is why they just left it in front of them from 12 to 10. What do you think about Devontae Smith in Nick Sirianni's offense and how he fits with a guy like Jalen Reagor, who they took in the first round last year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Eagles are clearly looking for speed, for intermediate and vertical ability. That's what Reagor is. That's what Smith is. Obviously, with Smith, every team, I'm sure, had the discussion in their draft meetings about his weight. It's easy to dismiss it. It's not dismissed in meetings because he's an exception. So you understand what he is and how best to use him, but he's got tremendous traits as a receiver, really high-level receiving traits. So if you get him in motion, if you can get him free access off the ball or he can stride, and everybody will understand this. This is not, I'm not giving you anything, Ross, that people don't understand about Devonta Smith. But that's the way that he must be deployed within the context of an offense. And I think he's got really high-level traits.
The next guy that I want to ask you about is obviously the Bears then, with the very next pick, moving up to get Justin Fields.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin Fields in Matt Nagy's offense?
I think it's a really, really good fit because theoretically, and again, obviously because of what the Bears have done and the lack of quality quarterback play, Matt Nagy's been sort of downgraded after that first year when everybody thought that he was a genius. I guess he left his genius at home the last couple of years. But theoretically, that's the same offense as that Andy Reid runs. It's the same playbook. So we saw how well defined that offense has worked for Patrick Mahomes. And Justin Fields is a high-level traits quarterback. So if you can really define the reads, the throws through the use of personnel, formation, route concepts based on your understanding of anticipated coverages, then I think it's really a good spot for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has a lot of talent. I think we kind of lost that. I mean, I didn't, but I think the way he was spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Ross, as you well know, it's as if people forgot that this guy's a pretty talented player. So, I think it's a really good spot, and we'll see how. I mean, to me, I'm not telling them what they should do. To me, I think you should line them up day one and let the kid play.
It'll be interesting. They're obviously saying that Andy Dalton's still the starter, but that's what the people.
Well, everybody says that on draft day. You know that. Yeah.
All right. So Micah Parsons at 12 to the Cowboys. The only thought I have there, Greg, is theoretically, they have their two linebackers that are going to play the primary snaps, right, in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. And the Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons as a pressure player, which I thought was interesting. Makes perfect sense if you ever saw him blitz or rush off.
Oh, for sure.
In high school, maybe the best edge rusher I ever saw, certainly in person. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. Plus, Greg, between Vander Esch's health, and I don't think Jalen Smith has played particularly well recently, they really could use a difference maker at the second level. What do you think about them taking Parsons?
Well, couple points. Number one, Vander Esch has had a neck injury. I mean, I think there's questions about his future and his ability to play. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but just from what I sense, when you get to 12 and Parsons is there, Parsons is a stud. You know this, Ross. And Parsons is a 3-down player eventually. Maybe he's not day one for them, depending on Vander Esch, but he can rush the quarterback. He, as you know, because he's a Pennsylvania kid, he was recruited by a lot of big-time schools as an edge rusher coming out of high school, not as a linebacker. You know that. So he moved to linebacker. He's almost one of those easy evaluations because he's just an athletic stud. I don't know how they plan to use him, but there's no question in sub, he can rush the quarterback. And he can rush the quarterback from multiple locations within your defensive front, which is what you're trying to do. He can rush off the edge. He can rush from the second level. So he puts you in a good position where the offense doesn't exactly know where he'll be and where he's going to come from. So, we can sit here and say what the Cowboys, what their needs were, blah, blah, blah. Everybody says that stuff. But when you get to 12 and he's sitting there, I mean, that kid's a stud.
Greg, too simplistic to say what the Patriots do with Mac Jones will look a lot like what they did with Tom Brady over the years?
Again, that's hard to answer. I mean, obviously they drafted him. They re-signed Cam for 1 year. With Belichick, you have no idea. So I couldn't begin to speak to that. But you don't draft a quarterback at 15 unless you believe he will be your quarterback in the future. The future could start this year, or they could say, you know what, we have Cam and we're going to play Cam. Given what they did in free agency, it would seem to me they have to play a lot of 2 tight ends. They paid a lot of money for 2 tight ends. So they're going to be a base 12 personnel offense with 1 back and 2 tight ends. That's certainly not the offense Mac Jones played in at Alabama, although there were times they did line up with 2 tight ends. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to be their quarterback of the future. When that future starts, we'll see.
A couple of somewhat surprise first-round picks, Greg, that I want to get your opinion on.
Well, if you're going to mention the Washington football team, that was not a surprise to me at all because Jamin Davis was one of my favorite players to watch on tape. And that's all I speak to is the tape, Ross. So if you're going to mention the football team, I love that pick. I think he's a 3-down linebacker. It wouldn't surprise me if Ron Rivera saw Thomas Davis and Jamin Davis.
Got it. That's not the one I was going to ask you about, actually. Not one of the two I was going to ask you about because he did rise up, or not rise up, but we've talked about it. It became clear that people around the league really liked him, in recent weeks. The two I wanted to ask you about, at 17, the Las Vegas Raiders took Alex Leatherwood
Yes.
In Alabama, a lot of people thought maybe he'd go in round 2. Certainly, most people thought he would go after guys like Darrisaw and perhaps even Tevin Jenkins. This is the 3rd year in a row where Mike Mayock and John Gruden have kind of taken a guy higher than anybody thought they would. Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett. Not sure either one of those guys has gotten off to a great start in their careers. Your thought on Leatherwood at 17?
Yeah, and again, that gets into because all you heard when they took him was that, well, they could have gotten him, 20 picks later. We never know that. I think that my evaluation of him was that he has a desirable combination of size, mass. He's got functional athleticism to play on the outside. I think he can play tackle in this league. You wouldn't call him a higher level athlete nor an elite level mover, but I think that he can play tackle. He's really well built. He was very comfortable in his pass set. There were times that in his vertical set that he showed some stiffness. That's a concern. That's what people look at. They feel that, okay, he can't really pass protect against the true speed rushers that he's going to face, and that he showed some stiffness both in his core and his lower half. That's kind of the concern that people have with him, and that's a legitimate concern. I think, and again, I'm not an offensive line guru, Ross, so take it for what it's worth, but my sense watching his tape was that he needs work better coordinating his feet and his hands in pass protection. You tell me. I think that's coachable.
The hands is definitely coachable. The feet is not really in terms of improving your.
Well, no, I don't mean make him a better athlete, but just the better coordination with your hands and feet.
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
What about the other one that surprised me a little bit, I guess? There had been some rumors about it, but Peyton Turner to the Saints. There were some teams that have Peyton Turner as 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, I heard, and the Saints took him in the 1st round.
Yeah, I really liked Peyton Turner's tape. He was a guy I knew zero about. So when I put on his tape, maybe a month or so ago, it was all brand new to me. I knew nothing about this kid. And I came away feeling he was one of the most interesting D-line prospects in the draft. I mean, his physical dimensions are just outstanding. Size, length. He's got that feel of an old school DN, Ross. I mean, he's not sinewy. He's not slim. I mean, he is big, and he looks big on tape. I don't know what he played at. I know he came in at 270 at his pro day. It wouldn't surprise me if he played at 280 plus. But he's got strong, heavy hands. He played off contact really well. He generates power and explosion into contact, and he's got some bend and flexibility to him. He's not a big, stiff guy. They lost Troy Hendrickson. I'm sure they viewed Turner as the replacement for Hendrickson, and he could probably, and you never know when you say this because no one enters the league as a finished product, but they probably see him being able to play meaningful snaps in his rookie year at defensive end as Hendrickson's replacement.
Couple that I wanted to get your opinion on. The Giants taking Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a gadget guy?
No.
That Jason Garrett will have to use, or is he more than that?
I think that the gadget thing is a thing of the past. I think the way offense is now, with all the formation variation, all the motion, all the movement, though it's not gadgets anymore. This is part of NFL offense. And Tony's a slot too. You can line him up in the slot, and he's got just dynamic stop and start, burst, acceleration. He improved as the year went on because this kid played receiver full time for the first time in 2020. So he's an ascending player at the receiver position. He started to show his vertical acceleration and deep speed much more as the Florida season progressed. So, I think he'll be a good player. You can line him up all over. Is he kind of a conventional slot? Yes. But the NFL has moved away from just, hey, he's in the slot.
And then the last one, Greg, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. I was surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. Given what James Robinson did last year as an undrafted free agent rookie on that team, to carry the load he did, they signed Carlos Hyde, who's whatever, but that surprised me. I really would have thought that Urban Meyer would have gone O-line or D-line. maybe even a receiver or a corner, running back after what Robinson just did. Does it make sense to you, Greg?
Well, again, you get caught up in that whole running back issue too, which, obviously, people say running backs have no value. I think my sense is that he was the best player on their board. That would be my sense. And he's an explosive athlete, and he took him. I don't really know what to say beyond that. He's a really good prospect. He's a good runner who improved dramatically in 2020 from 2019. You can split him out wide. You can do a lot with Travis Etienne. The bottom line is, in today's NFL, what are you trying to do offensively, Ross? You're trying to create explosive plays. Etienne is not simply a back in that sense. He's not simply someone who lines up behind the quarterback. You can do a lot with him. He can create explosive, dynamic plays for you. That's the goal in today's NFL. He was sitting there. I think it makes perfect sense to say that he was the highest rated player on their board as they got to 25. And I'm sure they said, you know what? We're not going to pick a guy who's not when Travis Etienne is sitting there. So, we can debate that forever. And that gets into that whole value stuff, which has become, really big on Twitter for all these people that have never been in a draft room and have all the answers about what value means.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell, so you can see what Greg is up to, where you can find his stuff. You can find him every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Thank you so much, Greg.
Ross, really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know who the number one player on my board is? Moms. Moms everywhere, because moms rock. And right now, 1-800-Flowers is offering 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99. It is absolutely a steal. We've talked about it pretty much every Valentine's Day and Mother's Day for years here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you know how I feel about it. I feel very strongly that the mothers in your life deserve flowers for every Mother's Day. Like, you can take them out to dinner, you can do something else, get them a card. I don't care what else you do. They deserve flowers that you send to their house or that you send to their place of work. That's a reminder for at least a couple weeks. Wow, somebody really loves me. Somebody really cares about me. And these flowers are beautiful. It's early May. They brighten the room. Absolutely love it. To order 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about the most interesting things of this draft with Greg. Anything else jump out to you that you didn't discuss?
Not really, I guess, Bri, other than, maybe some of the guys, the run on DNs at the end, Turner, Rousseau, Owe, Tryon. There was a real run on DNs at the end. The Giants getting next year's first from the Bears is very interesting. I like what the Ravens do seemingly every year. I mean, Rashad Bateman at receiver, and then Jason Owe as an edge rusher, the guy they can move around. Really seemingly always love what they do. The Titans, nobody loves red flag players, Bri, like the Titans. I mean, 2 years ago, the medical red flags with Jeffrey Simmons, which, by the way, has appeared to pay off for them. And then last year, the red flags with Isaiah Wilson off the field. This year, they go with Caleb Farley. Again, they feel like, hey, we're going to get guys that would go higher if it weren't for these red flags that they have. So that kind of jumps out at me. And then there's some really good players still available. I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I did not think he would still be available in the second round. So there are some guys. It'll be fun tonight. You can check me out again on Eagles.com tonight and the Eagles social media talking about what happens tonight.
Tuck's Takes.
Biggest news last night really didn't have anything to do with the draft. Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay.
Evidently, this has been boiling for some time. And it sounds like the team president, Mark Murphy, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, the head coach, Matt LaFleur, have all flown out to California to meet with him one-on-one, and he's still not happy about it. They're working on some type of new contract, but Aaron Rodgers, very unhappy. Look, he really wants to win another Super Bowl. He knows he doesn't have many years left. I think he's very disappointed with what they did in the draft a year ago with Jordan Love and with even probably A.J. Dillon. And I think he saw what the Bucs did last year and this year, being all in with Tom Brady. And I think Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a franchise where he feels like they're all in to win the Super Bowl. And that's never been the Packers' way. I do think it's interesting that he intentionally leaked the news during the draft, right before the draft, which obviously became the huge news. That there's a method to the madness there. So, and it's funny because he's definitely got some passive aggressive traits to him. He's a lot more. I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. He's a lot more like Brett Favre in that way than I realized. But ultimately, you can understand why he's frustrated.
Tuck's Takes.
One of the teams rumored to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers is the Denver Broncos, who traded for Teddy Bridgewater earlier in the week. In fact, that went down as we were recording the Fantasy Feast yesterday.
Right. Well, actually Wednesday afternoon. Yeah. But, the thing that's interesting to me about that is obviously the Panthers are paying $7 million of Teddy's $11.5 million. Teddy comes in and competes with Drew Lock, but the Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, Mac Jones last night. They held off. And I got to wonder how much of that's because they think they have a real shot at Aaron Rodgers. There were rumors that the Broncos and Packers are close to a trade. Some of those have been kind of stomped out. But the Broncos clearly are on Aaron Rodgers' wish list, it sounds like, and really want to try to get Aaron Rodgers. That's my guess. My guess is they think there's enough of a chance that they could get an Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson that they weren't going to use a 9th overall pick on a quarterback, which is interesting.
Tuck's Takes.
One more Broncos take, and this one is about former quarterback Tim Tebow working out as a tight end for the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I tweeted this yesterday. The last time Tim Tebow played an NFL game, it was 2012. I fluctuate between thinking that this is really admirable or a little sad. So the admirable part is his persistence and commitment to chasing his dream of continuing on as a professional athlete is extremely impressive. You think about you went to Patriots for a training camp, went to the Eagles for a training camp. I mean, he gave it every shot he could as a quarterback. Then he gave baseball every shot he could. And now that quarterback didn't work out and baseball didn't work out, now he's looking to be the tight end Taysom Hill type, perhaps. And I think that's admirable. There's no quitting him. Look, he's gotten cut a bunch. And there's no quitting him. He is going to continue to try to chase his dreams. The flip side is, I guess at some point, you almost think, man, like there's other things in life, like you can move on, like it's not going to happen for you. And so I think different people can have different mindsets. I'm never going to be the guy that is critical of someone for chasing their dream. Never, ever, ever, because that would be hypocritical of me. But I also hope that he is happy in life and find some contentment in a post-athletic world is probably the best way. I would describe that. I would also tell you guys, please take advantage of any of the offers we have at Keeps. Go to rosstucker.com. Or if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, myfrontpagestory.com. You guys know how I feel about that. It's a business I've got some ownership in. I mean, coolest, most unique Mother's Day gift ever. myfrontpagestory.com. Other than that, shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Obviously, there will be a lot of draft-related stuff for us to break down on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Can't wait to see who else gets traded, how everything else unfolds. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome into your evening dream stream, dream streamers. I am Jason Rossi. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight on a Sunday. Football, it just feels right. Coming off the draft, it feels like I needed a game or something, needed something to pick me up, and
100%.
You guys are here for that. Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, 6 p.m. We got ourselves a little bit of a doozy. We got two highly profiled teams coming out of the draft for different reasons. You got the Texans, you got the Niners. Lineups have just locked. What do you got there, Mr. Carroll? What is your lineup looking like?
I got Trey Lance in the captain spot. No, just kidding. Ha. I got Mostert in the captain spot. Come on. It's Raheem Mostert. He's a beast in Madden. He's a cheat code. Throw him in there. $15,600. Figure everything out later. Then I got Deshaun Watson. Again, kind of a cheat code player in Madden. Yeah. You need to have both of these dudes in your lineup for this sim. If you don't, you're crazy. And then the rest of the way, I just figured it out. I got myself Kittle because I think he's pretty affordable at $8,800 for what he can provide at times. I got Pettis, I got Duke Johnson, and I got the Niners DST. Still had about $600 left over.
Oh, I was going to say very different lineups. By the way, looking good, by the way. I just want to give you a thumbs up on that.
Thanks,
you look
dude.
fresh. You look ready to rock. I went with Will Fuller in the captain. You want to know why?
Why?
I don't know. I went with Deshaun Watson, Raheem Mostert, Samuel, Pettis, Gold. So I went with a ton of Niners. We'll see.
We had some crossover.
Couple.
Yeah. I see Pettis in there. You had Kittle, right?
Yeah, I did.
So
no Kittle.
Okay, so just Pettis. Pettis, Watson, Mostert.
Yeah. Here's the first snap. Here's Deshaun searching, looking, completing. Sean Preston says Campbell as my captain. Never wise. I learned my lesson. Okay. Am I going crazy? Who's Campbell? Am I missing somebody here? Or is he talking about for the slate? Maybe he's talking about the night slate.
Could be. Sorry, I hit something on my phone there. That wasn't supposed to happen.
What was it?
It's my brother's 30th birthday. My mom sent a video of them singing happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Tim.
Timbo, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Timbo. From our dream stream to yours, Tim. Mr. Tim Carroll, take a bow.
Happy birthday, Tim.
Rob, appreciate it.
Oh, Tom, you have a brother named Tim as well? See, my parents aren't the only non-creative people in the world. Tim and Tom. We get ripped for that all the time.
Nice completion there over the middle. Don't forget to drop them in yet. We got Tara Lynn, our producer tonight. We have TP, our technical director. You're going to be hearing him by a different name in the next one. And then you got Rob and Jimbo. And
wait, TP, is your sister actually named Tammy? Because I get asked all the time why my parents didn't do the T with my sister. My sister's named Annie. And they're like, why didn't they keep going with the T's? And I'm like, I think they just got enough questions about the Tim and Tom thing that they got sick of it.
Oh, you got to buy in. You got to go all in.
No, Tim, Tom, and Annie, I think it works. It works. And she's also, like, me and my brother are 13 months apart, and then my sister is a few years after that, so it wasn't like bang, 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 you know?
Yeah.
If it was, then I think the T would be more in play.
I feel you. Ooh, that one's almost intercepted. Brian C. says, Rossi, Carroll, as you know, I'm fairly new here. Well, I didn't really know that, but I feel like I've been here since day one, in my opinion. He said, I asked the other day and got a decent advice. I'm wondering how much of my DK bankroll I should spend daily. 10 to 12%? Thanks, fellas. I'm going to let the chat take care of that, dude. I don't know. Don't ask me if to do with anything financially, all right? Buy all the streaming services. That's
preference. It's all about what your preference is and what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, 100%. No,
be responsible.
100% of your bank. Mr. Hawks is prepared for the shenanigans. There we go.
Hey-o.
Put Jordan Akins in his flex. I feel you, Hawk.
Okay.
I also want you to go Dr. Hawk. I feel like Dr. Hawk would be a nice name. May 2, baby. Good birthday, says Peace of Mind. Is it your birthday too, Peace? Huh?
No.
Deep into the end zone. Ball's tipped away by the Niners. I think that was Sherman on the deflect. Still a free agent.
That's interesting. He's probably looking for a lot of money at his age, though, you know? He's not taking a discount unless he has to.
He ain't taking a discount until the Buccaneers say, hey, bro, what do you
Probably.
Think? What are you thinking? He's like, oh, yeah, I'll show up for $10. Give me a McNugget. 2nd and 10. Watson looking in the wrong place. We got nobody. Go big or go home, says Tigra, whatever you say. Whatever your names are. I've been mispronouncing everything, so just deal with it at this point. I have my own.
Yeah, I've sort of adopted that as I've started to read usernames in my DraftKings experience here. It's tough. These usernames are tough sometimes. You don't know what direction they want you to go.
No, Sean. Oh, might have slid too early there. Yeah, 4th and 1. Bring out the kicker. Here we go. Start off the night. Hopefully.
Kai Fairbairn.
What a name, by the way.
Love it.
Executive session says Tommy and Rossi coming back to back. Yeah, 2 days in a row, baby.
Fire.
We ain't messing around. This also is a nice reminder for me to remember my what's past the month turnover. I have to do my due diligence to get that cash. I know nobody else cares about that but me, but I just reminded myself because I said I was going to
do your due diligence, man.
Dude, you ever prepare to do stuff in between these sims, but then you do everything but what you thought you were going to do?
All the time.
Like when you have a lot, like I have 3 in a row here today. So I'm like, oh, during this break, I'm going to do this. During next week's, by the way, they went for it there on 4th and 1 and done. So I don't know. I lose my mind sometimes. Like I'm pretty spastic as you guys see, but like usually I'm also controlled chaos, like in real life. So it's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then in between sims, I jumped on, me and TP were talking. And then I forget. And then I went upstairs and made like dinner. We'll prepare dinner for the little one. And then it was like, 2 minutes. I heard you guys talking down here. So I was like, oh man, I got to get down there. That's going to be a touchdown. Oh, was it Aiken? Was it did he sniff it out?
No, Fells.
Fells getting in there. No, kind of underrated tight end in the league. Like very consistent with Watson in his time in their
been
time.
Around forever. At least it feels like.
Well, he was on the Patriots, I want to say, for a heartbeat. I want to say he was with the Dolphins.
We're looking it up, people.
Let's go. Everybody, get on Google.
Darren Fells.
I'm saying
pull up
Patriots.
the old Pro Football Reference page. Been in the league since 2014.
Show me
He
Patriots.
spent 3 years with the Cardinals, 1 year with the Lions, 1 year with the Browns, and 2 years with the Texans. So no time spent in New England, no time spent in Miami.
Tight end. There's a different one then. Tight end, Fells, New England. Let's see if I'm wrong. Daniel Fells. Daniel Fells played for no Miami though. Falcons, Raiders, Tampa, Rams, Broncos, Patriots, Giants.
Different Fells. Are they related?
Is that his brother?
All right, here's the next Google. Are
I'm seeing
Daniel and Darren Fells related?
Fells, by the way, he comes in with the price, with the ownership of 35%. So nice.
They are related.
Thank
They are
you.
brothers.
Brothers, baby. Just like me and Tom Carroll, we're brothers.
Fact. Some people think that.
Whatever people want to believe is true. Don't go
Maybe in a
chasing
different life.
don't go chasing waterfells, says Roby.
Good joke. Hey, there's some spring football on ESPN if you want your football fix.
Who's playing?
Let me throw on the old specs here. It's like 2 D2 teams or something. Oh no, it's like lower level D1. It's North Dakota State and Sam Houston. Oh, it's the FCS Championship quarterfinal. Okay, 29 seconds left. Sam Houston's got a 24-20 lead.
There you go. Fun.
The fighting Carson Wentz's.
Poor Carson Wentz. We'll see if he can get back to fighting. And the Sox just lost too. What's going on here?
Yeah, Brock Holt putting the dagger in there hot.
Jeez, there's a nice play, Kittle. Doing business here. By the way, the Bucks had the nice win over the Nets. Bucks are back with Giannis. Just saying, I've been hurt. I'm just going to put up almost a 50 burger. 49
Ridiculous.
points. What a game that was. I caught some of it, and that's what I love about basketball, games like that.
100%. Yeah, I had that on in the background earlier. Who's the best tight end in the NFL, Kelsey or Kittle? Or Darren Waller, if you like that.
No, I'm not going to put Waller there. I want to say Kittle is a better player, but for the offense, obviously people are gonna go, "Oh, you crazy? It's Kelsey numbers." I get it, but like I think Kittle's the total, like a complete total package, like dominant.
I do too. I think Kittle's a better blocker than Kelsey, and I'd say that Kelsey maybe is a slightly better receiving tight end, but Kittle is so good at catching the ball that it's close enough where I'm going to give the edge to the better blocker.
For now.
Both are fantastic. I think it's really cool that those two plus Gronk are all playing at the same time right now. I think all three of those guys are Hall of Fame guys.
Love it.
Gronk is obvious. I think Kelsey is really almost obvious at this point too, and Kittle is on the way.
Talking about the Hall?
Yeah.
The Hall of, okay, you were good for a while?
That's how it works.
It really is. Most are trying to make some moves here.
Most Hall of Fames are you were good for a while.
You were good for a while. Yeah, we'll get you in here.
That's how careers generally work. You're good for a while, and then you kind of tail off at the end. It's
called, hey,
it's how professional sports works.
It's called, you can help us sell some tickets to an event, and then people want to come.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Your head on a bus.
My high school basketball coach one time, it was my junior year. I thought that was a fumble.
Me too.
And for whatever reason, he was trying to make a point about like experience and being a good locker room guy. And he was like, why do you think the Red Sox signed John Smoltz? And like, I wasn't even really thinking. And I just, in my head was like, oh, jersey sales. And so without even thinking, I was like, jersey sales. And then he looks at me, he's like, just start running. I was like, what? You asked the question.
You're right. You were correct.
That's 100% why the Red Sox signed John Smoltz. It was jersey sales.
Of course. It's going to be a nice play there. Ooh, going to be the last play of the quarter. By the way, good stab triggered. He says, remember when Daniel Graham chased down Champ Bailey? That was actually Ben Watson.
Yeah.
One
of the most athletic plays ever. People talk about the DK Metcalf tackle this year. And it was great. Like, that was incredible. But all of Patriot Nation remembers what Ben Watson did to try and save that touchdown.
And he did.
And then they scored the next play.
No, they called it a touchdown, didn't they? Or they fumbled at the one. Made no sense.
Right, fumble at the one. It should have been a touchback Patriot ball because he fumbled into the back of the end zone.
Yeah. By the way, 7-0 if you're just joining us.
Another stolen ring.
First playoff loss for Tom Brady, by the way.
That's right.
So there is not a ton happening. The 4th and 4 will be pending here for the 49ers. There was a 4th and 1 for Houston. They went for it, got it, and then eventually we saw Darren Fells get into the end zone from Deshaun Watson. Hope you guys do well. Hey, hit this. Hit this little...
Yeah, hit it.
Smash.
I already hit it.
Smash that. Oh, actually,
Brian C. asking, if Gronk retired today, is he a no-doubter Hall of Famer? I think when he retired the first time, he was a no-doubter Hall of Famer. Yes.
He is a no-doubt Hall of Famer. No doubt about that.
Does he get to the Rossi standard?
Oh, yeah. He's the greatest tight end of all time.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks.
And that's not bias either. I'm still saying it. He's no longer... He PP'd his way out of... with the Patriots. I don't try. Oh, you can call me a homer. I don't care what you call me. I'm just letting you know. He is the GOAT when it comes to tight ends. He was the total package. His prime, as you like to say again, we'll go with the freeze pops kind of level of things. At his ceiling, he's the greatest tight end, maybe the greatest weapon, one of the greatest weapons to ever play. Like, he did so much to make everything move in that offense.
100%.
So
amazing blocking tight end.
Oh, he was so good. He's still good. And he turned it back on at the end of the year offensively. Like, he was kind of like, you heard, old man River there down in Tampa just saying, I was just going to be a blocker. Like, okay. Bruce Arians, by the way, I'm kind of upset. Like, I don't dislike him necessarily, but I didn't like the way he handles things. I don't like the way he talks necessarily as a coach. And even though a lot of me respects it, but I didn't want him to win. Like, I didn't feel like he's a Super Bowl winning coach. The way he handled, Tom didn't play good. It's like, oh, God.
I kind of feel like if anyone coached that team, they were going to win the Super Bowl. Like, any competent coach would have won the Super Bowl with that group the way they were playing. Maybe we're not giving Arians enough credit here, but I sort of feel the same way. I think Todd Bowles does not get enough credit for that Super Bowl.
He doesn't. Especially
that defense was unreal.
Nice defensive stop there by the Niners.
Brian C. following up saying, okay, so Jason Rossi, does Gronk make the Patriots Mount Rushmore? We actually did that already, and I will inform you the Patriots Mount Rushmore for both of us was Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, and John Hanna. Now, if we were to exclude Belichick and Kraft, and we were just going to do players, I do believe he would be on.
If you go back in the archives, it was on, I'm just going to make up the date, February.
Long time ago, yeah.
February 24th.
I can get the exact date if we wanted it.
It's fine. I fought for Gronk for a little bit, but then John Hanna, just like the overall impact and stuff, like, I think he's right there with them. But and I think, yeah, in 25 years from now, it's probably going to change. And Gronk is, well, you never know. That's a long time. 5 years from now, maybe. But yeah, I love him. I think he's just so good.
Awesome.
On the field, off the field, firecracker.
The best.
You're definitely not giving Arians enough credit.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Muhammad. I might not be. I really might not be. I just saw how great that defense was. And I saw how, it looked like Brady sort of just took command of the situation, Yeah,
Brady finally found his footing and was like, all right, we're going to just crank this thing. Yeah. That's why everyone says it, the owner, the GM, everybody came out and said, if this team had to play another 5 games, they wouldn't lose. Like, they just found a way.
Clicking.
Yes.
And I don't think it's any coincidence that as the Buccaneers began to click, that Gronk's touches and looks went up.
Yeah, because he got healthy, he got game shape. You can't just take, again, we're going to see this a lot. A lot of people that didn't play last year that come back to play. It's going to take a little bit. Jason Johnston says, Jason Witten, greatest tight end of all time. Just going to snicker and move on. No, I'm just kidding. Jason, I appreciate the respect for the name, though. Love your name. Jason Triggered says, Jason Witten had heart. Yeah, just like my man Shane Falco. Gotta have heart.
Gotta have hat.
Todd Heap for the state. Says, peace of mind. I loved Heap for a while. Too many concussions, neck injuries, poor guy.
He was good in his day, though, definitely.
Great pairing there. Him with Steve McNair during those days.
Yeah, that random stretch where McNair played for the Ravens.
Yep.
Rex Ryan was the defensive coordinator.
Remember when Derek Mason was with the Ravens?
Yeah, you put him as one of the best Ravens of all time.
We'll argue. Still up there. So good.
Oh, that was great. That was a great day.
God, I love Derek Mason.
You really do. So does Bill Belichick.
So there was a lot. Bleep you, Mason. Bleep you. Nice catch across the middle. So there were certain players that I have an affinity for because I wanted them to be Patriot or whatever your team is. And actually, this is a good little combo. Throw out the players you wanted to play for your team that never did. Now,
and say your team as well.
Yeah. So there's obvious ones like you wanted like a Terrell Owens, but still, if it fits, it fits. But for me, it was Derek Mason. Always wanted Mason on the Patriots. Champ Bailey. I always thought that we'd find a way at the end to get Champ Bailey. And this is random because I always said once like Brady, if he ever got hurt or anything ever happened, the quarterback that I wanted to have, they feel like he would fit the system, would be able to do it, which we saw Matt Castle was able to do. But before him, Chad Pennington.
You wanted Chad Pennington as a backup for Brady?
I feel like if Brady ever went down, he never turned the ball over. He was so like Alex.
Accurate, very accurate quarterback.
The last 6 years, I've been begging for Alex Smith to go to the Patriots.
I wanted Alex Smith this offseason if he wasn't going to retire. I was calling for that on these Sims. My guy, it's weird. So obviously, like every Patriot fan, I've wanted Larry Fitzgerald on the Pats for years. That ship has kind of sailed. It still would be cool, but I'm sort of that desire has died down for me. The guy, this is a weird one, but Emmanuel Sanders is someone I've always wanted on the Patriots. Because remember when he was leaving the Steelers, he was deciding between the Pats and the Broncos, and then he went to the Broncos the same year Peyton went there, and he was a huge part of that offense for years and years and years.
Actually, I believe they put the tenure on Sanders, the second-round tender, and the Patriots matched it.
Correct.
Declined it, and then declined.
And then went to Denver.
And then went to Denver. So, the Patriots did it. The deal was done, and then the Broncos.
And I got so hyped for it. And so all the success he had in Denver the whole time, I'm like, he could have been a Patriot.
Yeah, what could have been.
I've wanted him on the Pats. He's such a gamer, dude. Even now. I think he's such a gamer. I would take him.
Well, he was another guy 2 years ago that they tried to get again and went to these 49ers at the time.
Right.
Where is he now? Didn't he sign somewhere?
So he was with New Orleans last season. I don't know where he is now. Terrelin says he's with the Bills now. So that's a good fit.
That is. Aging,
that's an upgrade.
Yeah. That ball could be in or out. Let's see. Debo. A TO to the Steelers says triggered. That would have been something with Big Ben. Favorite people still going with tight ends. Love that combo. Witten isn't even top 10, says Mr. Rock. I think he might be.
Yeah, I'd have the all-time tight end list is not something I have like off the top of my head.
No,
but Witten might be. Yeah, I mean he played for such a long time and he was a big part of that Cowboys offense. Great blocker.
Yeah.
He might be in the conversation. That would be a different we'd need to prepare for that conversation.
Yeah. He's also very slow moving. I think that's the one thing that might
Great hands though.
Oh, unbelievable hands. 3rd and 1 here.
He also has that legendary play where he caught the ball, his helmet popped off, and he ran for like 15 more yards carrying dudes.
Fastest he ever ran. Justin Craven says Pennington was severely underrated. MF Jones saying LaDainian Tomlinson to the Ravens. Can feel you there.
Bob Daddy going with baseball saying Galarraga. But I don't know what team you root for.
Doesn't matter. Just go for it. Everyone's Galarraga. What a name.
He was a beast.
Triggered says he still wants Henry on the Steelers. Derrick Henry.
He looks like a Steeler.
He should be a Steeler, right?
Totally. I like that.
LeBron
Kicking Club saying Mark Bavaro, one of the old time best for tight ends. There you go, Mark Bavaro. Belichick loves Mark Bavaro. He brings up Mark Bavaro like once a year in a press conference.
Actually, the more I think about it, I don't know if Witten would be top 10.
I need to prepare for it. Gronk, Kelsey, Kellen Winslow Sr., John Mackey, Antonio Gates, who we all know you love.
Love Gates.
Tony Gonzalez.
Yep.
So that's 6, I think we just mentioned, 6 or 7.
And there's going to be guys.
Shannon Sharp is 8. He needs to be on there.
Oh, yeah. Maybe Newsome.
Ozzie Newsome in the conversation. Yeah, I mean, Jason Witten's in the conversation, but he's not towards the top.
David Njoku.
The Fells brothers.
Oh, yeah. Daniel Fells especially.
Oh, Mr. Hawk bringing up a great point. Ben Coates is better than Witten. 100%.
I don't know.
Ben Coates was amazing, dude. Ben Coates was so underrated.
But Witten had a much bigger impact overall, I think.
I agree that his impact was bigger, but I think that Ben Coates, like on the field, eye test, much better tight end than Jason Witten, at least receiving the ball.
Yeah. I think Yogi's Dead has to go to the bathroom over on Twitch. Take a break, dude. Take us with you. Who's better, Olsen or Witten? Oh, good one, Rob. Robin Ops. That's. I'm gonna give the edge to Witten, but I'm not like sold. That's a deep pass incomplete. Greg Olsen had a nice career.
So Tara Lynn bringing up something about Emmanuel Sanders that I want to gauge you on. So he's going to switch his number to number 1 with the Bills. And I guess fans are kind of ticked off by it.
Yeah.
You're not into it?
No, number 1? No. So I'm not big on this number change thing, even though it really shouldn't matter. I like that there's a standard. So like receivers, these are your pick. Linemen, linebackers, everybody here is kind of your like it was always weird if you remember the year when the Patriots got what was the name of the guard there at the end of his career? Waters, right?
Brian Waters.
Brian Waters. He was number 54 as an offensive lineman. And there was some weird reason that was able to happen.
Well, it got grandfathered in.
But like it was weird, right? Like I just didn't like it. I like 70s and 60s are your offensive line.
I think anyone should wear any number they want.
But I guess Emmanuel Sanders clearly can wear the number 1. I just think, I'm guessing Buffalo. Who was the last one to ever wear number 1, or did they ever?
I mean, it was probably a kicker or something, or a punter.
Oh, was it House?
Tara Lynn saying that the Twitterverse, Bills Mafia, they're mad because they're going to be confused seeing a receiver wear number 1.
That's ridiculous.
Well, if that's the problem, then you guys So growing up in like rec league basketball, I would always pick number 1 as my jersey number.
Bro, Cowie, you're gonna go 9'9". You were probably tall.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was tall, but I just thought it was cool to have the number 1.
Well, I was a big Penny Hardaway fan, so yeah, I used to try to grab him.
1 was a cool number. And then I got into like middle school and high school, and then that's when they would have the jersey numbers would like be based on sizes, right? So then I was rocking an XL, and I couldn't. The 1 was always like a smaller or a medium. The point guards would be wearing number 1.
Yeah,
I'd be stuck with like a 40 number. I think I wore 40 in high school for 2 years. 40 or 41. I don't know why I'm not remembering.
Just wreaking havoc under the hoop.
Yeah. Oh, dude, rebound machine.
Just everyone got throwing elbows.
Everyone loves an undersized 6'2" center.
All complete there. Kittle down to the 43. Still cooking here. With some time to go in the first half. Tommy Freeze Pops, Jason Rossi with you. We got Tara Lynn, TP, Mr. Hood, and Jimbo, our off squad. We're having a lot of fun. Hope you're enjoying it. Smash that thumbs up. Thank you guys for being here. A lot of places you could be right now. Being here with us means it. Means the world, baby. There's a catch. Another one across the middle. 30 seconds going. 1 timeout remaining. Maybe get one more play here. Kendrick.
You see that Patrick Peterson is switching his number to 7 since he's moving over to the Vikings?
Yep. You know what that means? He's going to be on offense. Don't care what anybody says. They're getting him out there.
Patrick Peterson on the offensive side of the ball. Okay.
They're going to make it happen. I think they're going to try to please that man. It could be last play of the half, depending. Throws it, catch, and goes out of bounds. Didn't need to, but 5 seconds remaining. We could get a little bull rush here in San Fran. Ooh, look at Jimmy G. Still the quarterback. By the way, have we confirmed alive?
True. I saw people asking on throughout the day on Twitter. I don't know. Let's see. I'll check.
When I woke up this morning, the first thing I thought was, thank God. But I think that all the time. But that's personal.
I'm wondering if Jimmy G was like in on that joke. Do you think he liked that joke?
I don't think it really had anything to do with him specifically, but I don't think I'm guessing he didn't like anything about that press conference because it really was more about why they have to draft a quarterback because he's been injured. I don't think, as much as he understands, I don't think it's like a good feeling. It was honest, which you got to appreciate. 1 second remain here in the half, just for laughs. I just noticed that they have J.J. Watt in this kick return team. I just saw him. You guys saying night to Dez? Oh, he's right here. Oh, he was? Sorry, I guess my cat is down here now and he's being terrorized. Because they were saying goodbye to him, like he's right here. All right, we're getting to the half here. Let's go for it. Love it. Just checking out our Twitch homies. All right, so here we are at the half. It is a ball game, if you will. We're having a football game. It's simulated. 7-6. Not a lot of numbers jumping off the page in this one. Garoppolo trending towards a bonus potentially at 160 so far. He had the touchdown pass from Deshaun Watson to Darren Fells. Disappointment from Mostert. 11 yards, 6 carries. Kittle's carrying the load, 6 grabs, 63 yards in the first half. As we're going to get to an iconic second half here from the Bay Area. Santa Monica, virtue of San Francisco. What is going on up there?
Yeah, what the heck was that? I'm trying to pull up my contest here on
oh, bro, you stink. Don't worry about
the old Appski. It's giving me some problems. We got some banging going on in your house.
Dude,
everything okay?
Everything's always banging in this house, baby. We're just cranking the tunes, turning up the bass, treble. Don't even look at the score. There's not even.
I'm in 31st.
31st. Been one time.
31st.
Things could change so quickly. I just got a text message that said better late than never. 12 hours later, response. Not bad. So here we go. We'll get to the second half here. Look at this. What do we got going on here? Witten isn't even the Cowboys' greatest tight end, says Mr. Hawk.
Ooh, interesting.
Don't agree there.
Well, maybe there's some guy from the 70s that we're discounting.
I think we know that name at this point. It says Jay Novacek.
Probably.
Novacek.
Yeah, Jay Novacek was really good in the 90s. I think Witten's better, though.
Witten, I think, pretty good. Much better. What's up, Robbie? See Robbie triggered. Mr. Hawk, Brian C. Peace of mind. Mr. Cheesehead. What's up, dude? CEH. Abby Rizzle. We got the B in the house. I feel like Witten gets knocked for his lack of explosiveness, but he made up for that tenfold. He said, always found a way to get open, excelled in every other aspect. Wait, what did he say? He'd just fall like a statue upon contact. Yeah, that's a pretty good overall. Like, yeah, he knocked dudes out. Like, I think you're right. I think the explosiveness is kind of the thing that's holding him back in some people's eyes.
Great blocking tight end.
I don't know. Oh, yeah.
Randy Barnes saying, you clowns need to stop getting your news from Instagram and Twitter, you knocks.
I know. I couldn't tell if he was talking to us or he's talking to people in the chat. Bro better not be bringing that heat my way. That's all I'm saying.
I like calling people knocks.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, but I like it.
I like calling people foos.
I pity the fool.
Yeah.
Triga D saying Bubba Franks. Loved Bubba Franks. Great name.
Just first of all. Bubba Franks.
Bubba Franks was like a made-up name you would make like if you create a player in Madden. He existed in real life. Real player. Favre loved him.
A decent player there for a hot minute there in Green Bay.
He made some Pro Bowls.
Sure he did. Bubba Franks.
Loved Bubba Franks.
What about Bubba Sparks? You like Bubba Sparks?
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
Bubba Sparks had a run where like every 3 years he'd have a hit, and you were just waiting for the next one.
Bubba Sparks was hired by the station I worked for in St. Louis to come to a event on the championship Sunday for the NFL. They would do this event every year called Champ Bash at like this local place that was sort of like a Dave and Buster's, and they'd have the AFC and NFC championship games on these big screens, and Bubba Sparks was supposed to come and perform in between the games.
Oh yeah.
And it was like unseasonably cold that morning, and there was a chance of snow, and Bubba Sparks, who mind you had already been paid for this event, just canceled, didn't show up.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
Shout out Bubba Sparks.
Slimeball. He's like that Eric Ronaldo.
But I didn't care because the Pats beat the Chiefs, and it was amazing.
Oh, this was recent.
I was very happy.
Recent.
Yeah. This was 2018.
It was 3 years ago.
Yeah. I haven't lived in St. Louis that long, Rossi.
I didn't know you didn't say where. I didn't know right away.
Yeah. It was the station I worked for in St. Louis.
Can you imagine? That would have been unreal if we just saw Bubba Sparks just
I was so excited. We didn't know till that morning that he had canceled.
What did you guys like? What about all the equipment and everything that was probably there?
There was some guy that let me look him up. He has a band that like had a few hits back in the day. He lives in St. Louis. He owns a famous hot dog restaurant now in St. Louis.
Okay, before you tell us who it is, do not say it. The fact that you're talking about you got somebody on that short of notice owns a hot dog.
And he killed it.
And he's like, is he like nationally known? Like this
guy?
Yeah.
I got it. His first name's Steve.
Don't stop, because I might be able. This is like my wheelhouse. So
okay.
Steve already gave me too much. But what genre of music and when?
We're talking like Hootie and the Blowfish type music, late '90s, early 2000s.
Was he in a band?
Yes, he was the lead singer.
And he owns a hot dog shop in St. Louis.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I just looked it up. I know the name of the band now. Oh, okay. I know his name now, too.
Steve.
I found it.
It's not Stephen Jenkins. That's for sure.
No.
That's for Third Eye Blind. That's kind of a bigger deal.
He did a great job.
Steve.
Oh, not Steve Madden.
Touchdown for Kendrick Bourne. Steve. I'm trying not to look at the chat or anything right now.
And it's not a hot dog stand. It's like a legit hot dog restaurant. It's called Steve's Hot Dogs. It's really good. It's over in Benton Park here in St. Louis. Great spot.
Can you give me a hint without giving too much away?
No. Because I don't know enough about the guy to give you a hint that wouldn't be giving away his exact name and the name of the band.
It's going to be a 2-point conversion. The game's going to be tied up. Kittle. All right.
I'll just tell you.
No,
do you want to keep trying to guess?
Give me one. If you tell me his full name, will I know?
Maybe.
All right, just give me the name, because maybe I don't know.
His name is Steve Ewing.
I do not know that.
The name of the band. The name of the band is. You're gonna keep trying.
Give me one of their songs.
I don't know them. I don't know any.
Okay. All right, then give us the band.
The name of the band is The Urge.
That's very minor. I would not have gotten that.
Yeah, I know. That's why we got him on such short notice.
That is like a minor.
Urge of the '90s. He lives in St. Louis. He owns a hot dog restaurant. Steve Ewing of The Urge.
Just
showed up, played for an hour. Everyone had a great time.
Oh, as long as people enjoyed it, that's all that matters.
I think he did it for free too. We just had to give him like free advertising across our stations.
Throwing hot dogs in the middle of it. Triggered to Limp Bizkit. Yeah,
so we had Steve Ewing of The Urge instead of Bubba Sparks. So everyone there that had bought tickets to see Bubba Sparks, who was like Bubba Sparks fans, we'll say, and then they show up and it was Steve Ewing of The Urge.
Dude,
a little disappointed. But the people at the station loved it.
Was it a free event?
No, you had to buy tickets.
Oh baby, that's bad. A bad look. That's like, I'm gonna go buy this. That's
Ponzi scheme-esque.
Yeah, it's like a Fire Fest over here.
Or it's like in that Office episode where Michael Scott says he's raffling off tickets to
Bruce Springsteen.
Bruce Springsteen.
We lost the ticket.
And then, I don't know where they are.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Kendrick Bourne scored, Damien.
Congo Cats is hot dogs. We got wet teddy bears down here. Nice. Is that insurance? I think Liberty Mutual commercial.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I watched a very long, nonsensical YouTube video this morning, at like 5 o'clock this morning, about how insurance companies have all the creative commercials now, and it's not even close.
I kind of feel like they're onto something.
Like people say Snickers are close. Snickers usually, but it's been a while.
Doritos has some pretty crazy commercials. Mountain Dew, they have that one with Bob Ross that freaks me out every time. It's like, oh my God, that guy looks exactly like Bob Ross.
Hashtag not a sponsor, unless they want to.
No, on the whole, I think the insurance industry definitely, they're killing it with the commercials.
Been this way for a long time. It's another catch. Less than 2 minutes to play here in the third quarter. The 49ers up 7, 14-7. It was a Bourne touchdown, Kittle 2-pointer to get us here. It was 2 field goals from Gould, and as you mentioned, Darren Fells from Deshaun with the touchdown.
Jim on YouTube saying, in 2001, T.O. totally bailed in overtime of a Niners-Bears game and tipped a pass, and Mike Brown got it, and the rest is history. Mike Brown, an underrated safety from the early 2000s, was very good on the Bears there.
Wait, but what does he mean by that?
I don't know what he's talking about or why he brought it up, but it might have been like, T.O. kind of half went up for a pass, tipped the ball, and it fell into the safety's hands. I don't know how it all came up, but Mike Brown.
I think he's trying to say that might have been it for T.O. as well. Like that was it with the Niners. Oh, big catch. It's going to be a touchdown there. Is it my guy? It is. Will Fuller into the end zone. We're going to have a tie ball game.
I like this hot take from TP here on our Slack channel. Hot take. Bring back halftime shows for all football games.
That's not even hot, dude. That should just, you pay enough money. Why can't they do something?
It'd be great.
Maybe not. I'll say this. They don't have to be mega either. You usually get
No, it needs to be mega. Like that Creed halftime performance of Thanksgiving for that Cowboys game.
It's one of the greatest things. They do Cirque du
That's like my favorite YouTube video ever.
They do Cirque du Soleil throughout the whole thing, and it's beautiful. I'm a huge. Don't get me started. I love Creed, so I'm not joking. And that music. I
like Creed too.
That tugs on my heart, dude. I cried. Like, what's this life for? And you just see spinning thing. It's unreal. Won that.
Can you take me higher?
Oh, yeah, they crushed it. I don't even want to hear an argument otherwise. You just talk about getting all your news.
I used to crush Creed in my car on the way to high school in the mornings.
I still do. I just say put on human clay and drive 1,000 miles per hour down back roads.
That's headbanging music right there, baby. Let's go there.
No, that's just and then or just like what if I could sing Creed all day. I met Scott Stapp. I've been to a bunch of Creed shows, dude.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Like I said, I've been to more concerts.
Is Creed still together?
Technically, yes.
They just don't perform that much.
No one is right now, but they
well,
have
you know what I mean.
Yeah, they've had some ups and downs. That's a fumble there. Houston, look at the JJ coming out of the bio.
JJ, people have kind of forgotten that he's in Arizona.
People also forget that he's a million years old.
Oh, so you're out on him having any impact?
No. I don't know. I want to see him I want him or Aaron Donald to set the record for most defensive players of the year. So one of them's got to get one.
Tara Lynn saying, let's get Creed as our halftime performer for the stream.
All right, here's the deal, Tara Lynn.
It's a good idea.
Slide in them DMs. Get Scott Stapp. Just be like, hey, man, can you just come in and like sing a few bars for us?
You know who I could probably get for us right now? Steve Ewing from The Urge.
I think who I could pull off the Rolodex. That's going to be another touchdown. Man, within minutes, 2 quick scores. But there he is. That's Aiken. There you go, Mr. Hawk. You said it's going to get weird. There you go. Love to see it.
Yeah, I wonder who. I don't know. I don't really have a huge musician Rolodex. I could probably get us the guy who just retired as the national anthem singer for the Blues on here. Charles Glenn. He was a legend. He would sing the national anthem at Blues games for like 30 plus years. Dude was a beast.
Sounds wonderful.
That's probably the best I could do.
We'll do the national anthem with him. Pizza Man says, we seen Creed live in Spokane Wash. Love it. I have my phone's so bizarre that like the sports stuff is there. Not as crazy, but my music side is.
Oh, I bet it's crazy because you worked in music forever.
Yeah, people don't get as excited about, but yeah, pretty can get much.
I mean, if you got like Creed level dudes, I'm getting excited, bro.
I have some.
You got some Breaking Benjamin in there, bro.
No, I do not have never met.
You got some Fuel in there.
I could get Brett Scantling, the lead singer. I could get him. I don't have him directly.
I'm just trying to think of musicians that are like that vibe.
Dude, that was my scene for a long time.
Godsmack, yeah, great call, TP.
I probably should have it. He's like from like down the street from where we live, but I can perform. Brian says I can perform hot cross buns. Okay.
I used to be able to play that on the recorder back in like 5th grade.
He said on the recorder. Next stream is only 1 hour of Creed karaoke. Oh,
down.
Wow. Now we're
guys.
talking.
I don't know if you know this about me. Karaoke, I'm like, that's my thing. It's yeah. I'm
the greatest.
I bring down the house.
Oh, bring it.
I have a go-to.
With
boom, I'll let you guess.
Boom.
You won't get it.
Oh, my humps.
No. It's like it's in the vein of
Barbie
Creed.
Girl. Barbie Girl.
No, come on.
In the vein of Creed, but not Creed.
No, yeah, we're talking like probably 5 years past Creed's prime.
Okay. I was good.
It's butt rock for sure.
Hanging by a Moment by Lifehouse.
No.
3 Doors Down, Kryptonite.
This band would want to be as good as 3 Doors Down.
Oh, jeez. Not Nickelback. What do you got?
You're done? You ready?
I could do this all day, but I don't know.
Lips of an Angel by Hinder.
Oh, good God.
That's my go-to, man. I don't even need the lyrics.
That does not even tear the house. That's like makes me nervous.
Have you ever seen me sing it?
I've not seen you sing it.
Then you don't know. One time I was in Nashville, and I went up to the guy. I was like, "Hey, I'm trying to do Lips of an Angel by Hinder." He's like, "Nah, man. Like, I only do songs that that get this place going. Like, absolutely not. It's a Saturday night." I go, "Dude, trust me. I will get this place popping." And he was like, "No, absolutely not." And like, I was feeling good. I had a lot of Diet Cokes that day, and I was like, "Look." I handed the dude $20. I said, put me up in 3 songs. You won't be disappointed. He goes, all right, fine. And it didn't matter. Like, if I gave him $20, he was going to let me go up regardless.
Yeah.
Teared it down, buddy. Absolutely teared it down. So much so that he let me come up for an encore. I did Mr. Brightside by the Killers, which is sort of my second karaoke song that my fiance and I usually sing together. But Lips of an Angel by Hinder, I tear it down.
I absolutely despise that song, but I would love to hear you sing it. It's much better. Somebody did a cover of it country. It was like a female country artist. It might have been a male. So much better. That song just gives me, like, the production of that song is so chilling. Like, gives me cringe chills. It sounds like Eric Cartman singing. That's the problem I have with it. All due respect to Hinder.
100%. Look, I get you, but for whatever reason, that's my go-to, man. Honestly, there was a talent show my senior year of high school called Mr. LHS, and there was it wasn't a talent show. It was more like a quote-unquote pageant for like the guys, right? Like the senior guys. Yeah. And there was a talent portion, and for whatever reason, I decided that was the song I was going to sing for the talent portion.
Love it.
And I just listened to it every day in my car for like a month straight. Only song I would listen to until I memorized it. First time I ever performed it was that day, and I brought down the house.
Absolutely hate and love that story. That's Garoppolo going down.
I lost the pageant, for those wondering. Came in second.
Hey, you didn't lose then. You just didn't win.
Yeah, nah. It still burns me to this day. The guy that won it, you know what his talent was?
Double jointed.
He ripped a phone book in half.
Oh, dude, he wins by a mile. Are you kidding me? I can't even rip a notebook.
He ripped a phone book in half.
What a monster.
I'm out here singing my heart out, crushing it.
Nobody cares about that, dude. Anybody can try to sing. Not everyone can rip a phone book.
You've never seen me perform it, bro.
I understand, but I'm still, with all due respect, I love you to death. But man, that's crazy.
And then one dude danced, I think, and then there was another guy that sang, but he didn't do as good as I did.
Hood coming through. He says, we had one of those, and my buddy's choice was Hero by Enrique Iglesias. First of all, that music video, forget it. Second of all, what a song. Enrique, another one of those guys, just incredible music. Like, just so many songs you gotta love.
Totally.
You want to know my karaoke song that I first did?
Go.
Rip. Could he take it? It's David. One of the Johnsons. Johnson & Johnson.
There should be a DK broadcaster karaoke competition.
Email it to the powers that be, and they'll tell you the polite way of saying no. Just joking. You never know. Never know what stick.
No, you're probably right on that one.
If they could do a free pool with it, dude, you never know. I mean that seriously. Oh, there's a pass. That's going to be a touchdown. Watson, this team is on fire right now. 3 straight scores. Is that my guy again, or is that Cooks? I can't see the number. Oh, it's Cooks. Brandon getting into the action. For me, my very first karaoke song was My Sharona.
My Sharona.
Here's the thing nobody realizes about that song until you're in the thick of it. There's about 2 minutes of just guitar.
Oh, that's always the worst. The musical breaks are tough.
Interlude. And you're up there, you're killing it. Everyone's loving it. It was that right time of the night. It was a Thursday post Bruins in a seedy little bar in Boston. People are ripping up. Then
was it Hong Kong?
You know it, dude. And I'm ripping it up. Everyone's going wild. Thursday night at the Kong, and then out of nowhere,
you're crushing some chicken on a stick.
Oh yeah, dollar squirrel. And next thing you know, you have 2 minutes of just music, and I'm standing there looking like a buffoon. Oh no, I need this music back ASAP. And then you see the slow,
man.
You know, karaoke when it slowly is going to come back, and you just see those dots up there, and they're just staring a hole through you. Because you're like, that's not coming. That ain't going to start moving for a long time.
And look, everyone's staring at you like, what's next?
Yeah, seriously. Tom Cruise in the YouTube says, walk out, rip a phone book in half, mic drop moment, and walk off without saying a word. Dude, I'm with you.
That's kind of what he did, and that's why he won.
He took a trophy.
There was like intro that you like, whatever, you just walked on stage in a suit with like you'd had to have like a female partner with you. There was swimsuit
What?
There was questions, and then there was the talent portion.
Stop. You had to get up and go out there in a swimsuit?
Yeah.
What's going on? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this in high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, times have changed.
Totally.
Times have drastically changed, kids.
Yep.
Imagine that today.
Oh, absolutely not.
Kittle with the catch here, down by 14, trying to make a push. 4 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Freeze pops, Rossi, Carolyn, TP, Robbie H, Jimbo. Got a great crew. Appreciate that thumbs up. Smash it.
Another personal favorite of mine for karaoke is September by Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, yeah. That makes more sense. Now we're talking.
That gets the people going.
Emerson will rock a karaoke contest for DK Sim broadcasters. He totally dominated a karaoke contest. Emerson has the pipes as Vader.
Varder, I'm telling you right now, I would win and it wouldn't be close. Sorry. Just putting it out there. Oh, wide open.
Wide open down the sideline. By the way, Kittle, 10 grabs, $120 so far in this one. There's Bourne having himself a day. He's got the touchdown earlier. Quiet, a lot of offense in this one.
Justin Craven's saying that his No Diggity and Wagon Wheel got him free drinks. Loves it.
Love free water. Gotta love it, Justin. I like how that's like so funny. Like that's the one thing about like once things kind of get truly back in order and like you just do something stupid at a bar and things just get to you. There's Kendrick Bourne, a second touchdown, maybe putting himself in the conversation, maybe to the top of the freeze pop.
Rusty Cough.
No, I don't call it that. It's whoever's in the game. All right, it is the freeze pop freaking awesome player of the game.
I like that one actually.
Smashland says, Jesus, Tommy must have grown up in the frat house in the mid-90s.
Yeah, honestly, it was a one-off thing. It was called Mr. LHS. They didn't do it the year before. They didn't do it the year after. It was a one-time thing.
I wonder
why. None of us actually like wore true swimsuits on stage, though. We all kind of like were very reserved because we felt uncomfortable with that. So I went out there with like a cutoff T-shirt and a regular bathing suit, and I just wore my shtick for that one was that I just had a ton of suntan lotion on, like it looked like I was like body painted my entire face with suntan lotion to my arms.
What was going on?
People enjoyed it.
Sure they did. 2:58 remaining here, so Kendrick Bourne makes it a one-score game. Shout it out. Who do you need? Who are we looking for here? Anybody from Houston? Obviously, Deshaun with that high ownership. I'm sure everyone's pulling for him.
Let's take a look at the old contest here.
Now you can look. Now we got.
I'm in 80th.
Okay, let's see. I got Will Fuller. I know he scored.
By the way, I'm going to give the Babysitter Billy Award to Most Hurt right now.
Yeah, it's not been his day.
Absolute stanker of a game.
Yeah, right now, I'm in 38th. The leading line, Most Hurt just sitting with 4.7. I don't know how he's going to get more at this point. Or a lot more, at least. There's a pass to the outside. Nice catch. Stayed in bounds. It's Griffish with Kittle and the captain with 40 points. 27 for Deshaun. He's got Garoppolo, Will Fuller, Pettis, and Fairbairn. So it doesn't even have Kendrick Bourne. I thought he'd definitely be in the top of the lineup.
Yeah. I think Kendrick Bourne, even though Kittle has more points as a captain right now, Bourne is still the leader in the clubhouse for me for the Freeze Pop's freaking awesome player of the game. 4
catches, 80 yards, 2 scores.
Yeah.
That's
lower ownership.
Well lower. So Kittle coming in with 54%. Kendrick Bourne coming in. Oh, actually, not as much lower, but still, yeah, actually it is. 36%. It's almost a 20% difference. Like, toys are broken. I always am fidgeting with stuff because I have adult ADD.
Makes sense.
And my son a couple months ago broke. I have a Mike Greenwell, whatever those things, starting lineup from back in the day, and he broke the foot.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, he breaks it.
Yep, he broke it, and then that tackle was broken too.
Mike Greenwell, shout out.
Yep, should have been the MVP. 89. Look
underrated.
It up. Canseco, he's still waiting for that trophy.
Right.
Happened. 155 left here. 28-21. trying to put this game away is the Texans. First down might do it. Watson under center. He's got Duke. David. He's got the Johnson dudes. That's a nice run there from David Johnson. Timeout used by the
Speaking of Duke, Sir Duke, difficult karaoke song. Don't sing that unless you know you can sing it, people.
You can't sing
Also, rap songs are difficult karaoke songs. And people make the mistake too often, like, oh, this song's fun and everyone loves it. But if you can't do it justice, don't do it for karaoke because it turns into a mess quickly.
All right, you want to know the song? If you really want to know the karaoke song to go to, it was a 4th and 2nd, another hand up, wide open lane. Where you going? Zigs and zags. That's going to be the ball game. Ride With Me by Nelly.
I agree with you, but there's points in that song that if you don't know what you're doing, it can get ugly.
Yeah, but it's got the breakdown that everybody knows the words to. You will have that place if there's anybody of the age of 25 or older.
It is a great song. Shout out St. Louis.
Yep, it's a huge hit for it. So we're going to get a knee here. Are we going to get the knee run knee? Let's see. Deshaun will take the knee in this first play. So who will get your official now? Tommy Freeze Pop, freaking awesome player of the game.
The Kendrick Bourne identity gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations. If you are ever here in St. Louis, we'll listen to some Nelly. Yep. We'll go get some free cones over at Lion's Choice Roast Beef.
Smash Landis says Mostert hasn't scored less than 5 points in the last 40 sims. Don't know if that's true, but it sounds true.
Well, he gets the Babysitter Billy Award. Not my kid, not my problem.
There was the run. It always happens. So what I see from Mostert, this is his, he went 11, 18, 16, 14. Yeah, he might be right. I see. Oh, he said less than 5. But yeah, he had a 9 point a while ago. Yeah, he's been dominant. He has a couple 60-pointers in here. Wow. Amazing. It's going to be the knee.
It's historic, really.
It is. History was made here. Smash. Not the right side of history, but history nonetheless.
Oh, Damian Williams calling you out right now. Rossi, sing the hook to Ride With Me. Do you know what he says?
Yeah, I'm not going to put myself in a position to do that. I do know all the words. And yes, I do know what he says. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. No, not family-friendly content.
You go on the OnlyFans. There's a fans only. I always forget. Is it OnlyFans?
It's OnlyFans.
What's the one that I'm sitting with that I have my where I sing covered in butter? What's that website I did that on?
That would be OnlyFans.
Yeah, the Dancing Bear. Check it out. All right. So in this one, it was 28-21. Ended up being a little more exciting. I'll tell you, the Texans put a little whooping in there. They were down 14-7, scored 21 unanswered. Then trying to fight back, getting the bonus was Garoppolo, 2 tuds, 330. And then Watson, 4 touchdowns, only 179, but got the job done. Very impressive. Listen, a lot of points to be had. Big shout out to our winner in the contest that we put together. It was officially, we have the Hood and Jimbo putting it together. It looks like the Fish, man, held on with Kittle in the captain 40. You got Watson, Garoppolo, Fuller, Pettis, Care Baron.
Care Baron. I like that lineup.
It's a good lineup. It's a winning lineup. It's a lot of fun.
Ended up finishing in 10th last contest. This one, not so much.
Yeah. Justin Craven says, I crush Ride With Me. See, I'm telling you. It might be the best karaoke song for their generation. Just saying.
Tony Pagano saying, hey, Freeze Pops, who has the most wooden nickels so far? Do you even know how many you have been giving out? And who has the most? Maybe he can bring his family.
You better make this.
You know what? I feel like I've given the most wooden nickels to Lamar Jackson. That's going to be my guess.
Okay.
It's Lamar Jackson.
So Lamar and the Jackson 5 can come over anytime.
Come on down to the Lou, baby.
Love that. Gotta love it. Kisses to all. All right. He's at your boy TC Fresh. He'll be back with the market at 10. Koff will be joining us next with Lamarca for your 8 p.m. But, all right, don't forget, you can follow him at your boy TC Fresh, me over at Jason D. Rossi. As I always like to say, drink up as much water as you can. Stay positive. Shout out to Jimbo Rob doing the ops. Crushed it. TP, our technical director. Tara Lynn, amazing job as our producer today. Appreciate each and every one of you guys joining us, spending your time with us. Means the world. So to you, from this is my heart somewhere here. To you, appreciate you. But we, again, content always brewing up, because coming up on this Sunday, we have ourselves an interesting one, is we're going to get Tampa Bay going against the Panthers. Bucks, Panthers, cough, Lamarca. We're going to get Tom. He'll be coming back in a little bit, though. Don't worry. Like I said, he's going to be coming back with Lamarca. So that's going to be something to look forward to. You're going to have Packers, Jets. You're going to tease us. What is the question you're going to ask Lamarca again?
Who would Lamarca rather have as the Jets quarterback over the next 5 years? Aaron Rodgers or Zach Wilson?
You got nowhere to go. Kick your feet up. Maybe stand up. Just do a little stretch. Make sure your butt don't go numb like mine does when it sits too long. And you can check out the Ross Tucker podcast right now as he's going to be talking about the NFL draft.
Bye.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any. Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Thank you. I can't remember, by the way, which one of the listeners it was that gave me the shout out for some of the draft bets I had on the Even Money podcast, like J.C. Horn to be the first cornerback drafted, or first defensive player drafted, like Eric Stokes going in the first round. So hopefully a lot of you guys participated in that and enjoyed that. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL or us at Ross Tucker Pod. We've got Greg Cosell today. It's going to be phenomenal to get Greg's thoughts on the most interesting first round picks. First reaction from Greg here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But first, we've got a couple winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
People like Hannah Doyle. Speaking of social media, Hannah Doyle retweeted the business of sports with Andrew Brandt this week with Chiefs tight end Sean Culkin talking about Bitcoin. You never know which one I'm looking at. Hannah Doyle retweeted a clip from the business of sports. Excellent, Hannah. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know if you want a signed picture, card, or press pass, whatever. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Neil Morley. He took advantage of the Keeps offer. You guys know, look at my hair. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, you know I'm a big Keeps guy. The key, though, is A, to go to the website, and B, to use one of our codes. That's what matters, like Feast or even Money. Use the code when you go to Keeps. It's awesome, like Neil did. Thank you, Neil. That's amazing. And then the YouTube shout out goes to Lem Houston. Just looking for people to subscribe there and make a comment. And when I see it, you will be the winner. But we're all really winners when we get a chance to listen to Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg. It's 7:14 a.m.
Neither tired, Ross.
Yeah, neither one of us got even 6 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe not to you.
The show must go on, man. The show must go on. So there's a lot I want to get into with you, obviously, Greg. I think I'm just going to ask you the ones I think are most interesting. Let's start with the 49ers decision to go with Trey Lance. For so long, it seemed like it was Mac Jones, and it seemed like Justin Fields, then back to Mac Jones, and then seemingly out of nowhere until maybe the last day or so, they go with Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Well, in response to your point, for so long, it wasn't anybody. It was people making up whatever they thought they might do. So for so long, it wasn't really anybody except what the 49ers knew. The mock guesses, they're just guesses. So if you're asking me about Trey Lance and how he fits, the one thing that I've talked about numerous times is Trey Lance played under center at North Dakota State. I believe over 40% of his snaps in 2019, which is the last year he really played, came with him under center. Secondly, they play with a fullback quite a bit at North Dakota State. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, is he's refined and advanced in the execution of what we call conventional play action, meaning play action from under center where you turn your back to the defense, which is a critical part of the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I guess lastly, if you've heard Kyle Shanahan speak since the end of the season when he's given press conferences, he's been asked and talked a lot about the pressure that the RPO concept puts on defenses. And I think that factored in as well to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance gives you that in addition to giving you the off-script outside of structure game. So, and the designed quarterback run game, not just the RPOs, but the designed run game. So my sense was that Kyle is probably expanding his thought process. But when all's said and done, I believe that just the experience under center is a big factor. The age of Lance is a big factor, extremely young with a lot of growth. And from everything you hear, again, this is now what you hear, he's an incredibly intelligent kid with tremendous maturity.
Yeah, I'm glad you said those last few things, Greg, because at first it sounded like you were primarily just talking about his offense at North Dakota State, which is great and that helps, but that's not the player as much as what he was under at North Dakota State. I think it's the last things as well. Really, it's the combination of both, right? He's got all that stuff that you mentioned in the first, but he's also got all the stuff you mentioned at the end as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, apparently only John Lynch and Kyle knew who they were picking, so they kept it secret from the organization. But no, to me, it's, these picks, everybody comments on picks, and ultimately it's based on your evaluation of the players. That's what it comes down to. So if a team picks a player that you don't have evaluated well, or as highly as the team does, you say it's not a good pick. It's only not a good pick or a good pick based on your evaluation of the player, not on anything more.
So the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, which, obviously you've talked about Jalen quite a bit. I think one I want to get your opinion on is the Panthers taking J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. Does that surprise you? Can you compare and contrast those two players who ended up, by the way, going back to back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Panthers needed a corner. Obviously, by taking Horn, they're going to play more man coverage this year. They played heavy zone a year ago. I think they recognize that in the NFL, you need to increase your man coverage percentage. It's just their evaluation of the player. I personally liked Surtain a little better, but they're different players. Surtain is just smooth and fluid. He's like silk. Horn is more dog. They both can play press man. Horn plays it with a sort of a clearly defined competitiveness that jumps off the film. Surtain is competitive. He just looks different. So they're different in terms of their press man style. As I said, I like Surtain a little more. It wasn't as if Surtain was a 10 and Horn was a 6. So it really comes down to the eye of the beholder, which style of player you like more. They obviously liked Horn a little more, and they chose him. But they both checked the boxes if you want to play press man coverage.
Let's get to the Eagles trading up for Devontae Smith. Ended up being, the first trade up in the first round. I think there was obviously, notwithstanding what had happened before the draft, but actually on the clock, pretty clearly it looks like the Eagles thought the Giants would take Devontae Smith at 11, which is why they just left it in front of them from 12 to 10. What do you think about Devontae Smith in Nick Sirianni's offense and how he fits with a guy like Jalen Reagor, who they took in the first round last year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Eagles are clearly looking for speed, for intermediate and vertical ability. That's what Reagor is. That's what Smith is. Obviously, with Smith, every team, I'm sure, had the discussion in their draft meetings about his weight. It's easy to dismiss it. It's not dismissed in meetings because he's an exception. So you understand what he is and how best to use him, but he's got tremendous traits as a receiver, really high-level receiving traits. So if you get him in motion, if you can get him free access off the ball or he can stride, and everybody will understand this. This is not, I'm not giving you anything, Ross, that people don't understand about Devonta Smith. but that's the way that he must be deployed within the context of an offense. And I think he's got really high-level traits.
The next guy that I want to ask you about is obviously the Bears then, with the very next pick moving up to get Justin Fields.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin Fields in Matt Nagy's offense?
I think it's a really, really good fit because theoretically, and again, obviously because of what the Bears have done and the lack of quality quarterback play, Matt Nagy's been sort of downgraded after that first year when everybody thought that he was a genius. I guess he left his genius at home the last couple of years. But theoretically, that's the same offense as that Andy Reid runs. It's the same playbook. So we saw how well defined that offense has worked for Patrick Mahomes. And Justin Fields is a high-level traits quarterback. So if you can really define the reads, the throws through the use of personnel, formation, route concepts based on your understanding of anticipated coverages, then I think it's really a good spot for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has a lot of talent. I think we kind of lost that. I didn't, but I think the way he was spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Ross, as you well know, it's as if people forgot that this guy's a pretty talented player. I think it's a really good spot, and we'll see how. To me, I'm not telling them what they should do. To me, I think you should line them up day one and let the kid play.
It'll be interesting. They're obviously saying that Andy Dalton's still the starter, but that's what the people.
Everybody says that on draft day.
Yeah. All right. So Micah Parsons at 12 to the Cowboys. The only thought I have there, Greg, is theoretically, they have their two linebackers that are going to play the primary snaps, right, in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. And the Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons as a pressure player, which I thought was interesting. Makes perfect sense if you ever saw him blitz or rush off.
Oh, for sure.
In high school, maybe the best edge rusher I ever saw, certainly in person. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. Plus, Greg, between Van Der Esch's health, and I don't think Jalen Smith has played particularly well recently, they really could use a difference maker at the second level. What do you think about them taking Parsons?
Well, couple points. Number one, Van Der Esch has had a neck injury. I think there's questions about his future and his ability to play. I'm not a doctor, but just from what I sense. When you get to 12 and Parsons is there, Parsons is a stud. You know this, Ross. And Parsons is a 3-down player eventually. Maybe he's not day one for them, depending on Van Der Esch, but he can rush the quarterback. He, as you know, because he's a Pennsylvania kid, he was recruited by a lot of big-time schools as an edge rusher coming out of high school, not as a linebacker. You know that. So he moved to linebacker. He's almost one of those easy evaluations because he's just an athletic stud. I don't know how they plan to use him, but there's no question in sub, he can rush the quarterback. And he can rush the quarterback from multiple locations within your defensive front, which is what you're trying to do. He can rush off the edge. He can rush from the second level. So he puts you in a good position where the offense doesn't exactly know where he'll be and where he's going to come from. So, we can sit here and say what the Cowboys, what their needs were, blah, blah, blah. Everybody says that stuff. But when you get to 12 and he's sitting there, that kid's a stud.
Greg, too simplistic to say what the Patriots do with Mac Jones will look a lot like what they did with Tom Brady over the years?
Again, that's hard to answer. Obviously they drafted him. They re-signed Cam for 1 year. With Belichick, you have no idea. So I couldn't begin to speak to that. But you don't draft a quarterback at 15 unless you believe he will be your quarterback in the future. The future could start this year, or they could say, you know what, we have Cam and we're going to play Cam. Given what they did in free agency, it would seem to me they have to play a lot of two tight ends. They paid a lot of money for two tight ends. So they're going to be a base 12 personnel offense with one back and two tight ends. That's certainly not the offense Mac Jones played in at Alabama, although there were times they did line up with two tight ends. But we'll see. He's going to be their quarterback of the future. When that future starts, we'll see.
A couple of somewhat surprise first-round picks, Greg, that I want to get your opinion
Well, if you're going to
on.
mention the Washington football team, that was not a surprise to me at all because Jamin Davis was one of my favorite players to watch on tape. And that's all I speak to is the tape, Ross. So if you're going to mention the football team, I love that pick. I think he's a 3-down linebacker. It wouldn't surprise me if Ron Rivera saw Thomas Davis and Jamin Davis.
Got it. That's not the one I was going to ask you about, actually. Not one of the two I was going to ask you about, because he did rise up, or not rise up, but we talked about it. It became clear that people around the league really liked him, in recent weeks. The two I wanted to ask you about, at 17, the Las Vegas Raiders took Alex Leatherwood.
Yes.
From Alabama. A lot of people thought maybe he'd go in round 2. Certainly, most people thought he would go after guys like Darrisaw and perhaps even Tevin Jenkins. This is the 3rd year in a row where Mike Mayock and John Gruden have kind of taken a guy higher than anybody thought they would. Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett. Not sure either one of those guys has gotten off to a great start in their careers. Your thought on Leatherwood at 17?
Yeah, and again, that gets into because all you heard when they took him was that, well, they could have gotten him, 20 picks later. We never know that. I think that my evaluation of him was that he has a desirable combination of size, mass. He's got functional athleticism to play on the outside. I think he can play tackle in this league. You wouldn't call him a high-level athlete nor an elite-level mover, but I think that he can play tackle. He's really well built. He was very comfortable in his pass set. There were times that in his vertical set that he showed some stiffness. That's a concern. That's what people look at. They feel that, okay, he can't really pass protect against the true speed rushers that he's going to face, and that he showed some stiffness both in his core and his lower half. That's kind of the concern that people have with him, and that's a legitimate concern. I think, and again, I'm not an offensive line guru, Ross, so take it for what it's worth, but my sense watching his tape was that he needs work better coordinating his feet and his hands in pass protection. You tell me. I think that's coachable.
The hands is definitely coachable. The feet is not really, in terms of improving your.
Well, no, I don't mean make him a better athlete, but just the better coordination with your hands and feet.
Oh yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
What about the other one that surprised me a little bit? I guess there had been some rumors about it, but Peyton Turner to the Saints. There were some teams that have Peyton Turner as 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, I heard, and the Saints took him in the 1st round.
Yeah, I really liked Peyton Turner's tape. He was a guy I knew zero about. So when I put on his tape, maybe a month or so ago, it was all brand new to me. I knew nothing about this kid. And I came away feeling he was one of the most interesting D-line prospects in the draft. I mean, his physical dimensions are just outstanding. Size, length. He's got that feel of an old school DN, Ross. I mean, he's not sinewy. He's not slim. I mean, he is big, and he looks big on tape. I don't know what he played at. I know he came in at 270 at his pro day. It wouldn't surprise me if he played at 280 plus. But he's got strong, heavy hands. He played off contact really well. He generates power and explosion into contact, and he's got some bend and flexibility to him. He's not a big, stiff guy. They lost Troy Hendrickson. I'm sure they viewed Turner as the replacement for Hendrickson, and he could probably, and you never know when you say this because no one enters the league as a finished product, but they probably see him being able to play meaningful snaps in his rookie year at defensive end as Hendrickson's replacement.
Couple that I wanted to get your opinion on. The Giants taking Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a gadget guy?
No.
That Jason Garrett will have to use, or is he more than that?
I think that the gadget thing is a thing of the past. I think the way offense is now, with all the formation variation, all the motion, all the movement, though it's not gadgets anymore. This is part of NFL offense. And Tony's a slot too. You can line him up in the slot, and he's got just dynamic stop and start, burst, acceleration. He improved as the year went on because this kid played receiver full time for the first time in 2020. So he's an ascending player at the receiver position. He started to show his vertical acceleration and deep speed much more as the Florida season progressed. So, I think he'll be a good player. You can line him up all over. Is he kind of a conventional slot? Yes, but the NFL has moved away from just, hey, he's in the slot.
And then the last one, Greg, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. I was surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. Given what James Robinson did last year as an undrafted free agent rookie on that team, to carry the load he did, they signed Carlos Hyde, who's whatever, but that surprised me. I really would have thought that Urban Meyer would have gone O-line or D-line, maybe even a receiver or a corner. Running back after what Robinson just did. Does it make sense to you, Greg?
Well, again, you get caught up in that whole running back issue too, which, obviously, people say running backs have no value. I think my sense is that he was the best player on their board. That would be my sense. And he's an explosive athlete, and he took him. I don't really know what to say beyond that. He's a really good prospect. He's a good runner who improved dramatically in 2020 from 2019. You can split him out wide. You can do a lot with Travis Etienne. The bottom line is, in today's NFL, what are you trying to do offensively, Ross? You're trying to create explosive plays. Etienne is not simply a back in that sense. He's not simply someone who lines up behind the quarterback. You can do a lot with him. He can create explosive, dynamic plays for you. That's the goal in today's NFL. He was sitting there. I think it makes perfect sense to say that he was the highest rated player on their board as they got to 25. And I'm sure they said, you know what? We're not going to pick a guy who's not when Travis Etienne is sitting there. So, we can debate that forever. And that gets into that whole value stuff, which has become, really big on Twitter for all these people that have never been in a draft room and have all the answers about what value means.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell, so you can see what Greg is up to, where you can find his stuff. You can find him every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Thank you so much, Greg.
Ross, really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know who the number one player on my board is? Moms. Moms everywhere, because moms rock. And right now, 1-800-Flowers is offering 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99. It is absolutely a steal. We've talked about it pretty much every Valentine's Day and Mother's Day for years here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you know how I feel about it. I feel very strongly that the mothers in your life deserve flowers for every Mother's Day. Like, you can take them out to dinner, you can do something else, get them a card. I don't care what else you do. They deserve flowers that you send to their house or that you send to their place of work. That's a reminder for at least a couple of weeks. Wow, somebody really loves me. Somebody really cares about me. And these flowers are beautiful. It's early May. They brighten the room. Absolutely love it. To order 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about the most interesting things of this draft with Greg. Anything else jump out to you that you didn't discuss?
Not really, I guess, Bri, other than, maybe some of the guys, the run on DNs at the end, Turner, Rousseau, Owe, Tryon. There was a real run on DNs at the end. The Giants getting next year's first from the Bears is very interesting. I like what the Ravens do seemingly every year. I mean, Rashad Bateman at receiver, and then Jason Owe as an edge rusher, the guy they can move around. Really seemingly always love what they do. The Titans, Nobody loves red flag players, Brian, like the Titans. I mean, 2 years ago, the medical red flags with Jeffrey Simmons, which, by the way, has appeared to pay off for them. And then last year, the red flags with Isaiah Wilson off the field. This year, they go with Caleb Farley. Again, they feel like, hey, we're going to get guys that would go higher if it weren't for these red flags that they have. So that kind of jumps out at me. And then there's some really good players still available. Yeah, I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I did not think he would still be available in the second round. So there are some guys. It'll be fun tonight. You can check me out again on Eagles.com tonight and the Eagles social media talking about what happens tonight.
Tuck's Takes.
Biggest news last night really didn't have anything to do with the draft. Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay.
Evidently, this has been boiling for some time, and it sounds like the team president, Mark Murphy, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, the head coach, Matt LaFleur, have all flown out to California to meet with him one-on-one, and he's still not happy about it. They're working on some type of new contract, but Aaron Rodgers, very unhappy. Look, he really wants to win another Super Bowl. He knows he doesn't have many years left. I think he's very disappointed with what they did in the draft a year ago with Jordan Love and with even probably A.J. Dillon. And I think he saw what the Bucs did last year and this year being all in with Tom Brady. And I think Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a franchise where he feels like they're all in to win the Super Bowl. And that's never been the Packers' way. I do think it's interesting that he intentionally leaked the news during the draft, right before the draft, which obviously became the huge news. That there's a method to the madness there. So, and it's funny because he's definitely got some passive aggressive traits to him. He's a lot more. I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. He's a lot more like Brett Favre in that way than I realized. But ultimately, you can understand why he's frustrated.
Tuck's Takes.
One of the teams rumored to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers is the Denver Broncos, who traded for Teddy Bridgewater earlier in the week. In fact, that went down as we were recording the Fantasy Feast yesterday.
Right. Well, actually Wednesday afternoon. Yeah. But, the thing that's interesting to me about that is obviously the Panthers are paying $7 million of Teddy's $11.5 million. Teddy comes in and competes with Drew Lock, but the Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, Mac Jones last night. They held off, and I gotta wonder how much of that's because they think they have a real shot at Aaron Rodgers. There were rumors that the Broncos and Packers are close to a trade. Some of those have been kind of stomped out. But the Broncos clearly are on Aaron Rodgers' wish list, it sounds like, and really want to try to get Aaron Rodgers. That's my guess. My guess is they think there's enough of a chance that they could get an Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson that they weren't going to use a 9th overall pick on a quarterback, which is interesting.
Tuck's Takes.
One more Broncos take, and this one is about former quarterback Tim Tebow working out as a tight end for the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I tweeted this yesterday. The last time Tim Tebow played an NFL game, it was 2012. I fluctuate between thinking that this is really admirable or a little sad. So the admirable part is his persistence and commitment to chasing his dream of continuing on as a professional athlete is extremely impressive. You think about he went to the Patriots for a training camp, went to the Eagles for a training camp. I mean, he gave it every shot he could as a quarterback. Then he gave baseball every shot he could. And now that quarterback didn't work out and baseball didn't work out, Now he's looking to be the tight end Taysom Hill type, perhaps. And I think that's admirable. There's no quitting him. Look, he's gotten cut a bunch, and there's no quitting him. He is going to continue to try to chase his dreams. The flip side is, I guess at some point, you almost think, man, like there's other things in life, like you can move on, like it's not going to happen for you. And so I think different people can have different mindsets. I'm never going to be the guy that is critical of someone for chasing their dream. Never, ever, ever, because that would be hypocritical of me. But I also hope that he is happy in life and find some contentment in a post-athletic world is probably the best way I would describe that. I would also tell you guys, please take advantage of any of the offers we have at Keeps. Go to rosstucker.com, or if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, myfrontpagestory.com. You guys know how I feel about that. It's a business I've got some ownership in. I mean, coolest, most unique Mother's Day gift ever, myfrontpagestory.com. Other than that, shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Obviously, there will be a lot of draft-related stuff for us to break down on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Can't wait to see who else gets traded, how everything else unfolds. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, that's right. Batman returns. You see what we did there with Matt Lamarca. Just a chuckle house over there. I'm Adam Kaufman. It's great to be back, Dream Streamers. Thank you for being here with us for the 8 o'clock primetime matchup. I don't know what to anticipate here, quite frankly. I'm eager to see it, though. We got the Panthers, we got the Bucks, we got more draft talk, and who knows what else will come your way throughout the next hour plus. Maddie, how are you, man?
Living the dream, bro. Nice little Sunday. Yeah. Mets just even things up for me, so good. Can't complain.
Man, we just got a quick little flash of that mop on your head. Boy, that is outrageous.
I'm waiting for, like I've been telling everybody, this will be gone in roughly 10 days.
How often do you wash your hair? Can we get personal? How often do you wash that situation that is up there?
Full disclosure, I have not yet taken a shower today.
Okay.
But every time I take a shower, I wash my hair.
Okay.
So,
because I know there are
basically
some
every day.
There's some studies out there that say I'm not. That's why I phrased the question as I did, because I don't need to know how often you shower. You can keep that to yourself. But there are some studies out there that that actually say it's bad for your hair, it's bad for your scalp, it's bad for whatever to wash your hair daily. I mean, the people that try, and I know you're not one of them, but those who try and grow dreadlocks, like they'll go months without washing their hair. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Animals. And if that applies to any of you out there listening, then yeah, I'm calling you an animal. Backing off of that at all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've never tried to cultivate hair. This isn't something that I was trying to do. It's pure combination of laziness and being in the house for 18 months, basically. So I don't know how to manage this mane. I just wash it because I'm in the shower, so I might as well wash it.
Tara Lynn is producing, stuck with the two of us again, and says it is, in fact, bad to wash your hair every day. And if there's anyone of the three of us that would know, it is certainly Ms. Glam there, Tara Lynn.
That's a fair point.
It's a very fair point. Justin here, the Batman, is in the chat, says, still a little sour on Lamarca's Derby meh take.
Yeah, sorry. I mean...
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm just saying, of all the major sporting events, it's the one that I get the least excited for. Will I watch it? Most of the time. But I don't, get excited for it. Again, anything that you can make more interesting for yourself financially is always going to be fun.
Sure.
But I like to only really participate in stuff like that when I feel like I have an idea of what I'm doing. And I don't know nearly enough about the horses for that.
So you're not saying it's a meh event, it's just meh for you?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have some other takes. I don't necessarily think dressing up like, we're living in the antebellum South is something that I would still say makes a ton of sense in 2021. But
sure.
I get the tradition. I get why, they all wear the fun hats and such. So it's just not for me.
I bet, without knowing, but I guess I'm inadvertently asking here. I bet Tara Lynn would be a big dress up for the Kentucky Derby fan. In fact, if I'm really guessing, if I'm really going out on a limb here, I bet she has even attended. I'm going to say attended, not hosted. That takes it too far. I bet she has attended Kentucky Derby watch parties where the theme is in fact dress up like you're there.
I'm going to say no.
All right, well, then I will give you a caveat, which is if the answer is no, she'd like to.
That's not what you said.
She just hasn't been invited yet. What do you think of that?
I think
we're scoreless. About 3 minutes gone here in the opening quarter. Tara Lynn obviously is producing. T. Pike, undercover boss Tom, is our technical director. We got Jim and Bobo hanging out here in Game Ops. I just love that, Robert, we've explored this. I don't think you were on this sim, although it's happened multiple times, so maybe you have been part of it. Robert, the man of many, many names. Robert, Rob, Robbie, Bob, Bobby. He doesn't like all of them, by the way.
How about Bobo?
Bobo. Like I said, Bobo, that's where if you get. But Bob's the go-to for us. I almost said Madison. See, Tara Lynn, producer of the year, and immediately I thought of Madison. See, Tara Lynn writes, I did not go to a Kentucky Derby party this year. Oh my God, rude. She says, I didn't go to a Kentucky Derby party this year, but in the past, yes, I have.
All right.
Yeah! And by the way, just so we're clear, Robert here, not a fan of Bob or Bobby. Doesn't like those. Don't do those.
Didn't say anything about Bobo, though.
That's true. Maybe he loves Bobo. Robert, do you dig Bobo?
See, that's funny because my dad is also a Robert, and he hates Rob and Robbie. Like, he wants to be called Bob.
So he doesn't go by Robert. He wants to be called Bob.
He'll go by Robert or Bob.
Okay.
I call him Dukes.
You call him Dukes.
Yeah.
Not Dad.
Nope. Pop Dukes.
Pop Dukes.
Short
When did that
Dukes.
start? When did, like, Daddy evolve to Dad evolve to Dukes for you?
Later in life.
Yeah.
I'm sure when I was younger I called him Daddy, but never that I can remember.
Not like in your teen years?
No. Dad for a while, and then it just became Dukes.
That ball's completed inside the 5. Out at the 2. 3rd and goal on the way for Tampa Bay. LaShawn McCoy on that catch. Oh, your lineup, by the way, we haven't even touched on those. What's your lineup for this one, for the prime time? Maybe Lamarca will actually make a lineup pre-roll.
It's a weird
well, you
lineup.
didn't make an NBA lineup today.
It's a weird lineup. Looking back on it, I'm not a huge fan of it, but Curtis Samuel.
Pitch. Leonard Fournette, Uncle Leo gets on in. First points and touchdown of this game. Sorry.
Hello, Jerry. You call him Uncle Leo. I'm going to have to hit you with that.
Yeah, please do.
Curtis Samuel, captain, with Tom Brady, Godwin, Evans, Gronk, and Joey Sly and the Family Stone.
Okay. Who was your captain again? Did you say Gronk or Evans?
Curtis Samuel is my captain.
Okay, Samuel. So I want Evans in the captain. I thought I heard you say Evans at captain for some reason.
I have him, but...
Yeah. Evans is my captain, as 16% of people did in our small contest here, 152 entries. Christian McCaffrey, who seems like maybe the fan was awakening a little bit. McCaffrey is only 61% owned, 8% in the captain spot. So people a little tired of the boom or bust Christian McCaffrey here at that salary. Also have Teddy Bridgewater, who not a lot of people do, actually. I thought he'd be more popular. He's only in a 0.25% of lineups. Ian Thomas, Leonard Fournette, and Scotty Miller. So I actually have a very contrarian lineup. Nobody who's super, super punt play, like I don't have, O.J. Howard, let's say, but not a chalky lineup either. We'll see how it goes for me. I do at least have the first touchdown of this game, and that's Leonard Fournette. But our leader at the moment is Super Coach 2000. That ball is turned over and taken away by the Bucs. That's Super Bowl defense.
Jamal Dean.
Justin says, by the way, still love you, Lamarca. We can't all like the same stuff. That's true. Robbie notes that he's all about Tara Lynn, but he does miss Madison. And listen, I don't think she'd hold that against you, Robbie. We know the connection there. Executive Sessions says, Geoff, I'm going to give you one ignorant pass since you clearly don't understand hair washing, but no more animal or disgusting comments. Stay cool. Don't start a fight you can't finish. So, Executive Sessions, by any chance, have you at some point in life grown dreadlocks? Feel like that's where we may be going with this. Less than 3 minutes to go opening quarter against 7-0 Tampa. Geoff, Lamarca. Again, we've got TL, Undercover Boss Tom, Jim, Bobo. Says he doesn't hate it. Says it's a little bit different. Remind me, though, the preference is Rob? Because I want to at least know that, Robert. That is important to know. before we just totally ignore it and call you Bob.
Yeah, like it matters to you.
It does matter to me. Well, it matters to me that, like, knowing that, like, hey, I hate Bob and Bobby. Okay, well, I'm not going to call you Bob or Bobby. I'm not going to call you something you hate. Rob, Robbie, Bert. Bert, that's right. I forgot. Bert. I remember that now.
Why?
He said, actually, I kind of like Bobo.
Okay. The back half nickname.
Bert, that's right. Bert is preferred. Good. It's all coming back to me now. You got to forgive me, Bert. It's been a day, man. It has been a day. Oh, there are. Yeah, Bert's the word. The Bert. The Bert is the word. I had soccer today. Another big day for the undefeateds. They my well, now 6-year-olds team. This is it. I mean, they've never lost. Literally. I mean, this is year 3. We're just trying to keep this unbeaten streak alive.
On to Cincinnati.
Yeah, on to Cincinnati. Yeah, we don't talk to it. You know, it's a conversation we have the coaching staff. We don't talk to the kids about it. we don't need it to get in their heads how dominant they are. Interesting executive sessions. Lokes, or locks?
Locks.
Or locks. I guess it'd be locks. I didn't know that. Did you know that? That locks is the preferred terminology?
I had no idea.
That's interesting. I'm just here to learn more.
Must be, by the way, says there's a 0.002% chance that I have hair under this hat.
Oh, you're going to have to flash it at the break, man.
You are so mistaken, my friend.
You are all kinds of wrong. Mike Evans touchdown. Who's got him at captain, folks? Who's got him? I do. Mr. Hotkoff films the opposing team's practices. These 6-year-olds. All right, blue team, we're watching you. We see what you're up to out there. So Tara Lynn says, Tommy Freezepomp said he would do way better than me if either of us ever had to call a sim by ourselves. How could he possibly believe that? Like, I almost don't even want to dignify that with a response. Did he give any sort of reason? Or was it just a passing comment?
What I'll say is, and I think both of you would do wonderful jobs.
I'm not questioning that, but if he's going to come at me with a who would do better. But go ahead.
I think he's I don't want to say he has more personality, but he's just like a bigger character. How about that?
Wow.
No, I think you're an excellent host. You play very well with others, which is a great trait.
But isn't that what this is all about? Like playing, I would just play with the chat. I would play with others.
Okay. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like I said, I think you'd be excellent at it.
Listen, I spent years hosting solo talk shows. Years. That's why I'm so long-winded now. It's like I can't stop.
A solo podcast is boring.
Not a solo podcast, solo talk shows, like on the radio.
Oh. Working with callers and such.
Yeah, callers, maybe you've got a sidekick who's like the update person, or you've got, obviously producers on the radio, unlike on these sims, will turn their mics on and chime in. So you're not, just monotone.
They're not cowards.
Yeah, they're not cowards, exactly. You're not just monotone through a 4 or 5 hour show, like just or monologuing. That would be terribly boring, no matter who's doing it. Like nobody would be good at doing that. I totally agree. But you get some other voices involved, and of course, like you said, the callers, different animal, totally different thing. Mr. Hawk says Kaufman's floor is safer, but Freeze Pops has the higher ceiling. I like that he at least put it in fantasy terms. I appreciate that.
I don't necessarily hate that statement. I think you got a safe floor, Cough.
Carolyn says, I hate complimenting you. It slowly kills me, but I would go with you, Cough. Just more background on this, I guess. Rossi and Tommy were talking about calling the game by themselves. Rossi hopes to do it, and if no one signs up next weekend with him. And then we broke down who would do it best. So was the assumption then that, and I'm not assuming this. I am only inferring it based on the way Tara Lynn you wrote that. So tell me if I'm off here. Was the inference that Tommy is coming at me in a battle for the best, as in nobody else, or is he just saying he would be better than me at it?
Yeah, I want to know where I ranked on the list.
Right. That's because I should be at the top. Early second quarter here. She goes, you weren't mentioned, Lamarca. Battle for the best. Where was Glash? I'm just curious. And again, I think he'd be fine. I think any of us could get away with it for the most part. A couple probably would struggle, which is not even a criticism. Like, it's not easy to just ramble on for an hour plus by yourself. Wow.
How Glash is also not mentioned, that makes me feel better about myself.
I didn't expect that. El Bongo says, stop feeding Cops ego. Justin says, it's a good point. Says, Cough is great, but only one person sent a country and company-wide email about Freeze Pops. Mohammed says, Cough feels so attacked right now. It's very true. I really do.
I wouldn't want to do one by myself.
I would love to do one by myself.
Well,
I've come very close a couple of times when like technical difficulties affected the other person.
You're just a pure egomaniac.
Yep.
I play well, with others, as I mentioned that you did as well, but
sure.
I play off the other guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You throw it out to me, I bring it back. It's a little rat-tat-tat, is I believe the technical term.
A little rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Barter says, Matt Lamarca, what do you think about a challenge that is Freeze Pops, got the pipes to beat you, let alone Emerson or anyone else would take it as a challenge because I've heard you sing. I guess maybe that's asking who's the best singer among you. And I got to go with you.
There's literally no one that I have worked with yet that has a better voice than me.
In life or just on these Sims?
In these Sims.
Okay, I'm just curious. Must be says Glash thinks Cough has a safe floor. He eats off it. That's true. Loves the floor candy. Bill Hamilton on TV. Hey, Cough, watch the first 3 episodes of Big Shot today. Pretty good. You know what? I enjoy it. Watch it with the kids. Anyone's unfamiliar, it's a new Disney Plus show, and it sounds, if you describe it to someone, it sounds ridiculous. Admittedly, it sounds silly. Are you familiar with this show, Big Shot, on
Absolutely
Disney
not.
Plus? So, John Stamos, Uncle Jesse, John Stamos is he's basically like Krzyzewski. He's the greatest college basketball coach in the country, and just like, kind of Krzyzewski, Calipari, I don't know, like sort of a blend of all, but he's got a lot of Bobby Knight in him, because he loses he gets banned, he gets kicked out of the NCAA despite all his accomplishments and success in national championships and everything, because he threw a chair at an official. Okay. And in an effort to sort of rebuild his image, he takes a job coaching high school at an all-girls prep school in California.
Of course he did.
Yeah, of course he did. And the whole show, and it's only 3 episodes in, but you can just tell, the whole show is geared around, him working so, like, he's always been a jerk in life, and he's working so closely with these, young girls, that it's like they're making him a better person. They are teaching him to be the best version of himself. Sounds incredibly cheesy, sounds very Disney, obviously, but you know what? it's kind of an enjoyable show. I like it. I've watched the first few with the kids, and Bill Hamilton and I, we're in it together.
So you're telling him that the kids taught him just as much as he taught them?
This is what I'm telling you. This is exactly what I'm saying.
Hard pass.
Yeah, T. Pike says, did Hallmark have a say in this? Tara Lynn, is this on Lifetime? Disney Plus, folks. Disney Plus. So what else do we have here? Twitch. Always love when some on Twitch weigh in. J Shark, awesome matchup, DraftKings. Literally the 8th time you've run this matchup. Is it so hard? You guys suck at your jobs. I'm out. And we've had these Madden 21 contests going for quite a while now.
Panthers starting to get relentless pressure on Tom Brady.
Is it literally the 8th time? I mean, I can very easily find out. Let's put his feet to the fire here. So for Mike Evans, let's just look at Mike. Well, no, let's look at Tom Brady, because obviously Brady's played in every single one of these things. Let's look at Brady here. Brady's game log. This is game number 76 for Tom Brady. Let's see how many times he's faced Carolina. I want to see if J Shark is at least right in telling us that we suck. All right, so this is number 2, 3, hang on, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, it's the ninth time. So, I mean, you got to come with better facts there, J Shark. This is the 9th time that these two teams have played one another. But I don't want you to leave. Hang out with us. Like I keep telling you, we're a lot of fun. Tom asks, is there a random town girl who helps replace nets for a living who will inevitably be his wife? I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up getting together with the assistant coach, because she's also a divorcee.
Obviously,
there's a chemistry there. A little rough and gruff right now, but that's how it starts. That's how it always starts.
They call that foreplay, sir.
14-0 here. Final couple minutes of this opening half. Carolina's got the ball for the 9th time against Tampa Bay, and an incomplete pass. Remind me, I don't want to do it right now because we're going to run out of time before the half, but remind me there's something that I want to get into with you in the chat. Has nothing to do with these sims, by the way. It's for people that are like bracing themselves for me to go on the attack with Flash or something. I did that earlier today. I don't need to do that again. There's something I do want to get into that it blew my mind when we start the second half. I heard about this. This was brought to my attention just after my sim earlier, unfortunately. So this is the first opportunity to weigh in on it, and this is quite a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, big market tease right there. Lamarca and Freeze Pops have the best singing voices I've heard from the hosts, says Kicking Club. So I haven't really heard Tommy sing. Like, the only time I've ever heard Tom sing is when he does the pipes are calling, which is good, but like it's just a one little line. He'll just do the oh Danny boy.
Oh Danny boy. The pipes are calling.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
From glen to glen. That's all I know.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Thank you.
That's all I've really heard. So I'm not telling you the man can't sing. I'm just telling you I need to hear more if I'm going to pit him up against Lamarca here.
All I want to know is, has he ever written 1/3 of a semi-hit Christmas song?
Has he ever written 1/3 of a semi-hit Christmas? That's pretty good.
Mr. Hawk, you take that back.
Executive Sessions, in truth, I see your comment here in the chat. I do apologize if I offended you. I had no idea that locks was the preferred terminology there. I stand by, though, the idea of anyone going months at a time without washing their hair, that being disgusting. Like, that is gross.
There may be some cultural things that you don't appreciate, but I think in a vacuum, yes, you kind of
And I'm
want to
purely
watch your
talking
hair
about this in a
over.
vacuum. Purely. I'm not delving into anything cultural here. Why would I ever do that?
I completely agree. It's a slippery slope.
Well, I can promise you I would never do it intentionally. And I like to think I'm careful enough to not even do it by accident. But nevertheless, I'm a big fan of yours, Executive Sessions. You know that. 14-0 here as we got about a minute left here in the opening half. Carolyn says there will be a singing competition between Freeze Pops and Lamarca at 10. Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys were working together.
You don't want the smoke.
We are nearing halftime.
Although
here.
from what they're saying, it sounds like Emerson has been declared the best singer, which is just absolutely
That's
ridiculous.
outrageous.
Emerson is a great comedy singer. He knows how to make it funny. Doesn't mean it's good.
And by the way, I can't sing a lick. I would love to be able to. I wish I could carry a tune. That's like, if we were to reach into the... I feel like we've had this conversation on the sim before. Long time ago, by the way. But, like, if, it's one of those, like, if you could pick a talent that you could have.
Mhm.
Not, an obvious one, like, I want to be a pro athlete. Like, not something just, like, more of an everyday talent. Like, I wish I could, be really good at playing the guitar. I wish I could sing. I wish I could dance. I would like something that, is more of a learned behavior than, like, a God-given talent, obviously.
Sure.
I think being an adept singer would be my choice. I say adept because I mean, like, someone who could, like, pick up a microphone, get up and do karaoke, and people would be like, oh, that's pretty good. I'm not talking about, like, go on American Idol and, like, all of a sudden sign a contract. I'm talking about, like, like what I would have loved to have been able to do if I could, would be, like, sing a song to my wife on our wedding day. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
But I'm not built that way. There's no, like, that would have been horrible for everyone involved. She wouldn't have enjoyed it. I certainly wouldn't have. Nobody there would have. It would have been terrible.
I'd like to be able to play the piano, but singing kind of goes along with that. Like, you want to be able to tickle the keys, sing a little song.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice. It'd be a nice skill to have.
It would be.
You do have a wonderful announcer voice, though. It's deep and masculine and buttery smooth.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're very kind. Anyway, looking at some of the numbers here, is it's 17-0 Tampa Bay. McCoy, 36 on the ground. Godwin, or rather in the air, 4 for 36. Godwin, 3 for 38. Miller, 2 for 34. Evans, 2 for 28. 1 for 23 for Johnson. Touchdown for Evans earlier, as we saw. We'll take a look at, let's see, some of the Rick James and Midwest Heather, but Rick James, that's just funnier because I instantly think of the Chappelle Show. Rick James and Midwest Heather are co-leaders in the contest right here, with Evans in the captain spot, McCaffrey, Brady, Gronkowski, McCoy, and the Buccaneers DST, who maybe, just maybe, Lamarca, are on their way to a little Krusty Koff player of the game here. Because,
yeah, it's possible.
14 points right now in the
A
flex.
little shutoutsky.
Yeah, who knows? It could happen. Has that happened in any of the 8 previous meetings?
I think
Honestly,
I've done
I don't
it.
know. I'd have to look.
I think I've done it once.
What, gone with the defense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so.
By the way, I know you didn't ask, but we were talking about karaoke.
Yeah.
Go-to karaoke song is Semi-Charm Kind of Life by Third Eye Blind.
Yeah. Can you get
great energy? You get the place going. Everybody knows the words a little bit. They start singing along. That's my go-to.
Can you give us a couple of bars right here? A little acapella?
I want something else to get me through this semi-charm kind of life, baby, baby.
Not bad. Not bad. So we are seconds into quarter number 3. Bert here says, based on karaoke song choice, you'd win, Lamarca.
I know how to get the crowd going.
Robbie, Adam reminds me of Frank Sinatra. In all the worst possible ways. So, here's what I wanted to mention earlier. Friends of ours, my wife gets a text saying...
Friends of yours and mine, or...
No, friends of ours, like my wife and I. Not
okay. Because you can see why that was confusing to me.
I apologize. You and I probably have a much shorter list of common acquaintances than my wife and I do.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels fair. Curtis Samuel's first grab. Friends of ours, she gets a text saying, "So we've signed up for this service. These people that come in and pick up your dog poop." And I went, "I'm sorry, what?" I guess I shouldn't be surprised that this is the thing. I mean, everything is a thing. Like, of course it would exist. Why wouldn't it? Well, actually, I have all sorts of reasons why it shouldn't. But why wouldn't it here in the incredibly lazy society that we live in? So they and I love these people. So I'm not even going after them. I'll do that privately. It's more the existence of this service. What do you think? I mean, never mind the fact that, like, if your dog goes to the bathroom in your own yard, by the way, this is what we're talking about. It's not like somebody follows you around on a walk around the neighborhood. In your own yard, like, exactly how much poop buildup from your dog has to exist all over your lawn for you to say, "Nope, I'm not doing this. I need someone to come pick this up"?
That is a really, really lazy, like, even I'll let it accumulate for a week or so, but then you get the scoop. You don't even have to bend down.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, because I definitely do not go and pick up my dog's feces. Never mind every time she goes, but even every day. I definitely don't.
Word, by the way.
But it's an appropriate one. It's not, I didn't speak out of turn. It's just what it is. Excrement, would you prefer that?
I don't know if I'd want to talk about it, to be honest.
So I like you. I'll go out like once a week. I mean, much less than that, by the way, in the winter when it gets all covered up in snow. I mean, it's like, like it's grenades out there in the lawn when all the snow melts. It's a terrible situation. Landmines. But you got to go out and pick this up. Like, you grab some bags, the scooper if you want. I don't personally use a scooper, but I mean, if you want to, sure, plenty of people do it, as we have a touchdown here for Carolina, shutout gone, Robbie Anderson. But, like, go pick it up. Just go pick it up. It's your dog. It's your lawn. Go pick it up. I mean, like, I don't even know why this is a thing, why this is difficult, but whatever. Not even so much my point, the laziness of people that would need this service. What do you suppose this service costs?
$1 a poop.
So it's not broken down that simply. I don't think they're walking around actually counting poops. It's not that simple. So the first visit Lamarca is $100.
Well, that's just absurd.
The first visit is $100. Now, you must have months of poop in your yard to justify this. Because a dog goes what, like 2-3 times in a day, something like that. It must
be more.
It must look like
grass.
It must look like a town dump. Like, for someone to justify $100 for people to come over and pick. All right, so after you're on your initial $100, then it's $18 a week. $18 a week.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's one of those things where, like, it sounds like a ridiculous price, but if I was working in that job, I might charge more. Like, I don't want to come to your house and pick up your dog's potty breaks. So yeah, I'm charging you for it.
I couldn't wrap my mind around it. More, again, like, less so that yeah, and as Tom says, that's one house. Like, how many, I mean, truly, like, you, and this says more about society, honestly, because it's not like this is, it's not like is this how Uber started? You know? Like,
no,
you know,
Uber provides a service that people really need.
No, but where I'm going, I'm not saying Uber's unnecessary in the way that this is unnecessary. My point is, like, at what point do you even think to yourself, there is enough volume out there for me to actually, like, start a business? This isn't just like, you know, dog walking in the neighborhood kind of thing. Like, and I know there are dog walking businesses. I just mean that, like, this isn't like, you know, a kid's lemonade stand down the street. This is like, no, I'm going to have like an LLC to pick up your dog's crap in the yard. And I it's amazing to me. Yeah. It's amazing to me that there are enough people out there that require this service. That's all I'm saying.
You, by the way, Adam.
What's that?
We got a request for you in the chat from Juan Flores. He said, "What's up, man? My son is watching with me. Could you shout him out? His name is Crew."
Crew, what's up? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you watching the sim. I wish you were getting a more entertaining one in terms of the product on the field, but I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. As best you can, anyway. So, at any rate.
Anywho.
I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it much of the day.
Now you want a board on the company? A seat on the board, excuse me.
I guess I do. I suppose I do. And by the way, I'm catching up in the chat here. I think the, you know, topic from earlier, I don't think it needs to be as hotly debated within the chat as it has been. I think we can move on. Hopefully. I don't think anyone needs to be egging anybody on, is my point.
How about this? Let's change topics.
Please.
Mike says, do you guys follow tennis at all?
Not the way Ducey does, I'll tell you that.
No, certainly not the way Ducey does. I've tried getting a little bit more into tennis recently. I've watched some
tennis.
I'm like a majors only type dude. You know, like I like watching when Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, like when those guys are playing each other, I'll tune in. But outside of those top 3 guys and then some of that next tier of guys, you know, then it's like my interest is nil.
Sure. Brady almost 200 yards here passing, by the way. 46 for McCaffrey, a touchdown for Fournette. Just 20 on the ground. In the air, no one has even touched 50 yards at this point. Low offense here in this sim. Yeah, tennis is not, I mean, look, I mean, Ducey he's talked about it often around majors or whatever else. I mean, he'll set the alarm for the middle of the night and get up and watch the Australian Open at 3 a.m. or whatever's going on across the pond. I mean, like, hats off to you. Now, I'm not even going to say it's absurd. Like, if you're that big, it's a major event, and if you're that big a fan, you know, go for it. It's just tennis has never hit me that way, nor golf, by the way. Like, these are just, it's not in me. Maybe I'm a sports snob in the sense that I've been so, you know, and when I say sports snob, I want to even clarify that further. Sports snob, like American sports snob, you know, like United States sports snob, because I really do like it. I mean, for me, it's football, it's baseball, it's basketball. I do love hockey, which I realize is more of a Canadian game, but I do love hockey. But I've never, you know, like soccer is the world's game. I mean, it's like there's nothing bigger internationally than football, than soccer. But it's, you know, in America, obviously its importance, its popularity has grown so much in recent decades, and it continues to, as it should. I love it. I don't love soccer. I love that it's growing as a sport, but it's never just like, I don't know. I'm not this diehard MLS fan or even, you know, I'll watch World Cup stuff because, again, it's World Cup. You're rooting on the country, but soccer's never reached me that same way. So it's, you know, soccer for me is, we have a touchdown here for Bridgewater on the ground. It's, you know, it's not too dissimilar in terms of strictly my interest level to golf, to tennis, to NASCAR, to you could put bowling in the same category. And it's you know, that's kind of where my personal interest level is.
All right.
I don't know about you.
I like some of the high level European soccer. I like I like some golf, particularly the big events, but I'll watch, you know, golf most weekends. But I'm a big, you know, the big 3 is where I spend the majority of my time. Bert says he played tennis.
Yeah.
Collegiately? Professionally?
Superstar.
Semi-professionally. That's pretty cool.
Now, and I asked this purely out of like ignorance toward the sport of tennis. Like, when you say you played semi-professionally, what does that mean? Like, where, what kind? Like, I know what it means to play like semi-professional basketball. It means, you know, you played overseas. Typically, is what that means. What does it mean to play semi-professional tennis? See, now, like, we got to like hang up and listen. You know what I mean? We got to wait.
Yeah, I would imagine it's like playing on the Corn Ferry Tour. You know,
it's a step. Well, I understand it's a step under the pros. I just mean, like, where do you play? Against whom do you play? What are the leagues? I just don't know about it.
I think you're making this a little more complicated to understand than it is.
I'm just interested.
It's a league that exists all you know, under the level of the
mainly it's all over the country. Southeastern tournaments. Yep, that's what I thought.
We got some other athletes here. DW Nasty says he was a pro bowler for Columbia 300. Lewis Daniel says he played college tennis. And Must Be says he played tennis all pro on the week.
So a question then for whether the people here like Bert or Must Be or anyone else who played tennis at any sort
Must Be played it on the week, Adam. I don't think you picked up.
Oh, is that what it said? We? You just shouted out Must Be, so I went with it. Anyone who played tennis at
example number 9,952 that Geoff doesn't listen to other people.
That's not true.
So you know what? Maybe you would be better by yourself. You wouldn't have to pretend to listen to me.
I don't pretend.
Yeah, whatever.
I catch 97.5% of what you say. It says on my TV. Oh, Tara Lynn says he pretends. That's fair.
Exactly, Tara Lynn. There's a difference between listening and waiting for your turn to talk.
So, like Lindenbaum here says, I could never get into tennis. If he started playing, maybe he'd check it out. My question, though, is for people who played tennis, professionally, semi-professionally, college, high school, whatever. I mean, you played tennis, like really played, not just like, went out with a racket on a court with a buddy and hit a few back and forth. Like you played tennis. You played organized tennis. You were part of a team, part of a group. When people say that they don't like tennis or don't follow tennis or like what I said earlier, it's never really resonated with me. How do you react to that? Like, does it trigger you as a tennis person to hear people who don't like tennis? Or do you just say, whatever, it's a more of a niche sport, obviously in terms of its, worldwide popularity, and so be it. Your loss. I want to know how the people view that. Must Be. We player? How do you feel?
He says, Matt, it was EA Sports, dude. I was in the game.
I was in the game. Well played. Bert says, it's whatever. 98% of people don't really understand the game enough to enjoy it. Now, I 1,000% fall into that category. Like, I'll take the kids sometimes to, I mean, not now, but like pre-pandemic, obviously, to like a New England Revolution game, a soccer game. And I mean, we'll have a good time, but I wish I could tell you, like, they'll ask me things during the game because they are young and impressionable and they want to learn and they really enjoy soccer and they play soccer. And I wish I could speak intelligently about it. Like, I wish I could tell them what they're seeing on the field, but I just don't know.
I'll tell you right now, if you want to learn more about tennis or about soccer, play some FIFA. Play some FIFA. That is how I got into the game, was through the FIFA video game. And it sounds crazy, but like, I think that's a pretty common thing for people. Like, the FIFA video game is insanely popular.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely true.
And also going back to tennis, I've gone to the U.S. Open a couple times because it's right in my backyard, basically. Down in New York, and what a lovely day that is. It's just a lovely day.
Where it says highest grossing sport event in America.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been ignoring this game just as much as you've been ignoring me, Kaufman.
Go on.
We're down to a 3-point game here, and Carolina's driving with the ball at the 7.
At the 7?
At the 7!
At the 7! Coming up, by the way, in a little more than an hour, you will have Lamarca and Freeze Pops in a sing-off for Madden After Dark.
Welcome to the riff-off!
There will be no sim. We're not even going to have a sim. It's just going to be the two of them trading barbs, singing barbs. It's going to be great. Ross Tucker podcast will be coming your way after this sim as well. Wow, I've jumped into the top 10 in this contest. I didn't even notice that, but that's exciting. Lawhawk is in front by about 2.5 points, though, in our free roll. And who knows? We may get some free football because there's a game-tying field goal, courtesy of Joey Sly, who's part of your lineup. I know that because I listened earlier. Baby. I listened earlier, Lamarca. That's how I knew.
Nice save.
Thank you.
Sir.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Obi-Wan, he wants it. Sing off. Buddy Lee says, don't feel bad, Kaufman. My kids play golf. Man, I hope my kids play golf. I wish I played golf.
I play golf. I was on the high school golf team.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Were you any good? And when I say like
I've
good,
gotten
I
no
mean,
better sense then.
No better sense?
No better sense. But in retrospect, one of the best decisions I made in high school. I got to play golf basically every day for a couple months a year for free.
Yeah, that's pretty good. How are you? I mean, life's a little wacky right now the last, whatever, 18 months or whatever it's been. But prior to that, were you a regular golfer?
When I was, now I work too much, unfortunately. I don't really get out very often. There was a few years ago where I was consistently shooting like mid-80s. But I've put on some weight since then, which has hurt my game. And I don't play nearly as much. So now I would say I'm probably shooting in the 90s to 100 on my poor days.
Sure. I don't know if this is going to hold. I just want to mention, I keep on climbing in this contest, Lamarca. I was second a second ago. I'm sixth right now. Where are you hanging out?
I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm in 101st.
Green says, Brady with 2 minutes, game over. You know what? Maybe. That ball out to the 17. Who needs 2 minutes? 50 seconds left. All timeouts still available for Tampa. 1st and 10 on the way after the Mike Evans grab. That's going to help me. My captain, my capitan. I really still cannot get over the idea of paying someone to come and pick up your dog's luggage from your yard. That's beyond me. Short run out to the 15.
Varner is my take on FIFA.
Agree. Oh, did you mention that? That's a joke, Lamarca. That's a joke. Don't freak out.
I picked up on it because of your stupid little smirk.
That right there is one of the better decisions that I think we've ever made with regard to these sims, is not having us on camera during the sim. I know, like, we'll pop on between quarters, but imagine if our idiot faces were on in the corner the entire time.
Yeah. It'd be a lot harder for me just in general. You guys don't even know what I do behind the scenes. I'm doing my taxes half the time.
Yeah, he's a multitasker. It's incredible. TL says, I think it would be hilarious. Nope. Hard pass.
These guys also make fun of me because I just house water. Water throughout the whole
I don't know if you do the way that Rossi does, though. A gallon.
No. Not like raw. See, I don't have a monster jug like him.
You could get one.
I could.
It's not like he's stumbled upon these riches and, oh, would you look at this?
I like my water ice cold. So, he sacrifices some of the chilliness of the water with
what
that.
What about a big old Yeti?
That's what I have.
How many ounces can you get in that thing? Go ahead field goal, and not even go ahead field goal, a winning field goal as time expires. Congrats, Buccaneers fans. You win at everything now. You win at everything. That man right there, Tom Brady, he can't be denied. All right, so as
you
all
think
the
he's
stats
going to be able to hold
tabulated,
off Kyle Trask next year?
I mean, he'll probably be like, he'll find a way. He'll do whatever he wants. They can do anything. Yeah, like Brady will go down for a week and Trask will come in and throw 5 touchdowns because they win at everything. It's unbelievable. I'm hoping the manual scoring, which is not fully updated, vaults me the additional point and change I need to win this thing. That would be great. But in the interim, why don't we give out the Krusty Koff player of the game here? Who is it for you?
The crustacean of the game will be going to Mike Evans.
Wow. Okay.
Kind of a low-scoring sim, right?
It was not what I expected, though.
Well, who do you got?
I thought you were going to... Well, I would give it... It's your pick. I would give it to Teddy Bridgewater. 18.5 points, dude. It was only 25% owned.
Yeah. I like to pick someone from the winning team.
I get it. That's why it's your award, man. What about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Who's that going to? We have a nomination from Undercover Boss Tom.
We have plenty of candidates for this one.
Sure.
Chris Godwin Godwin's game was not bad. It wasn't good, but he didn't kill people. Gronk, I think, was the real killer here.
At.
3 catches, 21 yards. He was nearly 50% owned. 5.1 points at 7K. That's not my kid.
Although I will say, I mean, I agree with you on Gronk. What I will say on Godwin, though, 23% in the captain spot, and the dude only went 4 for 56. Didn't even crack 10 points.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yuck. That is
no doubt,
gross.
kid.
That is gross. All right. Well, good to see everybody in the chat. It was an active one, obviously. We have got Madden After Dark coming up in an hour. It will be this guy and Freeze Pops for a sing-off. I might just be there in the chat hanging out and just
I promise that won't
will
not be the entire sim, people. So if you're sitting there thinking like, oh my God, I'm going to have to listen to these 2 goons sing for the whole game, it's not going to happen. We will still give you some football.
Good. Football play-by-play in between songs. You can give us a little Semi-Charm Kind of Life. He can hit us with a little, I don't know what it would be. Just more Oh Danny Boy. All right. Bucks won this one to walk off 20-17. It was an experience, I think, for all of us, but we appreciate you hanging out with us. I will be back, God willing, with you tomorrow at, let's see, the Nooner with Christian, and then Tom and I will be together at 8 tomorrow night, which is perfect because I can talk to him about this ridiculous claim that he would do a better solo sim than me. Maybe we put it to the test where like I do a full quarter and then he does a full quarter and then we let the sim fan evaluate. I think that could be kind of, who's producing tomorrow night? Who do we need to talk into this? Something to think about. We're going to go, though, in the interest of time because, again, Madden After Dark comes your way in about an hour. But the Ross Tucker podcast is here, waiting patiently to fill you in on everything you need to know. Our thanks to TL, to Undercover Boss Tom, T-Pike, to, obviously, Bert and Jim and Ops and Lamarca. I mean, what a pleasure it always is.
Yeah, it was okay.
All right. Well, I certainly heard that. See you later on.
the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Thank you. I can't remember, by the way, which one of the listeners it was that gave me the shout out for some of the draft bets I had on the Even Money podcast, like J.C. Horn to be the first cornerback drafted, or first defensive player drafted, like Eric Stokes going in the first round. So hopefully a lot of you guys participated in that and enjoyed that. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL or us at Ross Tucker Pod. We've got Greg Cosell today. It's going to be phenomenal to get Greg's thoughts on the most interesting first round picks. First reaction from Greg here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But first, we've got a couple winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
People like Hannah Doyle. Speaking of social media, Hannah Doyle retweeted the business of sports with Andrew Brandt this week, with Chiefs tight end Sean Culkin talking about Bitcoin. You never know which one I'm looking at. Hannah Doyle retweeted a clip from the business of sports. Excellent, Hannah. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know if you want a signed picture, card, or press pass, whatever. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Neil Morley. He took advantage of the Keeps offer. You guys know, look at my hair. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, you know I'm a big Keeps guy. The key, though, is A, to go to the website, and B, to use one of our codes. That's what matters, like Feast or Even Money. Use the code when you go to Keeps. It's awesome, like Neil did. Thank you, Neil. That's amazing. And then the YouTube shout-out goes to Lem Houston. Just looking for people to subscribe there and make a comment. And when I see it, you will be the winner. But we're all really winners when we get a chance to listen to Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg. It's 7:14 a.m.
Neither tired, Ross.
Yeah, neither one of us got even 6 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe not to you.
The show must go on, man. The show must go on. So there's a lot I want to get into with you, obviously, Greg. I think I'm just going to ask you the ones I think are most interesting. Let's start with the 49ers decision to go with Trey Lance. For so long, it seemed like it was Mac Jones, and it seemed like Justin Fields, then back to Mac Jones, and then seemingly out of nowhere till maybe the last day or so, they go with Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Well, in response to your point, for so long, it wasn't anybody. It was people making up whatever they thought they might do. So for so long, it wasn't really anybody except what the 49ers knew. The mock guesses, they're just guesses. So if you're asking me about Trey Lance and how he fits, the one thing that I've talked about numerous times is Trey Lance played under center at North Dakota State. I believe over 40% of his snaps in 2019, which is the last year he really played, came with him under center. Secondly, they play with a fullback quite a bit at North Dakota State. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, is he's refined and advanced in the execution of what we call conventional play action, meaning play action from under center where you turn your back to the defense, which is a critical part of the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I guess lastly, if you've heard Kyle Shanahan speak since the end of the season when he's given press conferences, he's been asked and talked a lot about the pressure that the RPO concept puts on defenses. And I think that factored in as well to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance gives you that in addition to giving you the off-script outside of structure game. So, and the designed quarterback run game, not just the RPOs, but the designed run game. So my sense was that Kyle is probably expanding his thought process. But when said and done, I believe that just the experience under center is a big factor. The age of Lance is a big factor, extremely young with a lot of growth. And from everything you hear, again, this is now what you hear, he's an incredibly intelligent kid with tremendous maturity.
Yeah, I'm glad you said those last few things, Greg, because at first it sounded like you were primarily just talking about his offense at North Dakota State, which is great and that helps, but that's not the player as much as what he was under at North Dakota State. I think it's the last things as well. Really, it's the combination of both, right? He's got all that stuff that you mentioned in the first, but he's also got all the stuff you mentioned at the end as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, apparently only John Lynch and Kyle knew who they were picking, so they kept it secret from the organization. But no, to me, it's, these picks, everybody comments on picks, and ultimately it's based on your evaluation of the players. That's what it comes down to. So if a team picks a player that you don't have evaluated well, or as highly as the team does, you say it's not a good pick. It's only not a good pick or a good pick based on your evaluation of the player, not on anything more.
So the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, which, obviously you've talked about Jalen quite a bit. I think one I want to get your opinion on is the Panthers taking J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. Does that surprise you? Can you compare and contrast those two players who ended up, by the way, going back to back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Panthers needed a corner. Obviously, by taking Horn, they're going to play more man coverage this year. They played heavy zone a year ago. I think they recognize that in the NFL, you need to increase your man coverage percentage. It's just their evaluation of the player. I personally liked Surtain a little better, but they're different players. Surtain is just smooth and fluid. He's like silk. Horn is more dog. They both can play press man. Horn plays it with a sort of a clearly defined competitiveness that jumps off the film. Surtain is competitive. He just looks different. So they're different in terms of their press man style. As I said, I liked Surtain a little more. It wasn't as if Surtain was a 10 and Horn was a 6. So it really comes down to the eye of the beholder, which style of player you like more. They obviously liked Horn a little more, and they chose him. But they both checked the boxes if you want to play press man coverage.
Let's get to the Eagles trading up for Devontae Smith. Ended up being, the first trade up in the first round. I think there was obviously, notwithstanding what had happened before the draft, but actually on the clock, pretty clearly it looks like the Eagles thought the Giants would take Devontae Smith at 11, which is why they just left it in front of them from 12 to 10. What do you think about Devontae Smith in Nick Sirianni's offense and how he fits with a guy like Jalen Reagor, who they took in the first round last year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Eagles are clearly looking for speed, for intermediate and vertical ability. That's what Reagor is. That's what Smith is. Obviously, with Smith, every team, I'm sure, had the discussion in their draft meetings about his weight. It's easy to dismiss it. It's not dismissed in meetings because he's an exception. So you understand what he is and how best to use him, but he's got tremendous traits as a receiver, really high-level receiving traits. So if you get him in motion, if you can get him free access off the ball or he can stride, and everybody will understand this. This is not, I'm not giving you anything, Ross, that people don't understand about Devonta Smith. But that's the way that he must be deployed within the context of an offense. And I think he's got really high-level traits.
The next guy that I want to ask you about is obviously the Bears then, with the very next pick, moving up to get Justin Fields.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin Fields in Matt Nagy's offense?
I think it's a really, really good fit because theoretically, and again, obviously because of what the Bears have done and the lack of quality quarterback play, Matt Nagy's been sort of downgraded after that first year when everybody thought that he was a genius. I guess he left his genius at home the last couple of years. But theoretically, that's the same offense as that Andy Reid runs. It's the same playbook. So we saw how well defined that offense has worked for Patrick Mahomes. And Justin Fields is a high-level traits quarterback. So if you can really define the reads, the throws through the use of personnel, formation, route concepts based on your understanding of anticipated coverages, then I think it's really a good spot for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has a lot of talent. I think we kind of lost that. I mean, I didn't, but I think the way he was spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Ross, as you well know, it's as if people forgot that this guy's a pretty talented player. So, I think it's a really good spot, and we'll see how. I mean, to me, I'm not telling them what they should do. To me, I think you should line them up day one and let the kid play.
It'll be interesting. They're obviously saying that Andy Dalton's still the starter, but that's what the people.
Well, everybody says that on draft day. You know that. Yeah.
All right. So Micah Parsons at 12 to the Cowboys. The only thought I have there, Greg, is theoretically, they have their two linebackers that are going to play the primary snaps, right, in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. And the Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons as a pressure player, which I thought was interesting. Makes perfect sense if you ever saw him blitz or rush off.
Oh, for sure.
In high school, maybe the best edge rusher I ever saw, certainly in person. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. Plus, Greg, between Vander Esch's health, and I don't think Jalen Smith has played particularly well recently, they really could use a difference maker at the second level. What do you think about them taking Parsons?
Well, couple points. Number one, Vander Esch has had a neck injury. I mean, I think there's questions about his future and his ability to play. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but just from what I sense. When you get to 12 and Parsons is there, Parsons is a stud. You know this, Ross. And Parsons is a 3-down player eventually. Maybe he's not day one for them, depending on Vander Esch, but he can rush the quarterback. He, as you know, because he's a Pennsylvania kid, he was recruited by a lot of big-time schools as an edge rusher coming out of high school, not as a linebacker. You know that. So he moved to linebacker. He's almost one of those easy evaluations because he's just an athletic stud. I don't know how they plan to use him, but there's no question in sub, he can rush the quarterback. And he can rush the quarterback from multiple locations within your defensive front, which is what you're trying to do. He can rush off the edge. He can rush from the second level. So he puts you in a good position where the offense doesn't exactly know where he'll be and where he's going to come from. So, we can sit here and say what the Cowboys, what their needs were, blah, blah, blah. Everybody says that stuff. But when you get to 12 and he's sitting there, I mean, that kid's a stud.
Greg, too simplistic to say what the Patriots do with Mac Jones will look a lot like what they did with Tom Brady over the years?
Again, that's hard to answer. I mean, obviously they drafted him. They re-signed Cam for 1 year. With Belichick, you have no idea. So I couldn't begin to speak to that. But you don't draft a quarterback at 15 unless you believe he will be your quarterback in the future. The future could start this year, or they could say, you know what, we have Cam and we're going to play Cam. Given what they did in free agency, it would seem to me they have to play a lot of two tight ends. They paid a lot of money for two tight ends. So they're going to be a base 12 personnel offense with one back and two tight ends. That's certainly not the offense Mac Jones played in at Alabama, although there were times they did line up with two tight ends. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to be their quarterback of the future. When that future starts, we'll see.
A couple of somewhat surprise first-round picks, Greg, that I want to get your opinion on.
Well, if you're going to mention the Washington football team, that was not a surprise to me at all because Jamin Davis was one of my favorite players to watch on tape. And that's all I speak to is the tape, Ross. So if you're going to mention the football team, I love that pick. I think he's a 3-down linebacker. It wouldn't surprise me if Ron Rivera saw Thomas Davis and Jamin Davis.
Got it. That's not the one I was going to ask you about, actually. Not one of the two I was going to ask you about because he did rise up, or not rise up, but we talked about it. It became clear that people around the league really liked him, in recent weeks. The two I wanted to ask you about, at 17, the Las Vegas Raiders took Alex Leatherwood, Yes. In Alabama, a lot of people thought maybe he'd go in round 2. Certainly, most people thought he would go after guys like Darrisaw and perhaps even Tevin Jenkins. This is the 3rd year in a row where Mike Mayock and John Gruden have kind of taken a guy higher than anybody thought they would. Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett. Not sure either one of those guys has gotten off to a great start in their careers. Your thought on Leatherwood at 17?
Yeah, and again, that gets into because all you heard when they took him was that, well, they could have gotten him, 20 picks later. We never know that. I think that my evaluation of him was that he has a desirable combination of size, mass. He's got functional athleticism to play on the outside. I think he can play tackle in this league. You wouldn't call him a high-level athlete nor an elite-level mover, but, I think that he can play tackle. He's really well built. He was very comfortable in his pass set. There were times that in his vertical set that he showed some stiffness. That's a concern. That's what people look at. They feel that, okay, he can't really pass protect against the true speed rushers that he's going to face, and that he showed some stiffness both in his core and his lower half. That's kind of the concern that people have with him, and that's a legitimate concern. I think, and again, I'm not an offensive line guru, Ross, so take it for what it's worth, but my sense watching his tape was that he needs work better coordinating his feet and his hands in pass protection. You tell me. I think that's coachable.
The hands is definitely coachable. The feet is not really in terms of improving your.
Well, no, I don't mean make him a better athlete, but just the better coordination with your hands and feet.
Oh, yeah. I think so. What about the other one that surprised me a little bit, I guess? There had been some rumors about it, but Peyton Turner to the Saints. There were some teams that have Peyton Turner as 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, I heard, and the Saints took him in the 1st round.
Yeah, I really liked Peyton Turner's tape. He was a guy I knew zero about. So when I put on his tape, maybe a month or so ago, it was all brand new to me. I knew nothing about this kid. And I came away feeling he was one of the most interesting D-line prospects in the draft. I mean, his physical dimensions are just outstanding. Size, length. He's got that feel of an old school DN, Ross. I mean, he's not sinewy. He's not slim. I mean, he is big, and he looks big on tape. I don't know what he played at. I know he came in at 270 at his pro day. It wouldn't surprise me if he played at 280 plus. But he's got strong, heavy hands. He played off contact really well. He generates power and explosion into contact, and he's got some bend and flexibility to him. He's not a big, stiff guy. They lost Troy Hendrickson. I'm sure they viewed Turner as the replacement for Hendrickson, and he could probably, and you never know when you say this because no one enters the league as a finished product, but they probably see him being able to play meaningful snaps in his rookie year at defensive end as Hendrickson's replacement.
Couple that I wanted to get your opinion on. The Giants taking Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a gadget guy?
No.
That Jason Garrett will have to use, or is he more than that?
I think that the gadget thing is a thing of the past. I think the way offense is now, with all the formation variation, all the motion, all the movement, though it's not gadgets anymore. This is part of NFL offense. And Tony's a slot too. You can line him up in the slot, and he's got just dynamic stop and start, burst, acceleration. He improved as the year went on because this kid played receiver full time for the first time in 2020. So he's an ascending player at the receiver position. He started to show his vertical acceleration and deep speed much more as the Florida season progressed. So, I think he'll be a good player. You can line him up all over. Is he kind of a conventional slot? Yes. But the NFL has moved away from just, hey, he's in the slot.
And then the last one, Greg, that I wanted to get your thoughts on, I was surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. Given what James Robinson did last year as an undrafted free agent rookie on that team, to carry the load he did, they signed Carlos Hyde, who's whatever, but that surprised me. I really would have thought that Urban Meyer would have gone O-line or D-line. maybe even a receiver or a corner, running back after what Robinson just did. Does it make sense to you, Greg?
Well, again, you get caught up in that whole running back issue too, which, obviously, people say running backs have no value. I think my sense is that he was the best player on their board. That would be my sense. And he's an explosive athlete, and he took him. I don't really know what to say beyond that. He's a really good prospect. He's a good runner who improved dramatically in 2020 from 2019. You can split him out wide. You can do a lot with Travis Etienne. The bottom line is, in today's NFL, what are you trying to do offensively, Ross? You're trying to create explosive plays. Etienne is not simply a back in that sense. He's not simply someone who lines up behind the quarterback. You can do a lot with him. He can create explosive, dynamic plays for you. That's the goal in today's NFL. He was sitting there. I think it makes perfect sense to say that he was the highest rated player on their board as they got to 25. And I'm sure they said, you know what? We're not going to pick a guy who's not when Travis Etienne is sitting there. So, we can debate that forever. And that gets into that whole value stuff, which has become, really big on Twitter for all these people that have never been in a draft room and have all the answers about what value means.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell, so you can see what Greg is up to, where you can find his stuff. You can find him every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Thank you so much, Greg.
Ross, really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know who the number one player on my board is? Moms. Moms everywhere, because moms rock. And right now, 1-800-Flowers is offering 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99. It is absolutely a steal. We've talked about it pretty much every Valentine's Day and Mother's Day for years here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you know how I feel about it. I feel very strongly that the mothers in your life deserve flowers for every Mother's Day. Like, you can take them out to dinner, you can do something else, get them a card. I don't care what else you do. They deserve flowers that you send to their house or that you send to their place of work. That's a reminder for at least a couple weeks. Wow, somebody really loves me. Somebody really cares about me. And these flowers are beautiful. It's early May. They brighten the room. Absolutely love it. To order 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about the most interesting things of this draft with Greg. Anything else jump out to you that you didn't discuss?
Not really, I guess, Bri, other than, maybe some of the guys, the run on DNs at the end, Turner, Rousseau, Owe, Tryon. There was a real run on DNs at the end. The Giants getting next year's first from the Bears is very interesting. I like what the Ravens do seemingly every year. I mean, Rashad Bateman at receiver, and then Jason Owe as an edge rusher, the guy they can move around. Really seemingly always love what they do. The Titans, nobody loves red flag players, Bri, like the Titans. I mean, 2 years ago, the medical red flags with Jeffrey Simmons, which, by the way, has appeared to pay off for them. And then last year, the red flags with Isaiah Wilson off the field. This year, they go with Caleb Farley. Again, they feel like, hey, we're going to get guys that would go higher if it weren't for these red flags that they have. So that kind of jumps out at me. And then there's some really good players still available. I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I did not think he would still be available in the second round. So there are some guys. It'll be fun tonight. You can check me out again on Eagles.com tonight and the Eagles social media talking about what happens tonight.
Tuck's Takes.
Biggest news last night really didn't have anything to do with the draft. Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay.
Evidently, this has been boiling for some time. And it sounds like the team president, Mark Murphy, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, the head coach, Matt LaFleur, have all flown out to California to meet with him one-on-one, and he's still not happy about it. They're working on some type of new contract, but Aaron Rodgers, very unhappy. Look, he really wants to win another Super Bowl. He knows he doesn't have many years left. I think he's very disappointed with what they did in the draft a year ago with Jordan Love and with even probably A.J. Dillon. And I think he saw what the Bucs did last year and this year, being all in with Tom Brady. And I think Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a franchise where he feels like they're all in to win the Super Bowl. And that's never been the Packers' way. I do think it's interesting that he intentionally leaked the news during the draft, right before the draft, which obviously became the huge news. That there's a method to the madness there. So, and it's funny because he's definitely got some passive aggressive traits to him. He's a lot more. I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. He's a lot more like Brett Favre in that way than I realized. But ultimately, you can understand why he's frustrated.
Tuck's Takes.
One of the teams rumored to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers is the Denver Broncos, who traded for Teddy Bridgewater earlier in the week. In fact, that went down as we were recording the Fantasy Feast yesterday.
Right. Well, actually Wednesday afternoon. Yeah. But, the thing that's interesting to me about that is obviously the Panthers are paying $7 million of Teddy's $11.5 million. Teddy comes in and competes with Drew Lock, but the Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, Mac Jones last night. They held off. And I got to wonder how much of that's because they think they have a real shot at Aaron Rodgers. There were rumors that the Broncos and Packers are close to a trade. Some of those have been kind of stomped out. But the Broncos clearly are on Aaron Rodgers' wish list, it sounds like, and really want to try to get Aaron Rodgers. That's my guess. My guess is they think there's enough of a chance that they could get an Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson that they weren't going to use a 9th overall pick on a quarterback, which is interesting.
Tuck's Takes.
One more Broncos take, and this one is about former quarterback Tim Tebow working out as a tight end for the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I tweeted this yesterday. The last time Tim Tebow played an NFL game, it was 2012. I fluctuate between thinking that this is really admirable or a little sad. So the admirable part is his persistence and commitment to chasing his dream of continuing on as a professional athlete is extremely impressive. You think about he went to the Patriots for a training camp, went to the Eagles for a training camp. I mean, he gave it every shot he could as a quarterback. Then he gave baseball every shot he could. And now that quarterback didn't work out and baseball didn't work out, now he's looking to be the tight end Taysom Hill type, perhaps. And I think that's admirable. There's no quitting him. Look, he's gotten cut a bunch. And there's no quitting him. He is going to continue to try to chase his dreams. The flip side is, I guess at some point, you almost think, man, like there's other things in life, like you can move on, like it's not going to happen for you. And so I think different people can have different mindsets. I'm never going to be the one. I'm never going to be the guy that is critical of someone for chasing their dream. Never, ever, ever, because that would be hypocritical of me. But I also hope that he is happy in life and find some contentment in a post-athletic world is probably the best way I would describe that. I would also tell you guys, please take advantage of any of the offers we have at Keeps. Go to rosstucker.com. Or if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, myfrontpagestory.com. You guys know how I feel about that. It's a business I've got some ownership in. I mean, coolest, most unique Mother's Day gift ever. myfrontpagestory.com. Other than that, shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Obviously, there will be a lot of draft-related stuff for us to break down on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Can't wait to see who else gets traded, how everything else unfolds. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
I am back on the Dream Stream here with my friend Matt Lamarca. It is Madden After Dark. It's Packers. It's Jets. Lamarca, what's going on, buddy? You were here last sim. What have I missed?
Not much. Nothing. Okay. Nothing really exciting happened.
That's good.
We did hear you. You know, it always comes back when people are chirping.
Oh, okay.
We've heard that you've been chirping
a little bit.
Kaufman took offense to the fact that you think you would be a better solo simmer.
Yep.
And I took great offense to the fact that you think you're the best singer on the DraftKings roster.
Wait a second, time out. I did not say I would be the best solo simmer. I said Koff would be the best solo simmer.
Oh, that's not how it was relayed to us.
Wow, see, this is where the game of telephone gets crazy. I said Koff could do it. I think he would be the best at it.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
People doing me dirty on the production staff. All right, it's cool. I'll have to clear that up with him next time. Next time him and I work together, I kind of want to let that be until him and I work together again, and just let him be mad about it. In the meantime, and we'll address this singing issue here because I feel very confident in my skills. Who do you have in your captain spot? Who do you have in your lineup? Let's talk Packers Jets in virtual Madden.
Sure.
Here. Virtual MetLife Stadium. Packers.
I went with a guy who no longer plays for the Jets. I went with Le'Veon Bell as my captain. I also put in Aaron Rodgers, future Jets quarterback. Just kidding. He won't play for the Jets. But Devin Funchess, Mercedes Lewis, Rashad Perryman, and Chris Hogan.
Okay. We got some crossover here. I got Funchess in the captain spot, $12,300. Devontae Adams, the wide receiver 1 for the Packers, who I used to not put in my lineup all that much, but he's burned me a few times, so not making that mistake again. Got Aaron Jones in there, Aaron Rodgers, Alan Lazard, who I think is really good value at $3,200, and then Hogs, who I don't know if you know this, played lacrosse at Penn State. Did you know that?
I did. Did you know that he's always open, like 7-Eleven?
Always open, baby. And now he's playing professional lacrosse, so it's a relevant thing to bring up now. Before it wasn't. But people like to say. 1st and 10 here for the Jets. Sammy Donald. Oh, fumbles on the first play of the game. Packers scoop it up. That's going to be a touchdown here. If you have Green Bay defense in your lineup, you are a happy camper here. Wow.
Enjoy him,
That was a
Carolina.
fast 7 there.
Enjoys him. I think that's going to be a decision that they're going to look back and say, we could have taken Justin Fields, and we decided we would rather have Sam Darnold.
Yeah. I believe you and I were together on draft night, and you said that it was going to be a decision Carolina would regret for a long time.
They will rue the day. And it's again, I don't know. I'm not saying that I know Justin Fields is going to be a great pro. But
yeah, right.
The list of quarterbacks that go from being as bad as Sam Darnold was to a guy that can make you a real contender is basically 0.
It's 0.
There's
no
Tannehill's
precedent.
Done it, and all these quarterbacks who are getting second chances now with other teams should have to send 25% of their salaries to Tannehill in the mail, because
Ryan Tannehill is the shadow agent of all these mediocre quarterbacks cashing in.
Exactly.
All right, well, let's try this again here in the Jets offense here, shall we? Darnold keeps it himself, sees some pressure, airs it out. Oh! Wow, I thought we were going to get back-to-back touchdowns on back-to-back plays here.
Is that enough for an exciting sim?
50-yard grab here in the first quarter in both of our lineups. Always open, played lacrosse at Penn State with the grab. Yeah, this has been extremely exciting so far. Was that 11 seconds into the sim we had a touchdown? Is that a record? That has to be the quickest touchdown in sim history.
It's the fastest I can remember.
Insanity. Let's take a look at some of the ownership numbers here. Aaron Rodgers is owned in 75% of lineups. To be expected, Devontae Adams in 60% of lineups. Le'Veon Bell in 60% of lineups. Aaron Jones, 57%. And then Funchess, 41% in the captain spot.
Bunches of Funches.
Love me some Funches. 3rd and 9 here for the Jets. We're also going to be monitoring the $250 free contest between the Packers and the Jets. We'll be monitoring the 3K flea flicker. 1K going to first place here. Always love a good flea flicker to end your Sunday. Darnold finding his man.
The Sunday Night Baseball game.
And we will be monitoring this sim as a touchdown. Here, Sammy D hearing the critics loud and clear here early on, finding number 84.
I think that's Ryan Griffin, but I could be wrong.
His name is Ryan Griffin. He's the tight end 2 for the Jets. Little vulture there.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Little vulture there with the score. This has been an incredibly exciting game. We have yet to see Aaron Rodgers and the Packers offense take the field. Hell, will we ever see Aaron Rodgers take the field for the Packers again? I say yes. What do you say?
I really say no. I think he's made his mind up. I think he's that kind of dude. I mean, keep in mind that this is a guy who doesn't speak to his parents.
Right.
You know, like when he makes his mind on something, I think he's pretty set in his ways.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to be there. I think that he can play like hardball more than most quarterbacks, again, because he has options in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't need to play football unless he's in a situation he wants to be in.
I like this. I like this Lamarca. I just think, and yeah, I know he is kind of a guy that beats, dances to the beat of his own drum, as they say. But, man, he's played his whole career in Green Bay. He has to understand how important he is to the people up there. I just can't see him stiffing them. I mean, that's ruthless. That's more ruthless than Brady leaving New England. Like, Rodgers leaving Green Bay, man, heartless.
This is the business now, man. I mean, it's kind of started in the NBA, but it's like, these players are starting to act like they're the employees of any other company in the world. If they are unhappy, they are not afraid to use their leverage and start looking for new jobs.
And I don't blame them. I really don't. I know, I think it was you and I that were talking. Oh, no, it was me and Moose. He was saying that Glash always seems to be the guy that, like, sides with ownership. Like, anytime these players get loud, Glash is like, be respectful of the contract. Stop making noise. Be a good team player. And I am of the mind, like, I like player empowerment. I think that guys should have a say in where they land.
I completely agree.
I mean, exactly. It's how every other workplace in America works.
I think that the NBA this year is going to have an extremely exciting playoffs because of player empowerment.
Totally. It's just a different world. You know, guys aren't going to play 12, 14, 15 years for the same team anymore. With that said, Aaron Rodgers has already done that for Green Bay. I just think there has to be a part of him that knows that he is going to be crushing a community if he says thanks but no thanks. Like, I think they figure it out. I think that they kiss and make up. He'll get an extension and they'll move on and be happy. That's what I think happens.
If Tom Brady can leave the Patriots and Joe Montana can leave the 49ers, Aaron Rodgers can leave the Green Bay Packers.
It's fair. It's a fair assessment. And in today's day and age in sports, we see it happen all the time. Hell, if the Bulls say we're good on Michael Jordan, and I know he was retiring, but, like, if things were good for Jordan in Chicago, there's no way he retires in 98. No way. He's at the top of his game.
Yeah, I mean...
So I get it. I totally get it.
That whole situation was just crazy, the Jordan.
Yeah, The Last Dance was awesome.
Yeah,
if you haven't watched that, You probably
What were you
have,
doing
but if you
during
haven't,
quarantine?
go watch it. 3rd and 12 Packers. I think they got it there. Are we moving the sticks here? Your boy Mercedes Lewis. Yes, 1st and 10 Packers.
Fire up the Mercedes. Going for a little Sunday evening drive.
Little stroll. Aaron
if you could
Rodgers
have any car
here.
If you could have any car, what would you have?
I would. If I could have any car in the world, it would be a 2013 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Is that the car that you have?
That's the car that I share with my fiance. Yeah, she's laughing in the other room.
I would get a Tesla. That's become like my dream car.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the inside of a Tesla?
I'm sure it's crazy.
It's like being in a rocket ship.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to this question. I think I would want like a really nice luxury SUV. Does Tesla make SUVs?
I think they are starting to. I don't know if one exists yet.
Yeah.
But
oh, here's Kaufman in the YouTube chat. I want to address this directly to you, Kaufman. I never said I would be the best solo simmer. I said you would be the best at it. I said if anyone could do it, you could, and that you would be the best. So just to make it very clear, I said Koff would be the best at it. So
now walk it back.
There's no walking back. So y'all can go back and check the tape. Okay? I said Koff would be the best at doing a solo sim. He could easily do it. He's hosted solo radio shows before. So it's kind of the same thing. So I just want to make that patently clear. Now, to address the other thing that was brought up during your previous sim, I do believe I could destroy you in a karaoke contest. And I know that you have a beautiful voice, but man, I just think that I'm better. And I've never heard you sing, but I'm just going to put all the money on my side here. I'm pushing it all to the middle. I'd wreck you, bro. What do you have to say?
I'm going to let my voice do the talking, so to speak.
So how do we want to do this?
Oh, we got a pick.
Oh, my God, what a pick. Oh, is this going to the house?
Gonzo.
I think we have a house call here. House call. Bring. Hello? Hi. Touchdown here for you. Touchdown. Jets defense. 94 yards to the house. This game is out of its mind. 2 defensive scores in the first quarter. What are we doing here? Aaron Rodgers' head not in the game. Before we get into the singing contest, Lamarca, I teased that I would ask you this. So Here we go. Paying off the tease. If you could have one quarterback between these two to lead your franchise for the next 5 years, who are you picking? Aaron Rodgers or Zach Wilson?
Aaron Rodgers. For the next 5 years, Aaron Rodgers.
Next 5 years.
Yeah.
So do you think if Aaron Rodgers said a month and a half ago that he would be, disgruntled and he wanted out, like officially, and the Jets were like, all right, you want the number 2 pick? We'll flip-flop here. Zach Wilson, future in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers going to New York. Does that sound like a plausible thing that could have happened if Aaron Rodgers had gotten louder a few weeks ago? What do you think?
It would have taken more than the number 2.
Of course.
It probably would have taken the number 2 and, a couple more first rounders would be my guess. But yeah, I think that Joe Douglas would not be doing his job if he didn't at least call and inquire. And the same thing goes for when Deshaun Watson became available and when Russell Wilson was rumored to be available. If you're not the Chiefs or the Bills or the Jaguars and you aren't making those calls, like somebody asked Dave Gettleman, did he inquire about Aaron Rodgers? And he said, and I quote, "That's not my job." What? That is 100% the definition of your job.
100%.
You are trying to make your team better, and the MVP of the league has become disgruntled in his current situation. You don't think that calling and inquiring about him is part of your job?
Yeah, that's part of your job. I'd say that's part of the job. By the way, taking a look at the chat here, if Kaufman's still listening, I have at least one person backing me up here. Varder Robinson, excuse me, told you, said he would destroy all the other commentators, wasn't BSing. Thank you, Tommy, for coming on here and backing up what you said.
I still don't believe you.
I honestly, the more I'm thinking about the conversation, I think we were talking about this off air. So it doesn't necessarily help my my argument here. But Varder, who I guess maybe was in our Zoom, even though they are a just a fan here, backing me up. But the more I'm thinking about it, this was an off-air conversation. Sam Darnold, 2 of 3, 74 yards and a touchdown. Not having to do much here in the early going, even though it was a wild first quarter. Aaron Rodgers, 5 for 7. He had that pick 6. Not pretty. Aaron Jones, 8 for 35. Not a lot going on rushing the rest of the way on either side. We'll hit these receiving stats for you momentarily. Crazy game so far. Not a lot going on receiving either because it's just been so wild. Mercedes Lewis, 3 catches, 31 yards. Ryan Griffin with the sole receiving touchdown early here. 1 catch, 24 yards. Hogan's got that 50-yard catch, so we'll be on the lookout for the B word with him. MVS, 2 catches, 15 yards. So, again, not a ton going on here. Going to take a look at the contests here.
I just want to point out real quick. We've got
Sure.
Clint Reap is saying he can't say that while he's under contract. It's tampering. While Rodgers is under contract, that is. That's not true at all. I'm not saying they should be calling Aaron Rodgers. They should be calling the Packers GM.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that not calling the Packers GM is not his job or not his responsibility or whatever is exactly it's completely wrong, and it's not
wrong
tampering.
for sure.
Call Aaron Rodgers and try and woo him to the Giants. That's not the case. That is tampering. I'm saying he needs to call and inquire about his availability with the GM.
Koff, by the way, acknowledging that I had his back on this solo hosting conversation, saying, love you, Freeze Pops. There you go. I'm in the clear there. Okay. In first place in the $250 free contest is Ann Barranco. They have the Packers defense in their captain spot. They got the Jets defense in there as well. 41 points here early on. They're the solo leader there. And we have in first place in the 3K flea flicker here, Pamiwa 1 is tied with MG271973. Tied in first place here at 38.9 points. We'll take a look at the free roll here momentarily as we have 1st and 10 in this one for the Packers.
Brian
I'm
Burrell,
currently at 61st.
aka the Bry guy, is in the chat.
Bry guy, what's up?
Is that TV's Adam Kaufman? Kaufman's on TV?
Sometimes.
What network puts him?
He's on TV sometimes. I believe across the NBC platforms in Boston. Occasionally he's on the silver screen. Tay Bebe 233 in first place right now. Tay Bebe. Tay Bebe. Tay Bebe. Tay Bebe. 2nd and 7. Aaron Rodgers steps back, finds his man, Devontae Adams, down to the 8. All right, Lamarca, so this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
You can tell me if you want to do it differently, but we're going to ask the chat right now which song they want us to sing. We will sing the same song. It'll start at halftime. So make sure you stay tuned. Lamarca, myself, we will sing the same song. The chat will decide touchdown here for the Packers.
The Mercedes.
That's your boy. Tesla Lewis with the score.
Good gas mileage.
Worth the roster spot so far for you, my friend. With the score, he had an early grab. The extra point is good. It's tied at 14 here in the second. Jets are scrappy in Simland. So here we go. Pick the song. You guys, it's up to you. It's up to the chat.
We'll keep
whichever song gets the most love. Yep, keep it family friendly. We'll go that way. I will say, and just in case this affects your voting at all, my go-to karaoke song, as I mentioned on a previous sim, Lips of an Angel by Hinder. If you'd like to hear me sing my go-to song, it's there for you. And I know Lamarca has one, I believe. What is yours?
I already gave the people a little taste on the last sim. It's Semi-Charm Kind of Life by Third Eye Blind.
Okay. Great tune. All right, so you guys have, all the ammo you need. Let's get to it. Our great producers will keep track. And we'll see what happens. I really hope it's a song that I know well.
Don't Stop Believin' seems to be getting a couple of votes.
I mean, that's a classic, absolute classic.
That's way up there, though. Gonna have to hit the falsetto.
Yep. Hey, you could do your own spin,
True.
Some of my favorite songs of all time are covers that have their own little spin on them.
Kicking Club says, I think you could both sing I Feel Like a Woman.
Definitely.
I'm not gonna lie, that song slaps.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I haven't sang that song at karaoke with a female companion in the past. I have probably sung every song you can think of in karaoke at some point. Like I have done, so in college we used to do karaoke every Wednesday night at our local tavern over at Emerson College called Sweetwater. It no longer exists. It was torn down to build a new dorm. I'm still very upset by it. But that was the spot every Wednesday night for karaoke. Every city I have moved to since, I have managed to find my new karaoke home. So in Boston, it was Sweetwater. Then when Sweetwater went away, it was Hong Kong. When I moved to Connecticut for my job at ESPN, it was Butterfly in West Hartford. Great spot. Then I moved back to Boston, Hong Kong again. And then I moved out here to St. Louis, and it's Carson's over here in Soulard. So I always have a home field. That gives me an advantage, no doubt.
Didn't realize you were so
prolific.
So well-versed in these karaoke streets.
I'm prolific, bro.
Koff wants some Spice Girls. Go to bed, Kaufman.
No, that's actually sneaky a bad karaoke song. Like sneaky. Jets, 1st and 10. Looking at 2nd and short here after that grab. Sam Darnold making the throw in traffic.
Ooh, Bon Jovi, Wanted, Dead or Alive.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
My aunt loves Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi owned like an arena team for a while, right?
Yeah. What, the Philly Soul, I think it was?
Okay.
Because he's a Jersey guy. You know how there's like that weird Jersey Philly thing that people don't realize unless you're unless you're like an East Coast person. Like everyone else in the country doesn't realize like New Jersey is like half Philly, half New York. It's sort of a split state.
Ooh, Jordan Warren says Rock Lobster.
Oh, I love Rock Lobster. Not a good song to show off your singing skills though. That's more of like a, you throw Rock Lobster on at the party and everyone just gets super hype. Second
best B-52 song, by the way, though.
Oh, that's number 1 for me.
No way. Love Shack. Baby
Okay.
Love Shack.
I think Love Shack obviously is the radio hit, as we have a touchdown here from Jamison Crowder, who is probably in the conversation for Simland Hall of Fame, if we had to make one, right? I mean,
Sure.
he's got to be in the debate. Definitely
He's
the
just
best.
like a quality football player.
Yeah,
He's not
Jamison
a
Crowder was a
star.
Pats killer for a while.
But he just gets the job done.
I like Crowder. I've always liked Crowder. So I think Love Shack is the song that we all know the B-52s for, like the casual music fan, but like the real ones know Rock Lobster's the one that just gets everyone hyphy. Sean Preston saying, well, Tom, you've built yourself up so much. That's not good. No, see, I'm setting the stage for you guys. And I don't think confidence is a bad thing. All of the greats have confidence, you know?
The bad boys of pop want some meatloaf. Anything for love. I'll do anything for Simland, okay? But I won't do that.
See, that would bring down the mood, I feel like, you know? Like, I don't want people to start crying on here because of our beautiful voices. I also admittedly only really know the chorus of that song, so I don't think I could have the beat correct on like the rest of that song.
I think that's fair. I think I agree with that statement.
Right? We have a new leader in the $250 free contest. CR Her 44, 60 points here. They got the Packers in their captain spot. Rodgers, Jones, Darnold, Crowder, Mercedes Lewis. That's a hell of a lineup for what we've seen so far. And we have a three-way tie in first place in the 3K flea flicker. Jay Gardner, 7775, Disco 47, and LD Get Some all have 55.98. Oh, we have some movement. Scores are continuing to update, people. I'll let everything settle down, and then I'll get back to the 3K flea flicker. But movement is on the way.
Kareem says, Take Me Home by Phil Collins. I would do In the Air by Phil Collins.
I was going to say, I don't know. I don't think I know Take Me Home by, I mean, maybe if I heard it, but I don't know it by just hearing the name of the song.
I may lose to you in this Freeze Pops, but I could certainly beat Mike Tyson in a sing-off on In the Air. That man is not a vocalist.
No, that man does not have the ear for
Still has
it.
a mean right hook, though.
Yeah, he can still box.
Just ask Allen.
2nd and 1 here for the Packers coming up as Aaron Rodgers finding Aaron Jones. Do you buy that Aaron Rodgers should be upset right now? I know the Jordan Love thing happened. He could still be bitter there. Fumble here. The Jets defense recovers. Jets looking to take a commanding lead here if they can score before the half.
The Jets are a sim juggernaut.
They really are, man. Sneaky. So sneaky. So, outside of the Jordan Love thing, do you think that Aaron Rodgers has legit beef?
I think he should have been madder last year. But you know what? He didn't have nearly as much leverage last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, this all comes back to the fact that they have never done anything to help him offensively. Like, yeah, they have drafted some linemen in the first round, but they have never brought in a premier pass catcher for him. You know, they got lucky with
the Packers are famous
really
for
out.
never signing free agents. It's a weird claim to fame.
He's thrown he's thrown a touchdown to one player who was a first-round draft pick in his entire career, and it's Mercedes Lewis.
That's insane.
So
that's
I
wild.
think he has legitimate gripes. You know, this was a team that was ready to contend for a title, and they wasted their top 2 picks last year on guys that barely played for them.
Yeah, the Jordan Love pick was just awful. Terrible in the moment, terrible now.
And they traded up for him.
Yep. And that tells you everything that you need to know as far as where the Packers felt like Aaron Rodgers was. But he showed, hey, I'm still around, baby. I still got some juice. 4th and 6 here. Jets going to punt it away. Unable to get some more points on the board there. This punt going into the back of the end zone. 41 seconds to go here. Packers down 1 touchdown. 2 timeouts to go. Let's see if they can get some points on the board here. Maybe a big play.
We've got Dougie30 saying that Geoff Ulrich, who is
the Moose,
one of our smarter simmers, in my opinion, says that Aaron Rodgers has been planning this for a year. I buy that. I buy that. I do.
Okay.
You know, but like at this time last year, there were a lot of people questioning whether Aaron Rodgers was still a superstar quarterback. So it wouldn't have been as effective. But, you know, when you come off an MVP season and you play as well as he did last year, a lot easier to flex on the front office.
100%. 100%. No, I buy that. He probably looked at what he did the year before and said, okay, I'm going to come out, I'm going to be beast mode, and then I'm going to have all the leverage in the world. He's a smart enough guy to plan that all out. I totally buy that. We're going to run through the stats. Jeopardy. We're going to run through the stats here. Then the producers are going to tell us which song you and I will be singing, and I will let you go first because I'm a nice guy.
No,
Aaron Rodgers, 14 for 16.
We need a coin toss on that.
Okay, fine. We'll do a coin toss. I mean, I have no preference, but Aaron Rodgers, 14 for 16, having a nice half, even though they're down. Aaron Jones, 11 carries for 58 yards. No rushing touchdowns in this one so far. Going to take a look at the receiving stats here momentarily. Mercedes Lewis with the touchdown on 6 grabs, 69 yards, an early candidate for that wooden nickel. Aaron Jones has 3 grabs. Perriman has 2 grabs. Devontae Adams has 2 grabs. MVS has 2 grabs. Herndon has 2 grabs. And a whole lot of nothing the rest of the way. Lots of defensive touchdowns in that first half. So, exciting half, no doubt. All right, here we go. I feel like a woman is what TP is saying. Is that the direction we want to go?
I think we can do better than that.
I do too. I don't think it's the move, to be honest.
I like In the Air. I like
I honestly like Journey.
Okay.
Everyone knows the song.
Don't Stop Believing's a good one.
Don't Stop Believing by Journey. It wouldn't be my first choice, but I think it's a good compromise. It's a classic. All right, do you want the free ice cream side or do you want the lion?
Come on, Tommy.
Okay.
Lamarca
gets the ice cream. If it lands ice cream, Lamarca gets to choose his position. If it lands lion, I get to choose mine. Ice cream.
All right, I'm going second.
Of course you are. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull up the lyrics.
Feel free to start the game as well, by the way, producers.
Of course.
We don't need our faces on for this.
Of course, please. I implore you to start the game. Get the lyrics up here. All right. Are we ready?
Rip it, dog.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere.
Ooh.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoking room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile that can share the night, it goes on and on and on and on. Strangers up in Up and down the boulevard, there's shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Okay, Morgan has yelled at me from the other room, so I'm gonna just skip ahead to
I'll take over from here. I think
the chorus. Okay,
I think you've made your.
I've made my case.
Your statement, yes.
Okay, so now you get the second half of the song.
Okay. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some were born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting. Up and down the boulevard, there's shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. That's where I'm going to close.
Wow. Okay. Do we sing the chorus together? I feel like we should harmonize right now.
I feel like I've made my case. I feel like I've done enough.
Okay. Did I just lose? Yeah, I think I lost. Yeah. I think I lost. That was beautiful. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you at all. It was completely beautiful.
Well, thank you.
I don't even think do we need to even have a vote here? I think we should have an official vote, but I think we all know who's going to win.
Pause. Producer Tara Lynn is now joining in, and I would like the chat to participate, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay.
Is it Freeze Pops or is it Lamarca? Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Tara Lynn. Give us the votes. I'm seeing some for me, but I think you're going to run away with this, man. That was fantastic.
I've seen a lot of just we all are losers right now.
Okay. Well, as the votes come in, we'll look back at this sim here. 3rd and 3. Rodgers takes the snap, misses his man. Gonna punt that ball away. Let's take a look at the contests. Things have moved since we last checked, since we last turned the mics on at the karaoke establishment. Elifam or Eli Fam 88, that's what we'll say it is. They're in first place, 71 points in the 3K flea flicker, 1K to first place. And new leader in the $250 free contest, Steve M9, 74.01 points. Hanging on to the lead there. Going to take a look at the free roll as well as I open up my app. Sam Darnold hands the ball off to Le'Veon Bell. He is gobbled up there for a short gain. I'm in 81st. Mark 2497 is in first place. He's got Darnold in the captain spot with Crowder, Bell, Adams, Lewis, and the Jets DST. All right. What do we think? Am I the loser?
From what I've seen, I think I'm getting the majority of the votes here.
Okay.
They're saying we both did well.
Yes.
They thought I was a little pitchy at times, but I do think that song choice was good for me. My default voice is just a little bit higher than yours, I think. So
yep.
That song
it's definitely a little more
a little bit better.
It's a little unnatural for me to get that high. So a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I thought my confidence could carry me through. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Look, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses. He came out, he played a great game, a fair game. And unfortunately, today just wasn't my day.
On to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati. Abby Rizzle saying I cracked her window. Tara Lynn in the chat saying the votes are in. Yeah, you are going to be receiving that wooden nickel, my friend. Tara Lynn saying Freeze Pops got saxed. Okay.
Brother Phil says we were both terrible.
Thanks, Brother Phil.
Brother Phil always bringing the positive energy. Hey, I said I was a saxophone player. I never claimed that I was a great singer. I just think I'm a better singer than the schleps we have working here. And Tommy brought more than I was expecting to the table. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, it wasn't the best song for me, but I'm not gonna sit here and make excuses.
Kind of sounds.
I should have done better. No, look, not gonna sit here and make excuses. Wish it was another song, but hey, this is the game we play, man. The song was chosen. Look, I'm glad for both of our sakes that I did not have to sing "Man, I Feel Like a Woman" by Alanis Morissette. I don't think that would have been good for either one of us.
Shania Twain.
Oh, whatever.
Man, I feel like a woman. I
think we both would have stunk at that.
It would have. It certainly would have been interesting, and I know with this group, it would have been all over the internet. So.
Yes. Lewis Daniels saying, Tommy, that was the first time in a year the dog was questioning what I was watching.
Trigger D says you both killed it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Brother Phil says, I love you guys, but I can't lie about music or I don't get to jam with Jerry when I die. All right, no doubt.
There. Tara Lynn, I apologize. Shania Twain. I got my 90s female artists mixed up, and I apologize. By the way, smash the
I wish
like
I had
for
more
Lamarca.
hands so I could give those singing voices 4 thumbs down.
Smash the like for Lamarca. He killed it. Absolutely killed it. While I do think it was a close contest, Lamarca killed. Absolutely.
It was fun, I like doing
Aaron
stuff.
Jones.
This is certainly different.
Aaron Jones gets in the end zone. That's a touchdown there by the Packers running back. The newly re-signed, I should say, Aaron Jones gets the score, ties this crazy game up at 21 apiece. Aaron Jones owned in 57% of lineups in the flex. Definitely going to shake things up here in the contest.
King Cam 503 says, can I get a shout out? There you go,
Heyo.
King Cam 503. New name, not sure if you're part of the Sim fam or not, but welcome. If you're new here,
hello.
It's a great place.
Varner Robinson. Yes, you both killed it. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Varner.
One day I will do Lips of an Angel on here, and I'll blow you all away.
I don't doubt you.
Aaron Jones hitting the bonus with that touchdown run. Puts him in the driver's seat for the time being for that wooden nickel. The end of this one. Sam Darnold under center.
Next song is Rubber Band Man by T.I.
Great beat. Sekou 39 fan saying, just checked in. I'm too late. What did I miss? You know what? You're going to just have to go back and check it out later. It's a lot to unpack. Bad Boys of Pop saying Shania Twain's At This Moment is pretty solid too. I'm meeting up with the guy that sat the duet version with her this weekend for dinner. Maybe some writing on the horizon. There you go. That's cool. Bad Boys of Pop has just got a crazy life, man. Seriously. Mark Mantelli saying, Freeze Pops, do Lips of an Angel right now. Man up. No, not the time. I've been humbled. I've lost.
Wants Kissed by a Rose. There is no way to expose a lack of range quicker than watching someone sing Kissed by a Rose.
Get the piccolo out.
What a beautiful song, though.
Great song. Well, I've been humbled. You know, no one's perfect.
We all have.
Gonna have to just get back in the lab and start working on it. So, you know, it's good for this to happen sometimes, even to the greats. You know, Aaron Rodgers, 19 for 23 and a touchdown, had that pick 6 earlier, which is uncharacteristic of Aaron Rodgers. Sam Darnold, 10 for 13, 2 touchdown passes in the air. Good for Sammy D. Aaron Jones, 104 yards on the ground and a touchdown. He hit the bonus. Early leader for that wooden nickel. Le'Veon Bell, 6 for 41. Aaron Rodgers, just 1 rush for 9 yards. Going to take a look at the receiving stats here momentarily. This game is tied at 21 here. Mercedes Lewis is the high man for catches, 8 grabs and a touchdown, 94 yards receiving. So we will be on bonus watch for him as well. If he gets there, I think he wins the wooden nickel. Funchess with 3, Perriman with 3, Devontae Adams with 3, Aaron Jones with 3 grabs, MVS with 2, Herndon with 2. So Mercedes Lewis really the standout guy grabbing balls in this one between the Packers and the Jets.
He's doing a great job.
Doing a fantastic job in that department. Taking a look at the $250 free contest, we have a 4-way tie between Suake 1234, Do Woo 37, Black Butt, and Good Row 9, all tied for first place with 90.95. And in the 3K flea flicker here, first place to win $1,000, we have Not SC Will in first place, 91.43 points. He's got Aaron Jones in the captain spot, Darnold, Adams, Lewis, Perriman, and the Packers DST. So really, really good lineup for him as we roll into the fourth quarter.
Abby Rizzle says, does Big Saxy own another hat? Seriously.
He gets the same hat every year.
I buy one hat a year. It's the same hat every year, and I wear that thing for a year.
To the ground.
So, I will say I have been wearing hats more recently than I usually do because my hair is just a mess. As soon as I get a haircut, you'll see less of the hat and more of my beautiful, luxurious hair.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen you with a hat off, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
You're a hat guy.
I'm pretty well.
It's
pretty
okay.
Much my hair has been a mess since you've started working here.
I generally wear a plain black hat on these sims because I just don't feel like doing my hair, in quotes, doing my hair before these sims. Just, who cares? Just throw a hat on, keep moving. Today is not a hat day. Just felt like I was having a nice hair day.
Yeah, your hair looks great.
Yeah. You don't want to come on here looking like a schlub, So I respect the hat thing. Got to do it sometimes. Tied game here. Aaron Rodgers, 2nd and 7 here in the gun. Takes the snap, finds his man in the middle of the field. Davante Adams having a quiet game so far. Picks up the first down here. Rodgers over 200 yards passing. Davante Adams' 4th grab of the ball game.
Does have a pick 6 though,
which is not good if you wanted the Packers to win. Aaron Jones continuing to add to that rushing total. Already hit the bonus. Mark the Bark saying, is Matt Lamarca a good kid? Are you a good kid, Lamarca?
I'm a man.
Are you a bad boy?
I am certainly not a bad boy. I'm a pretty
You're a good kid,
laid back guy.
Okay. He just wants to know. Hey, are you a good kid?
You know, when I was a kid, I was a great kid. I was a great kid.
3rd and 2 here for the Packers. Let's see who Rodgers goes to. I'm predicting a Aaron Jones run. Nope, I was wrong. And who we got? Is that an MVS? Yes, it was. 1st and 10 for the Packers. I think the Packers score on this drive, Lamarca.
Certainly feels like we're trending in that direction.
Bruiser B saying a couple of schlubs. If I just tuned in, I would think this is DK's IT staff. I don't really understand the joke, but I'm going to laugh along with you.
Joke's on you. I'm terrible with IT stuff.
I'm always amazed at IT guys. Like, they just figure it out at some point. They try a million things, and while they're doing it, you're like, no way that works. And then eventually it just clicks, and it's like, wow, all right, cool.
My go-to is just you turn it off. Oh, my goodness, another turnover.
Wow.
You turn it off, you turn it back on, and that seems to fix the problem the vast majority of the time.
Generally. Oh, we're going to see if this was actually a fumble here. Let's take another look. Looks like he might have been down here, Lamarca.
I feel like usually when they review it, they overturn it.
Especially in these scenarios. Yep, Packers hold on to it. 3rd and 5. They dodge a bullet big time. Nice grab there.
Boy. The Lazard.
Lazad. Kareem saying Lamarca skipped childhood. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this. Lamarca has that Benjamin Button disease. He's aging backwards.
Kind of dope, because that means I'd be getting younger. And can confirm, not the case.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works. Little rush action there by Aaron Jones. Take a look at the contests here as the Packers continue to drive. Not SC Will, still in first place in the 3K flea flicker. Elon, now in the solo leader in the $250 free contest for this one. Mercedes Lewis in his captain spot. He also has Ryan Griffin in his lineup, so that touchdown helped him. That vulture definitely helped him.
Wow, Mercedes at captain with
with
Ryan Griffin.
You got to love it.
And then I guess just the most expensive players around him.
That's the way to do it.
Working out.
Rodgers handing the ball off to Jones. Looks like this is going to come back, though.
It's coming back. Face mask. Nope, hold it.
No, a little hold action. Under 3 to go here. So, Lamarca, you and I clearly the best 2 singers among the broadcasters. Who's number 3?
Probably Emerson.
Okay.
Emerson brings the confidence and the falsetto.
Yep. I can see that. What about Rossi?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard Rossi sing, but I can't imagine it's very good.
So we're putting Rossi in the bottom tier.
I think that it's all a bottom tier. We're just at the top of it.
Okay, so it's me, you, and Emerson. TP is saying he'd put his money on Geoff.
You know what? Jeff's good at a lot of stuff.
Smart guy. He probably figured it out. Christian, dark horse. Touchdown for the Packers. MVS. That's going to shake things up here, people. 48-yard grab to the house. Packers taking the lead. Sammy D cannot control his emotions on the sidelines. We're a PAT away from this being a 7-point game here, people. Woo! Late score. Love it. It's been a crazy game, though. I do not think the Jets are out of this. They got 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning to work. I think the Jets can still make some noise. Simlan, Adam Gaze rallying the troops. Remember Adam Gaze? That was fun.
Can confirm it was not fun.
That first press conference, though, with the bug eyes, hilarious.
Something is clearly happening in this Mets game right now.
Yeah, so the Phillies hit a home run. They're trying to determine whether or not it went out. I would say it did.
That hit the pipe.
Is the pipe in or out? Looks like it's out. I would guess it's out, but we'll see. Depending on if the pipe is considered in or out, will determine if that was actually a homer. I think the pipe is out. What do you think? Pipe in or out? You're going to clearly say it's in.
Yeah, obviously.
Darnold looking, firing, finds his man. Looking at 2nd and medium here. 2nd and 8. Oh, putting him on second base. They're saying the pipe
is in.
Oh, wow. Some choice words here for the ump. They're saying that the pipe is in. Oh, he is mad. He is not happy. He's going to get thrown out of this one probably.
Oh, wow. That was a choice word.
Yeah, not nice things being said on television, folks. 2nd and 8 here for the Jets. Clock stopped at the 2-minute warning here. Sammy D finding his man, setting up 3rd and short. I believe we are in 4-down territory here, folks. Clock running. Minute 45 remaining here. 3rd and 3. And the Jets use their timeout.
Yeah, they're going to have to up the risk tolerance here.
100%. I think if they don't get this here, you got to go for it. Because this one's for all the marbles, folks. All right, what are the Jets going to do here? Darnold in the gun. Takes the snap. Looking. Firing. Complete. Big gain there on 3rd and 3. 1st and 10. Darnold finding his man near the sideline. Herndon having himself a nice little ball game here. I believe that's his 4th grab. No huddle offense, not wasting a timeout here. Darnold in the gun, looking. Going to take off on his own. Let's see if we fumble here.
Oh,
no, holds on to it. Got to look for a timeout here at some point here in the next few seconds if you're the Jets.
I think they're going to keep it no huddle. I think they're going to keep it no huddle.
Throwing the defense off balance here. No huddle continues. 50 seconds to go. Darnold in the gun. Bell to his left. 3 wide to the right. Darnold looking, firing, finding the ground. Incomplete. Clock stops at 42 seconds. 2nd and 10. Darnold, great presence of mind there with the huge gainer. Sammy D turning on the Jets, Jets. You're going to miss that, Lamarca. You're going to miss that scamper next season.
I think our new guy can move a little bit.
Darnold in the gun, 2 wide to his right, 1 to his left. Bell open in the flat. Darnold, I see a bad sack coming, and that's the Darnold we all know and love. Takes the timeout. 35 seconds to go. One timeout remaining. 3rd and 22. Clearly 4-down territory at this point. Jets sacking their way out of having a chance to win, if I had to guess.
Very Jetsian.
Extremely Jetsian. Did Reese Hoskins get thrown out of the game?
I have not.
Or did they pinch run for him? I think they pinch run. I think they went with a pinch runner. Darnold. Oh, it's almost picked. He took a deep shot to Hogan. The ball was almost picked. Did not go. It's 4th and 22. 29 seconds to go. They have a timeout left. They need a touchdown to tie it up. Here we go. Excitement here, folks. Darnold with the check down. Questionable decision here. Packers going to get the ball. They're going to kneel this one out. Lamarca, who is your wooden nickel player of the game?
It's got to be the Mercedes, right?
Fire it up, baby.
8 catches, 94 yards, and a tutty.
Love that from Mercedes Lewis.
At just
Who's your babysitter, Billy?
The babysitter, Billy, is going to be Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah. Makes sense.
70% owned in our free roll contest here. 15% in the captain spot. He gave us 4 receiving yards, 40 rushing yards, and just 2 catches. It's a weak day right there, my friend.
Totally weak. As the clock winds down here, the Packers.
Totally weak,
bruh. Do we get one more play? No, the clock stops at 0. The Packers emerge victorious here in virtual MetLife Stadium. Adam Gase is just beside himself. A disgruntled Rodgers, maybe happy for one more day as the Packers take care of business.
Rogers is just a true, he's out there slinging
Green Bay
it
through
every
and
day
through,
for
baby.
this team.
You gotta love it. So let's go through the stats here as stats finalize in the contests. Aaron Rodgers, 26 for 31, 282. So coming up just short of the B word there. Got 2 touchdowns, but he threw that pick 6, which really made this a close game. Sam Darnold, 14 for 19, 193 yards in the air, but he had that big scamper there at the end. Darnold threw 2 touchdowns as well. Yeah, like I said, that 23-yard rush that made things interesting there at the end there. Darnold's 1 rush of the game. Rodgers had 3 carries. Bell, 8 carries for 40 yards, like you said, the Babysitter Billy Award winner. And Aaron Jones, shout out to him, 21 attempts for 120 yards and a touchdown. Probably the runner-up, I'd say, for the wooden nickel. If he's in town, I'll give him a free cone as well. Gonna get the
how much money in cones have you given out?
Let's see. Well, I got a couple nickels here. Let's see. We got another one here. I moved a few to the car, to be honest, just in case we're driving around and we want some cones. But we got nickels for days here. Mercedes Lewis, as we mentioned, 9 grabs, 99 yards, a yard short of the bonus, had a touchdown. So great day if you had the Mercedes in your lineup. Devontae Adams, 5 grabs, Perriman, 4, MVS, 4, Aaron Jones, 4, Bunches, 3. Quiet day for a guy that usually comes up big in Simland. And Herndon, 3 catches for 25 yards and a 1 yard of receiving yards after the catch, in case you guys were wondering. Yeah, 1 rack. We usually call that yak, but in Madden they call it rack.
Yeah, I don't really like that.
No, it should
Receiving
be yak.
after catch. If anything, it would be our yak. Anyway.
So, there you go. Those are your stats. Lamarca, how you feeling right now? You emerged
The Mets
victorious.
hung on, so I feel great.
Well, let's see who else is feeling great here as we look at stats finalizing. I do not believe they are completely finalized yet, but as it sits right now, Hilbert, 1385 in first place, solo leader of the 3K flea flicker, 1K going to Hilbert, 1385. Aaron Jones in the captain spot for him. Got to be happy with 120 yards on the ground. Aaron Jones in that spot. Aaron Rodgers, Le'Veon Bell, Mercedes Lewis, MVS, Packers, DST. So good for him. $250 free contest. We have a solo leader as well. Uptown for Life, 17. Aaron Rodgers in his captain spot. Jones, Darnold, Lewis, MVS, and Ryan Griffin. So if you had Ryan Griffin in your lineup there, that vulture job did numbers for you. And that's what you want. We'll take a look at the free roll here as we wrap up your night here on the Dream Stream. I finished 75th. Lamarca, where'd you finish?
A little better than you, but not much. 52nd.
Okay, and Sammy Ho, 47, MVS in the captain spot for him. Le'Veon Bell, Aaron Jones, Devontae Adams, Mercedes Lewis, and Brashad Perriman in his lineup. He gets first place in the free roll, so congrats to him. We're going to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Kaufman and Christian at noon, BK and Christian at 2, Rossi and ZT at 4, Rossi back with you at 6 with BK, and then me and Koff at 8, me and Moose for Madden After Dark. Catch the sweat at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow with Emerson Latzia. And see you all back here in Simland. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for kicking it with us. Lamarca, you're the voice of an angel.
Thank you.
Goodbye.